Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is loyalty in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31. Mitarashi Anko was not a patient woman. It had been one of her teacher's most common complaints about her character, when he was feeling generous enough to bless her with some feedback. When she cared about his approval, she had tried to temper her anger into something that resembled his cold aloofness, but it had never quite worked the way anyone had wanted it to. When he had turned traitor and abandoned her, Anko had abandoned nearly anything she had ever learned from him, except for the jutsu she swore to use to kill him. So she had embraced her inner petulance and pushed it as far as people would let her. People weaker than her couldn't do anything, and those stronger or higher ranked usually had their own unique quirks, so hers were overlooked. It was a pretty good system. Umbu, though, couldn't be impatient, so Anko forced her muscles to loosen and she stared resolutely straight ahead, trying to mimic all the Umbu she'd known over the years. Many of her friends had, at one time or another, been through the Umbu ranks, but she'd always been held back by a bad supervisor or the review board, year after year. It was only this time that she'd been accepted. The Hokage himself had pulled her folder out from the stack of applicants, as was his privilege. He had even told her in person of her selection. So she would be patient. For the old man. He didn't look so old anymore, though. He was sitting straight in his chair, staring back at her with a small, coy smile and not looking his age at all. As frightening as the looming war was, it seemed to be revitalizing him a little bit. Most people would have found that upsetting from their Hokage, but Anko almost smiled. Maybe old wolves never stopped wanting blood on their teeth, they only got better at hiding it from others. I expected you to be standing here a lot sooner, he said around the stem of his pipe. If I had my way, you would have been. In light of current circumstances, this promotion is the best I can do. Anko bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for the opportunity to. Sarutobi tapped his pipe against his desk, cutting her off before she could go too far. There's no need to sound so rehearsed. It's just us here, so let an old man apologize properly to you for an overdue promotion. He waved his hand at one of the chairs in front of his desk. Sit down. You've been standing all day for your introductory briefings. The chair was soft and plush. Anko gratefully sank into it with a small groan, and the Hokage chuckled. I was worried you were going to change on me. It's good to see that you are the same Mitarashi Anko I know. Well, it's been a few years since I've gotten a promotion. Guess I can up my lifestyle now? Maybe a new apartment, some new kunao. You know, spend on me for once. Then I regret to inform you that the pay isn't much better and the hours are terrible. But you do get a mask. I understand they're popular with young people these days. He leaned down behind his desk and retrieved a small parcel and pushed it over the desk toward her. Here. Tell me what you think of it. There was only a tiny bit of a shake as Anko reached out to retrieve it, but she ripped apart the packaging like a kid on her birthday. Sarutobi noticed her expression and said, You didn't think I would let them give you a snake mask, did you? Anko's fingers brushed across the pristine surface of her new owl mask, tracing the swirling lines of the beak and the painted tufts of the face. No. Well, maybe. She swallowed hard. I just never thought I would get one at all. That failing is on us. I would have promoted you to Jounin, but you know Homura and Koharu. They have a great pull with the Jounin Council and they still hold a grudge. Umbu is the best I can do. He stuffed a pinch of tobacco in his pipe, but his eyes met hers. There was a bit of mischief there. For now. Jounin. It was something Anko had been chasing for years. None of her close friends had ever made it, except for Nijo, who had managed to use his family connections to get the post and escape Orochimaru's poisoned shadow. But Umbu was almost just as good. Better, even, depending who you asked. They were basically teams of Jounin who worked directly for the Hokage. This is enough of an honor, she muttered, honest. This time Sarutobi didn't scold her for her sentimentality, he accepted her words with a slight, formal nod. You are a unique expert into Orochimaru's mind. The village needs you if we are to weather this alliance of convenience we have with him and tease out what it is he actually wants from us. I think he wants the same thing he's always wanted, power and control, Anko spat. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her mask. He's a cancer. A rot. If we let him, he'll overturn everything the village has built since he left. That is the view shared by many in the ranks, Sarutobi admitted, not sounding like he exactly disagreed. Orochimaru is subtle. He would not have moved if there was not some gain to be had in defending Konoha from the hidden sand. I want to find out what that is before he gets it. Do you understand? I think that's dangerous. Sarutobi just stared at her and Anko took a deep breath. But, you know best, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi scoffed. Hardly. But we can't afford to lose his support right now, no matter his reasoning. We just have to watch him closely to ensure he doesn't double-cross us. And that's why I was promoted. Partially. I'm putting you under the leadership of a special cell I've put together, who are tracking down all of Orochimaru's leftover projects and making sure that they're wrapped up. Due to your unique insight on him. That's a nice way of putting it, Anko muttered. Who's my team lead? Anyone I know. Suddenly, Anko became aware of the other person in the room. I don't think you've been introduced formally, the Hokage said. This is Tenzo. His official capacity is Harino Sakura's handler here in the village, but he is also the Otogakuer task force leader in the Umbu. You will be under his direction. The man was short, only 3 inches or so taller than Anko, with spiky black hair poking out above his cat mask. The Hokage had been right to say that they had never been formally introduced, but Anko recognized the mask instantly. I know you. You were following Kakashi around the other day. She regretted how that sounded a moment after she'd said it. She hadn't meant to imply her new boss was at Kakashi's beck and call. Tenzo didn't seem to take offense, at first. I am your team captain, he said in the perfectly perfunctory tone most Umbu seemed to evolve. His eyes shifted from Anko to the Hokage. I was against you joining my task force, but I was overruled. Anko stared at the man for a solid moment before jumping to her feet. Are you saying I'm not competent? She demanded, flushing at Tenzo's brazenness. He held up a hand. I do not question your competence, Mitarashi. I question your objectivity. As the Hokage stated, you will be responsible at some point for safeguarding Harino Sakura from any foreign or domestic agents that would do her harm as one of her handlers. Can you do that? I've played bodyguard to people I've hated more than that little traitor, Anko growled. I won't let her screw up my chance here. Tenzo looked to the Hokage again, who shrugged. Finally, he let out a sign and nodded, which made Anko even angrier. She didn't need his validation. She was about to tell him just that when he dropped 3 large, thick folders down into her lap. That's your homework. The academic file of Harino Sakura as well as her quarterly psychological profiles. Notes from the psychologists are tabbed by session in the back. Her academy folder is split in half, Anko noticed as she heft the second, much weightier folder. She had expected some explanation, but the silence stretched until she looked up at Tenzo. He was looking at the Hokage. A huff of smoke poured out between the old man's teeth. It was more convenient, he eventually murmured, to split her time there from before she was a double agent to now. The profilers came up with it. That didn't sound right at all to Anko, profilers creating case files and not the lead agents, but she recognized the deflection for what it was and decided not to push. She had access to the files now and could do her own research. Sure. Anyone else on the team I should meet? Tenzo dipped his head. We have an agent you need to meet, since you will be her official handler. Anko frowned. I thought I was Harino's handler. Oh, not her handlers. Right now the primary for her is Narashikaku since she's staying at his compound. Yesterday, she officially started her duties at the customs office as a means to communicate with Suna, so she's too delicate to hand off at the moment. So the plan is still to bait Suna into swinging first? Anko asked. I'm on the village's evacuation team, so we aren't told much compared to the other groups. It seems a bit stupid to let them have the first punch. Sarutobi huffed, looking like an old dragon puffing smoke for a moment. It seems unwise because your years of training are telling you to strike the enemy first and strike hard. However, there are other considerations, such as how Otogakuer will see any hostile action from us, for example. or how Kirigakure has been seen increasing their number of coastline observation posts. Politics. Anko shook her head in disgust. So we just wait them out while Orochimaru pretends to be working with them? And what stops him from turning on us the second Suna is dealt with, because that's exactly what he'll do. He betrays people for fun. I told you that we promoted you for a reason, Sarutobi pointed out. Partially, it's to keep us from blundering too deeply into Orochimaru's pace. Out of anyone currently in the village, you are our expert. Anko felt her cheeks heat up. I'm not an expert on anything except being a screw-up, she muttered. But, if you need me to write some extra reports or something, I can try and think up ways he might screw us over. The Hokage snorted. Homura and you should be sharing notes. He's been lobbying heavily for arresting all of Orochimaru's agents and opening diplomatic talks with the Sand to stave off the invasion by using the lands of Rice and Rivers as bargaining chips. Both Anko and Tenzo shifted uncomfortably. That's... Anko trailed off. Those types of discussions were much higher than her pay grade, and hearing that there was still some back and forth at the highest levels of power, this late in the game, didn't sit well with her. I mean, could we even open a channel with Suna at this point? Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, looking more like the semi-retired warrior he was than the rock Anko thought of him. Raza will be attending the finals in person. He has not sent any word back that those plans have changed. Perhaps I can dash. Anko's chair clattered backwards as she sprang to her feet. You can't be thinking of still sitting with him in the Hokage box, she shouted. Tenzo put a hand on her shoulder and she let him pull her backwards, away from the Hokage's desk, but she didn't cool off. That's suicide. You are going to be their #1 target. If it gets to that point. Our intelligence thinks they will attempt to assassinate me before then to start the attack, Sarutobi replied, not raising his voice. Of course, that means that their focus will be on me, rather than the rest of the Anbu during the finals. Or on the Otagakure forces that will be lying in wait in the crowd. He let out another ribbon of smoke and his eyes fell, unfocused, down to his table. Without Jiraiya or Tsunade, there is no one left in this village who can defeat the Kazekage, he murmured. I will not send the Jounin to die fruitlessly. Make Orochimaru fight him, Anko spat through her clenched teeth. Make him put his hide on the line for this alliance. Make him die in your place. The old man's eyes flicked back up to Anko's and a small grin tugged at the leathery age lines around Sarutobi's face and he seemed to regain some of his vitality. Even if the Fire Daimyo would allow Orochimaru to enter the country, I will not allow him into the village. That kind of opportunity would be too tempting for him, alliance or no. But, he held up a finger, lips stretching a bit wider, I do not intend to fall in battle just yet. Tenzo's hand tightened before finally letting Anko's shoulder go. She took it as an order to move on. Yes, Hokage-sama, she muttered. Hokage-sama, we have a meeting with Anko's new mark in half an hour. With your leave. Sarutobi waved his hand, dismissing the pair. Of course, but be careful with that one. Her family and the village both have high hopes for her. Tenzo was quiet during their walk through the tower, which suited Anko just fine. She was making a conscious effort not to fiddle with her owl mask, which was scratching her nose every time it bobbed with her steps. You'll want to get some custom padding on the inside. Anko had to turn her whole head to see Tenzo through the slits of the mask. And don't do that. It makes it easy for people to see where your attention is. This thing might be a handicap, Anko grumbled, but she turned her head back straight. She heard the man scoff at her. It is a handicap, but Anbu are good enough that it doesn't bother them. If you can't deal with it, you won't be in the Anbu long enough for it to affect you. Because I'll be dead. Because you'll be dead. Anko grinned. Fair enough. So, who am I going to be managing? She patted the folders tucked under her arm. Someone in one of these. It's someone we hope to recruit into Anbu in a few years. Yamanaka Ino, she has a subsection in Harano's academy file. Heir to the Yamanaka family and close personal friend of Harano Sakura. Inoichi's kid? Ibiki mentioned her a few times and I've seen her hanging around the interrogation headquarters once or twice. She didn't really strike me as having Anbu potential. Most people said the same of you, Tenzo countered, but Anko felt that it was a reflex for the sullen man rather than a real critique. Anyone who spent too long around Kakashi was bound to pick up some bad conversational habits. Tenzo stepped out onto one of the second-floor verandas. "Turn to channel 32, he said, gesturing to the strap on his mask. Anko found a tiny dial underneath the fabric and started fiddling with it. Her ears buzzed with each flip of the radio until she had counted up to the correct number. "It's not a complete handicap." Tenzo's voice came in clear as a bell even though he'd already jumped onto the rooftops. Anko was impressed. For such a tiny radio, she'd never had such great reception. "I suppose Umbu gets the best gear," she whispered, and heard a answering hum. Transmission was excellent as well. They were across the city in scant minutes. Even though Anko had lived in Konoha her entire life, Tenzo showed her new paths through the rooftops and alleyways that she'd never considered. They cut through clan compounds without alerting a single guard, down concrete slides that spit them out the other side of their buildings, and wire webways crisscrossing busy streets. If people were noticing them, Anko couldn't tell. A bigger surprise was how many Umbu Anko was finally noticing. They ran into multiple teams that flashed coded hand signals to Tenzo that Anko couldn't yet decipher. She felt blind and embarrassed and more than a little out of her depth. She vowed that the first thing she'd be learning was the Umbu sign language. But that would come later. Tenzo had stopped on the building ahead and Anko dropped down beside him. "See if you can spot your mark," he said, and stepped back. Behind her new mask, Anko frowned. Was this a test? Tenzo was her team lead, but was he also her trainer? "Because it'll be hard to spot a blonde girl with hair down past her ass," she muttered as she took point. The open-air restaurant across from their perch was crowded with the lunch rush. Waiters were weaving in and out of tables and patrons who were seated under wide umbrellas. With a growl of annoyance, Anko realized that it would be a bit more difficult than she'd first thought. All the foreigners were muddying the waters considerably with their spectrum of hair and skin colors. Blondes, browns, reds, and even a few blues and plums, copycats, glared back at her, peeking out from underneath the umbrellas. "Let me know if you need a hint," Tenzo said casually, completely squashing Anko's urge to actually ask for help. "Asshole," she thought as her eyes slid over the faces below. Grudgingly, Anko began to analyze the situation as if she were actually looking for a real ninja mark. She thought back to what she knew about the Yamanaka girl from their few interactions and what she could infer from the situation itself. "So, what kind of meeting is this?" Anko asked herself. Did the girl, Ino, know she was meeting her Umbu handler today? She was attached to Harino as an asset, too. Was she aware of that? The word Tenzo had used, meeting, indicated that she was complicit in some way to all of this maneuvering and surveillance. So Anko adjusted. She started scanning the tables with empty seats, the faces of the people there. Inoichi must have taught her something of his business. Interrogation has a lot of moving parts other than just their clan jutsu. Slowly, a profile started to take shape in Anko's head. Her eyes stayed longer on people in an age range rather than just what she imagined a fresh genin to be. She tossed out the blonde hair, but kept the length. The Yamanaka would know better than to do something drastic to her appearance if she were working with Umbu against Harino. And then she spotted the civilian boy, sitting by himself in the middle of the crowd. He had long, loose, black hair and eyes that vaguely looked like a Hyugas. Keeping a henge would be tiring for a female genin, an actual disguise was better, especially if you could pull off the look of a clan that didn't usually invite polite conversation and attention. Anko licked her lips. The Hyuga-looking boy sitting by himself. Row 3, Table 6. Tenzo stepped back up to the ledge. That took you 3 minutes of actual concentration. The first rule of Umbu that I learned, underestimate no one. In this world there are people younger than that girl, but more powerful than any of our Jounin. Not in this village, Anko wanted to reply, but she understood the lesson and what Tenzo was trying to tell her. Look underneath the underneath, huh? It's a good lesson. How long did it take you to spot her? Tenzo shook his head. She's carrying one of my Mokuton trinkets. I know where she is anywhere in the village, the same as Harino Sakura. Which reminds me. He held out his hand in a small, pea-sized lump of wood dripped off his skin. Anko knew what he wanted and, despite a fleeting flash of revulsion, lifted her mask a fraction to swallow it. "I prefer a hickory taste on my meals," she muttered. That little pill would probably lodge itself somewhere in the lining of her stomach for who knows how long. Tenzo just hummed and stepped back from the ledge. "We're going down there," he said, and slipped off his mask and robe. He set it down behind one of the chimneys, motioning for Anko to do the same. It was the first time Anko had ever seen him without his mask. He had a boring face, except for his eyes which were solid black. They were almost creepy. "Henge." The man nodded and made the standard henge seal. In a puff of smoke, a younger, more innocent Tenzo was standing before her in shorts and a t-shirt, sporting a Konoha headband. "My codename is now Kino," he announced, and Anko grinned. He sounded just like a little brat, and the way he was appraising her made him look particularly petulant. "Your hair and eyes are distinctive together. Change them when you transform." "Like I need you to tell me that," Anko thought as she created the appropriate mental image. She transformed and fluffed out her straight, back-length hair. She couldn't see her eyes, but she knew they were now a neutral green with normal black pupils. She picked a too large long-sleeve shirt over athletic spats. "Kids still wear this, right?" Anko asked as she gave herself a once-over. "I have no idea how brats dress these days." Tenzo walked past her without another look. "It's good enough. No one should be looking at this asset too closely." They descended to the street via the fire escape, which wasn't odd for a pair of genin who would appear to not have mastered chakra control well enough for larger jumps. Tenzo let Anko take the lead, which she was fine with. She pushed and shoved her way through the crowded streets over to the noodle restaurant and spit back adolescent fire at anyone bold enough to grumble at her. "Over here!" she shouted, waving frantically at the Yamanaka girl. Despite the passable disguise, she clearly hadn't learned the correct attitudes yet as she ducked down, panicked at the sudden attention. Anko ran right up to the table and dropped an arm around her shoulders. "We almost didn't see you in here. Thanks for saving us seats." "Don't lock up," Anko thought as she gave the girl a few more shakes. "All right. Seats." Ino looked to her left and right in a panic until she spotted Tenzo. Anko felt her relax when the realization set in. "Kino." "Yuki," he greeted, making sure that Anko heard the name. "I hope the food here is as good as you told me." Anko flipped one of the wire lawn chairs around and straddled it like she had as a kid. Along with some of the uglier memories her smaller frame was bringing back up, it was disturbingly easy to fall back into her old behavioral ruts. She might have even been to this very restaurant once upon a time with her teammates, Naija and Asahi. Naija would take off his glasses so they didn't fog up from the noodles, and Asahi would tie his ponytail up. She almost laughed, but then Asahi's broken body flashing through her mind snuffed it dead. The apartment block that had fallen on him when the Kyuubi attacked hadn't left much for the funeral, not that he had any family. Orochimaru loved his orphans. Someone poked her in the arm and she startled. Tenzo and the Yamanaka were staring. "Ah, lost my train of thought there for a second, Yuki-kun." Sorry. Tenzo frowned. "Anko, I've already cast the genjutsu. You can drop the act." Indeed, Anko felt the buzz of chakra all around her. It was a good technique, probably something localized to just the restaurant, to make people overlook them. Anyone outside the range of it wouldn't be affected, but importantly nothing would look off to them. People would still be talking and laughing, picking at their food and badgering the servers, a normal restaurant. Seeing that he had Anko's attention again, Tenzo turned back to Ino. "As I was saying, this woman is your new liaison with Umbu. She will provide a means of communication for you to set up meetings, and you will pass any relevant information to her." It was quiet for a second, and Anko realized that now was the time she was supposed to take control of the conversation. "Right," she verbally stumbled. "Yes. I'm your new handler." She saw Tenzo frown again. "Shouldn't have said I was her handler. It makes it feel impersonal. Or, like I want to think of it, your new partner. We're in this together, Ino." That seemed to work. The disguised girl stopped playing with her fingers and actually met Anko's eyes once or twice. "Sure, Partners. At least she didn't sound outright hostile. Anko counted it as a draw. Another ugly silence, until, "How are you doing with your assignment?" Tenzo asked. A look clearly told Anko she was supposed to be the one asking that. Ino's nervousness broke somewhat and she revealed a little smirk. Anko guessed that it probably looked cute on a little girl, but on someone that looked like a Hyuga it was downright sinister. "I've got training with Sakura starting tomorrow morning," she said. "We're going to try and find out what her Kekkei Genkai is. And I know where she's been up to the whole day." Tenzo leaned back in his chair. It was the most emotion Anko had seen from him so far. "Is that so? Your confidence game is going that well?" Ino nodded. "I caught her today in the park over by the hotel district, where all the foreign teams are staying. She was kind of out of it." Ino's smirk slipped as she went on. "She said she'd gotten into a fight with the Otagakure team. And she called me Kurosdachi once. I think she might have been in shock or something." Now the smile was completely gone. "I almost took her to the hospital. She worried me a bit." Anko shared a look with Tenzo. "Kurosdachi? The Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Stress disorder," she mouthed, but Tenzo shook his head. "Later, then." This time Anko was prepared for the silence. "It sounds like someone just rang her bell a few times in that fight. I do the same types of stuff after taking too many shots to the head." A bold-faced lie, but it clearly made the girl relax. "Nothing serious. No need to worry about the girl you're spying on for us. Do you know what the fight was about?" "Sure do. Forad said she just dropped in on them to talk about the village. What the village was like, what were the people like, stuff like that." Ino snorted and took a long sip from her orange juice. "I think she was making it up, though. She said she beat all three of them when they weren't being serious. She's not even a real Chunin and she wants me to believe she can take on 3 people at once." Anko knew the 3. She'd memorized all the teams back when she was supposed to lead the second stage of the exam. Did she mention their abilities? Special jutsu, or anything like that? Ino shook her head. No. She did say that one of them would probably put up a good fight if he were trying. Dosu? Dozu? Something like that. That's good information to have, Anko said, smiling. Maybe. To someone else. So do we know why that particular team is here? What their plans are? Why would I ask about that? Ino asked, frowning. My job is to find out what her Kekkei Genkai is so I can beat her. That's all I care about. She turned that frown on Tenzo next. And now you owe me what I want, Tenzo. She thinks I'm her friend again. And what did you give away for that? He challenged. Ino lifted her chin. I told her that I was spying on her for the village Umbu. All the air left Anko's lungs. Are you stupid? She demanded. What part of this is a secret mission don't you understand? Clearly the girl did not understand her situation, because she turned to the irate woman and squared her shoulders. This is my mission. I don't have to help either of you since my clan can force you to leave me alone. Anything you get from me is a gift. It took every scrap of restraint that Anko had not to punch the taste out of the girl's mouth. If she reports all of this back to Orochimaru there could be repercussions for the entire village. Do you understand that? We are at war. Ino quelled a little at the fury on Anko's face, but that girl must have had a spine of steel, or maybe just too much pride than was healthy, because she was squaring up again. I know Sakura better than any of you, she said, taking turns to glare at both Anko and Tenzo. Trust me on that. She won't say anything. She doesn't trust anyone. Anko sighed, because now she knew the game. Except for you. The smirk was back. Except for me? Tenzo drummed his fingers across the table. Fine. I will trust that you know what you're doing, but you are going to receive further help from us so that you can continue to judge the situation correctly. He glanced at Anko. Including Haruno Sakura's psychological profiles. Fine with me. You can give me that help while you're keeping your promise to me. You are right, Tenzo readily admitted. This development is worth starting to fulfill the payment we agreed on. Anko will help you with it today. I will. She will. Tenzo nodded at both of them. He pushed back from the table and hopped down off his chair. As funny as it was seeing a Tenzo in shorts hopping down from a chair, Anko didn't really feel like laughing. It will give you two a chance to get acquainted further. Anko, I'll bring your things to the interrogation headquarters. You're Ino's for the rest of the day. Anko took one look at the ecstatic expression on the Yamanaka's face and decided that, whatever it was a raw deal that she wanted no part of. I mean, if you were the one that promised her whatever. It's an order. As Tenzo walked off back into the crowd, Anko felt the genjutsu slowly lifting with him, which cut off any real complaints she might have thrown at him. Bastard, she thought as her girlish smile was forced back out. Well, then, Yuki-kun. What are we going to do now? And then that horrible smirk was back on the girl-turned-boy's face. You're going to teach me how to beat Sakura. Because of course she was. Chapter 32. So I told him that I didn't care he forgot his assignment. It's not my fault that Iruka-sensei wouldn't give him an extra day. Then he got mad at me. Can you believe that, Yuki? There was a lot about this situation that Ino couldn't believe. She couldn't believe that Anko still hadn't dropped her hench and that, somehow, the disguised woman had managed to invent an entire circle of imaginary friends and their lives over the last 10 minutes. An imaginary Iruka-sensei not giving an imaginary Ao an extra day on his imaginary homework. I can safely say I believe that, Ino murmured. Her handler, codename Yin, twirled around. You're supposed to agree with me, Yuki. She blustered. Geez, I can't believe we're friends. Come on. Hurry up. Ino wished she hadn't picked a kimono for her outfit. The Hyuga liked to walk around in them, and it lent itself to her little disguise, but they were so damn uncomfortable to move in. Anko was dancing around the street while Ino had to shuffle along after her at a more measured pace. She had mission clothes on under it, and could probably duck into an alley and shed the annoying thing, but Anko hadn't dropped the act yet and Ino got the impression that this was a test or an exercise, so she soldiered on as Yuki. It didn't help that Ino had no idea where they were going. Anko was firmly in the lead, seemingly taking them around city blocks at random. The Hokage Tower was still close enough over the tops of the buildings that Ino could see individual windows, so they weren't anywhere near the standard training grounds at the edge of the village. Whenever Ino would, in a roundabout way, ask if they were there yet, Anko would make a petulant face and avoid the question. She was completely at the woman's mercy. At Mitarashi Anko's mercy. The very thought sent a shiver down Ino's spine. Her father had mentioned Anko once or twice, since they shared an organization. Orochimaru's old student. Loose cannon. Misunderstood. In all the years Ino had been visiting her father at interrogation, she only had a few vivid memories of the woman. Now she was her trainer? Handler? She didn't buy all the awkward partner garbage Anko had tried to feed her in front of Tenzo. You're pretty quiet back there, Ino. Hearing her name out loud drew the girl back to the present. They were in an alleyway now and Anko was walking with purpose. She was still in a henge, but every bit of her body language had shifted, so Ino felt comfortable hiking up the hem of her kimono so she could keep up with the woman's strides. Where are we going? Anko glanced over. You wanted training, right? We're almost to a training ground. Ino frowned. She looked up, past the tall rooftops of the nearby buildings, and she could still see the tip of the Hokage Tower. There aren't any this close to the city. That you know about, Anko countered. They rounded a corner and Ino picked up movement at the far end of the next alleyway. There were two men, dressed plainly, standing around a burning trash barrel. Ino knew that the village had some homeless in the civilian population, but this was the first time she'd seen two in person. Anko pointed at them and they watched her openly. Those are two Chunin, she said, loud enough for them to hear her. They stood a little straighter. Behind them, through that gate, is one of the village's urban training grounds that Chunin and Jounin use. Is that you, Anko? One of them called out, squinting. Their stances relaxed a hair. Finally got a student. Anko ignored them. Your first bit of training, I want you to try and get past the two of them. Don't leave the alleyway, don't use anything you can't find laying around, and don't get caught. You win if you can touch the gate. The Chunin glanced at each other, but they didn't seem too put out. In fact, they almost looked eager. Ino imagined that sitting back here probably got pretty boring. But still, two Chunin? Anko was no help, she just shuffled off to the side to give Ino more room. Get on with it, she said, when Ino didn't immediately start moving. Real enemies won't politely wait on you like they are. But, I mean, isn't this assault? I'll get in trouble. Anko let out a laugh. That's cute, kid. You think you'll actually touch them? She cracked her knuckles. Let me tell you something fun. If you don't start moving in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to use you as my own personal punching bag. What do you want to fight? A Numbu or two Chunin? And then she started counting down from 10. She wouldn't really, wait, no, yes she would. At 8 Ino was already yanking off her kimono in a full panic and she only barely got her hair tied back by 5. She didn't have time to stretch or otherwise prepare herself. Anko hit 1 just as Ino started running. The undercover Chunin watched her with eager amusement. Ino zigged and zagged, like she'd been taught at the academy, never presenting a firm target. I'll use the barrel, she thought, and angled herself toward the glowing obstruction at the last moment. One Chunin was now blocked by the fire and the other was hampered by the metal drum. At the academy, it would have gotten Ino full marks. She'd remembered her lessons, used the environment, and executed a textbook jab to the solar plexus that would have disabled her target. Praise from the teacher, applause from the class. Fun times all around. The Chunin plucked her fist out of the air with one hand and bent her arm back like an old piece of chicken wire. Ino pitched forward and he pushed on the back of her head, bowing her and letting him further hang up her arm. She yelped at the sudden stress on her elbow and shoulder, she couldn't move at all. What the actual fuck was that? Anko bellowed. As she stepped forward, the Chunin let Ino go and she stumbled away, cradling her arm. That was pathetic. The Chunin who'd caught her frowned. That was about what they teach at the academy, he said, surprising Ino. It was pretty textbook. Anko glared at him. I don't want the fucking textbook. I want her to use her damn brain. I wasn't taught dash. I don't give a rat's ass what you were taught. Anko yelled, cutting Ino's angry snap short. You can't be taught common sense. You either have it or you don't. If you have it, you get to stay out in the field, if you don't, you're stuck behind a desk. Understand that? Ino's mouth twitched, it struggled to stay closed. Asuma-sensei had told Koji something similar once, but he'd been nice about it. And he'd shown them all what Koji had done wrong and how to correct it. He'd never just cursed and yelled at them. And he never corrected Ino. The look Anko was giving her, the contempt and frustration in it, was too much. She finally snapped, you do better then. Instead of erupting again, though, Anko threw up her arms. And now you just give up. You don't even want to try it again. Ino flushed. Trying was probably the lesson, but Ino was too embarrassed now. The two faceless Chunin being there made it worse. It's impossible for me to beat two Chunin. She yelled. It's impossible for any genin to beat two Chunin working as a team. That's basic strategy. Where did you go to school at? Didn't anyone teach you about teamwork? Oh, Anko drawled, looking smug, you're one of those. Something goes wrong and you use your team as a crutch because you can't function by yourself. Do you think that you'll always have your team to back you up? Do you think that you'll never have to operate at a disadvantage? She gestured to the alleyway. What if this were an actual mission? Your teammates are dead somewhere behind us. Got their heads chopped off, blown up, whatever. They're gone. In front of you is what's left of the enemy. You just died because you never considered you'd have to rely on your own talent and training. Congratulations. The thought of Shikamaru or Koji getting their heads chopped off on some mission made Ino blanch. That never happened to my dad and his team, she sputtered. They're all still alive. Anko nodded. Because they were split up when they made Chunin and put on different teams until they all made Chunin. They can all take care of themselves. Well, they decided to put us as a team now because we have specialized jutsu that we fight with. We support each other. That is the whole point behind us being a team in the first place. Instead of answering, Anko did a few stretches and marched out to the middle of the alley. Behind Ino, the two Chunin rolled their shoulders and took fighting positions, so the blonde quickly scurried out of the way. Despite her burning aggravation with the woman, she was a little bit excited that she would get to see an Umbu fight. When Anko made a seal, Ino's breath caught. And then the little Anko disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Instead of the purple-haired Umbu Ino remembered though, a shorter, pink-haired girl stepped out. That's not funny. Ino shouted at the Anko turned Sakura. The two Chunin didn't seem to know how to react either. But Anko didn't bother with any taunting or explanation. Instead, she made a tiger seal and sucked in a great whoosh of air. The Chunin didn't look confused anymore. Katon. Grand Fireball. Ino instinctively shied away from the massive ball of fire that erupted from Anko's mouth. It barreled down on the two Chunin like a runaway wagon, pushing over trash cans and igniting debris in the alleyway. One of the two men stepped forward and ran through a quick set of seals himself. Doton. Earth Rampart. A huge wall of cobblestone shot up between them and the fireball, shuddering like a small tremor as the Katon plowed into it. Doton. Earth Flow Spears. One of the Chunin didn't move away from the newly created wall in time and a blunt spike caught him in the chest. Ino ducked as he flew over her head and slammed into the alleyway wall. He didn't get back up. The other man caught Anko's kick when she hopped the wall and he swung her into one of the spikes. She grunted as it slammed into her side, but she twisted and punched her elbow into his shoulder. The man winced but held on, swinging her again at the wall. This time Anko put her arms out and caught herself. Ino boggled as the transformed woman's hands sank into the stone instead of snapping in half. She didn't so much as budge when the Chunin tried to swing her again and the sudden resistance made him stumble off-center. Anko twisted, while still buried up to her wrists in stone, and whipped around a kick that caught the man on the thick of his neck. In a second Anko was using him as leverage to launch herself off the Doton wall and straight at the gate at the back of the alley. It was over in a matter of moments. Anko was panting like a dog, but she was touching the gate. The Chunin that had gotten hit with her Doton was just starting to stir, but the other one let out a groan and rolled his neck. He smiled at her. "You won't tell our supervisor, will you?" Anko huffed a bit more, but waved him off. "You were good for a lesson, so I suppose I won't. You need to work on your threat detection, though." She turned to the one her spears had managed to nail. "And you need to limber up. Mark me down as reserving the training ground for the rest of the day and clean up this mess. Come on, Ino." Meekly, Ino scurried over and Anko pushed her through the gate. A wide, urban space opened up before her. It was about 2 acres, with windowless buildings ringing the edges. Here and there Ino spotted the swaths of black, swirling ink that denoted sealing jutsu. "They strengthen the stone on the buildings," Anko explained. She had dropped the henge and she pointed out a few of the larger seals. "That big one there is a sound dampener. The one next to it seals vibrations. There are a dozen training grounds like this one all over the village that you can use once you make Chunin." Ino looked down at her feet. "I'm not really smart enough to get how any of that works," she muttered. "I'm not Sakura." The woman hummed. "But you're smart enough to realize why I crippled myself and turned into that annoying little traitor for the demonstration. That's something. I thought I was going to have to explain it to you. I still don't believe Sakura could do all of that. The Katon and the Doton and everything." Anko shrugged. She walked out into the training ground, tapping some of the obstacles with her foot and examining others. "Maybe I fudged her abilities from her files," she allowed, "but I don't think I was too far off. I know how physically strong she is, I know a few of the jutsu she can use, and I know she has at least 2 chakra affinities. She can do that Doton without any hand seals." Ino stopped walking. "How do you even do jutsu without seals? That's what we're paying you to figure out." Ino grumbled, "You're not paying me anything." Something hit Ino square in the stomach and she yelped from the sharp pain of it. She jerked her head up at Anko, who was nearly juggling a handful of stones. You're the one who wanted something other than Ryo, she said. It's not my fault you wanted to take the mystery box instead of the suitcase full of cash. Now come on. You're burning daylight feeling sorry for yourself. You remember what we were talking about out there in the alley before you turned into a massive, bitching child. Ino bristled at the barb, but after seeing Anko in actions he didn't want to push the woman. Now while she still had stones to throw at her. Sure. Why not? We were talking about teammates and how my dad was so much better at being a ninja when he was my age. Right. And he was, for the record. The important thing is that he managed that without the whole Inoshikacho formation backing him up. He developed jutsu and techniques he could use with other ninja or even by himself. What jutsu can you do without any support? Ino pursed her lips. Academy jutsu, she muttered, which was laughable even to her. Did she really not know anything other than how to make some rudimentary clones in a henge? Anko's smile wasn't kind. And can you use your chakra to climb walls or hang upside down? Put more power in your body to run and jump. Ino shook her head. How about any elemental ninjutsu? Got any non-clan genjutsu, even? You already know the answer to all of that, Ino growled. She was getting really sick of this. But Anko was unfazed by her heat. Of course I do. But I think you really need to understand what kind of work you're setting yourself up for. Harano can already do all of that and more while you haven't even brushed up against the theory behind a lot of it. You won't catch up to her in a day, or a few weeks, or even a few months. You'll have to work twice as hard for twice as long before you even see the light of day at the end of the tunnel, and there is zero guarantee that you even have her same raw aptitude. Which, from where I'm standing right now, I don't see. Don't say she's better than me, Ino snarled, low and dangerous. That kind of tone would have warned off Shikamaru or Koji, but the infuriating woman was simply staring at her with a "or what" expression. Ino leapt at her with a scream. Anko twisted to the side, batting away Ino's swipes and punches like stray gnats buzzing by her head. The kicks she just blocked and Ino's shins were a ruddy reds and purples in a matter of moments. At least you have some backbone, Anko taunted as she continued to dance between Ino's assaults. I can work with backbone. I can work with anger and whatever other hang-ups on that Harano girl you've got rattling around in your little brat brain. The toe of Ino's sandal nearly clipped Anko's face after that one. The woman bent down and her hand came up, slamming into the meat of Ino's calf and sending the girl toppling over. Anko rubbed her chin while Ino hugged her leg to her chest. Oh ho, did I hit something too tender? Nearly got me with that one. Not bad. She was smiling, which didn't translate to any kind of positive emotions with Mitarashi Anko. In fact, I want you to get up. Come on, up, up, up. Ino gasped when Anko hauled her upright by the scruff of her shirt. She was roughly brushed off by the taller woman, which really just felt like another assault of slaps and laughing, until she was more or less clean of rocks and soot. Ino still favored her numb leg as Anko went searching through her coat pockets. I know I have one in here somewhere, she mumbled. Ino had never seen such a messy coat. The umbu was pulling out scrolls and weapons and tags like she were a magician. Is that chain mail? Ino thought as she caught a glimpse of black mesh lining the inside. And she was so fast even wearing that thing. Got it. Here. Ino rocked back as Anko pushed something into her hand. It was just a ripped piece of paper, but the woman grinned at it like it were a trophy. Go on. Put some chakra into it. Finally, Ino recognized that weird feeling she got from it. This is Benri tree paper, isn't it? Anko made an impressed little noise and Ino frowned. The Nara farm the stuff for the village. Of course I know what it is. Anko rolled her eyes. So petulant. Can't even give you a compliment. You know what I want you to do, so get to it. Ino's frown deepened and she glared down at the little torn bit of paper. Her family didn't use elemental jutsu. Neither did the Nara or the Akimichi. Yin and Yang jutsu were the basis of all of their fighting styles and learning anything different could actually alter the internal chakra coil system, or so Ino had always been told. I could mess up my family's jutsu if I start learning elemental jutsu. Not my problem. You want a certain result as payment, the ability to beat Haruno Sakura. Unless you want to take her on with your team, you need to be well-rounded. You want to get her that way, you don't even need me. You three are probably good enough to take a new Chunin like her. Just ambush her on the way home or something. Steal her lunch money or dump her in a trash can. I don't care. Go be a kid. If you want something else other than just kicking her ass, you'll have to work for it. You wanna work for it, you run some chakra through that piece of paper and I maybe teach you something. Anko smiled. And maybe I tell you how much Umbu wants to recruit you in a few years. Ino's head shot up, but Anko wasn't talking anymore. She just stood there, arms crossed, eyebrow cocked. You're lying. Anko's eyebrow cocked higher. My family hasn't had anyone in the Umbu for a generation. That you know about, Anko cooed. But I won't make you do it. In fact, I would rather you tore that piece of paper up and ran back home, because your father will wring my neck when he finds out you're learning something other than the Yamanaka clan jutsu. So this isn't for my shits and giggles. The paper was rough, it picked at Ino's skin as she ran her thumb over it. And this will help me beat Sakura. Let me put it this way, you won't have a ghost of a chance using just the stuff your family will teach a genin. Maybe some of the more advanced mind swap techniques would be good in a one-on-one fight, but you won't be able to pull those off for a few years. And what will Haruno Sakura be doing in those years? Getting better and better. Pulling away from me. Her chakra pooled in her fingertips. Ino swallowed the spit that had been pooling in the bottom of her mouth as she'd worried her lip, listening to Anko. She could be a Yamanaka and her own ninja, couldn't she? If she was half as incredible and talented as people had been telling her for most of her life, shouldn't she be able to? Her chakra dipped into the paper. She felt a small tingle race down her arm, the tiniest electric jolt. The gate exploded backwards and half a body sailed over Ino's head. Something wet landed in her hair and splashed down into the paper in her hand. A red, leaking lump of flesh that slid through her fingers and wetly thumped down to the asphalt. The reek of bile and refuse hit her nose and she staggered back from the piece of human stomach now laying at her feet. She stared at it, blessedly disjointed and in shock. She took 2 deep breaths through her mouth and goggled at how everything sounded like she was underwater. Her eyes slid up to Anko, who was screaming at her, and then over to the hole in the training ground where the gate had been. 3 men was standing there now, all splattered with blood and gore. The other half of the Chunin guard was slumped on the ground beside them, just a pair of twitching legs and a bit of pelvis. It was split open like a flower. And then she heard the screaming. She only realized belatedly that it was her own. It was Anko's yelling in her face, sharp like the crack of a whip, brought her back from the edge. Grab the fucking folders and get small. Anko threw Ino away toward the side of the training ground where she'd set down the Umbu files and then she was running toward the gate, fingers dancing with seals. Ino heard horrible, terrible things from behind as she crawled toward the folders. The shadow of a body in limp freefall lazily crossed her path and she tried to block out the sound of it hitting the ground beside her in multiple pieces and the splash of warm blood on her legs. Flesh met flesh right overhead. She heard Anko's grunting and straining and the muffled gargles of someone else. You're too fucking slow. The woman growled, and then Ino was once again picked up and tossed. She hit the side of the training ground hard enough to feel the pops in her joints. An explosion of wind whipped her around so that she was pinned up against the stone. Glass and rubble split her skin and more blood began staining her shirt. The sudden windstorm ended in a heartbeat and Ino dropped to the ground in a heap. Folders, folders. She looked around, there. They were a few feet away. Her mind latched onto the multicolored folders fluttering in the dying wind. She gathered 1, 2, all 3 of them and pressed them up against her chest. Anko would be back soon. She would fix whatever this was. She would take her back to her papa. Back to the hospital to get everything fixed. She heard the crunch of shoes on pavement and looked up. The Sunanin standing over her was bleeding from his ears and neck, but his kunao shimmered in the sun. Not even the rising plumes of black smoke belching out from the heart of the village behind him could dull that gleam as it shot toward Ino's face. Loyalty 32, the war. Sakura pressed her hand down harder on Shikamaru's throat. Blood seeped out around her fingers and she could feel the pulse of his life as she fought to keep his main artery inside his neck. Around her, the Nara compound was in burning shambles. Whatever buildings had survived the first raid were now reduced to their foundations by the battle raging around her. Cracks of jutsu thundered in the forest, sending up smoke and dirt and broken trees like weeds pulled from a garden. Two had nearly smashed her and Shikamaru already, and it was only thanks to a quick doton that they had any cover at all. But Sakura's brain was tuning out the death around her. Her focus was whittled down to the thump, thump, thump of Shikamaru's heart. She hadn't seen who had done it to him, or even what he'd been cut with, but in the smoke and the chaos of Suna's initial attack she'd seen him go down in a spray of blood. The boy's eyes listlessly drifted back and forth. Whenever he tried to close them, Sakura would slap him on the side of his face to keep him awake. His skin was pale and he was shivering, despite having Sakura's vest draped across him and the midday spring heat. Sakura tented his legs to keep what blood he had left where it needed to be. If he lost them, then so be it. He'd still be alive. Another horrible impact rattled the cramped rock dome overhead. Sakura cringed over Shikamaru's body as bits and pieces of her shelter skittered across her back. There were shouts and screams as people died around them. Sakura didn't know where Shikaka was, or where she could get Shikamaru help. Suna wasn't taking prisoners. Before her doton had gone up, she'd watched the medical tent go up in flames. Nara that had gotten injured in the first attack had been in there. The stench of burning bodies made it into the shelter with fresh air. Hinata tried to say something. Sakura could feel the girl's jaw moving under her fingers. "Just be quiet," Sakura whispered, clenching the girl tighter as the stone shook from another nearby jutsu impact. "I'm going to get you out of here. Kurane-sensei can't be far behind me. And the Umbu are looking for you too. I must really be in a bad spot." Sakura blinked. She pushed herself up and stared at Shikamaru's face. Not Hinata. Not the desert. She took a deep breath, trying her best to mentally block out the smell of the burning people outside. "You're going to be fine, Shikamaru," she muttered. The boy coughed. Sakura didn't know if he'd tried to laugh or if he was starting to go hypothermic. He was shivering. "Liar. You caught me." She pulled her vest on him tighter and lifted one of her fingers. There was a slow ooze of blood there now, not the river from a few minutes ago. Sakura didn't know if that was good or not. "Do you think you can hold your neck for a few seconds? I need to make you some bandages." Another cough, but Sakura was sure it was a laugh this time. "Sure, put the dying guy to work." His right hand slowly slid out from under his makeshift blanket and he groped in the low light. Sakura had to maneuver him to his wound herself. "Hold tight, Shikamaru. Tighter than that. Don't let go." Sakura ripped at her shirt, taking both her sleeves off. Shikamaru gurgled and she slapped her hands back down on top of his. She felt blood flowing again, but now she had something to stop the bleeding with. The boy groaned as Sakura finished the first knot on his bandage. "A bit tight. 2 fingers." It took Sakura a moment to realize what he was talking about. She hissed and untied her knot until she could wedge 2 of her fingers between his skin and the bandage. She couldn't have him passing out. Not now. The ground still shook with impacts, but it was clear to Sakura that the fighting was moving farther away. She didn't know if that meant the Nara had beaten Suna back or if the compound was a total loss. Sakura knew she could take a look, but if there were still Sunanin around she couldn't get away with Shikamaru. If they found out where they were hiding. Check, and see what's going on, out there. Don't worry about me. Sometimes Sakura thought that Shikamaru wasn't nearly as lackadaisical as he'd shown at the academy. She pushed her chakra out into the ground as far as it would go, which was a few yards at most. Shikamaru was watching. "You're a censor," he rasped. "That's pretty convenient." "Not a censor. I just know a few tricks," Sakura murmured, still searching. She had a decent picture of the area and didn't feel any other pools of chakra in her range. That didn't mean much, but it gave her the courage to open a small hole in her shelter. The Nara compound was a hellscape. The destruction Sakura had seen begin was now complete, nothing remained standing. The broken bodies of the Nara were scattered like strewn toys in a playroom. They didn't have a chance, Sakura thought, wiping her eyes. The only consolation was that she didn't immediately see Shikaku's face among the dead. But in the distance was something much, much worse, thick pillars of smoke rising from Konoha, like demonic snakes straining to swallow the sun. Those have to be munitions depots, Shikamaru rasped. He had managed to get to one shaken elbow to see for himself. His eyes snapped from one corpse to another and Sakura had no idea how he was staying together mentally. Shikamaru, I'm sorry about Dash. Don't. He was still staring out at the corpses, but Sakura could see that he was having trouble focusing. I didn't see your dad or your mom out there, she murmured. His shoulders tensed, but then he took a breath and pulled back from the hole. Sakura didn't try and fill the silence with talk. Shikamaru was looking a bit more lucid and he even weakly adjusted his bandage a few times, so she just let him concentrate on that until he was ready. Mom was evacuated to the Akimichi compound, he finally said. So were the kids and the old people. Dad knew something like this might happen. Sakura shifted. Shikamaru, I've got to go. My mom, she's at the hospital with Ino's dad. If Shikamaru read into that any he didn't show it. Think you can move? His face tensed. I have to, don't I? What's the plan? Sakura looked around at their hiding place. The soil was readily usable by Doton. We're going to try going underground. She started molding chakra into the ground and pushed deeper into the dirt, which split and moved under her hands like it was thick and sticky art clay. Shikamaru looked at the tunnel Sakura was making dubiously. How fast can you go like this? And won't someone hear you? By myself I can go about as fast as I can jog. If I have to make an actual tunnel that you can move in, maybe half that. Sakura was already down past her feet and she heard Shikamaru crawling along with her. Stay here until I come and get you. Don't go to sleep. We're going to come out in the trees. 10 minutes later Sakura had a full tunnel running under the coverless desolation of the battlefield. Shikamaru managed to crawl through on hands and knees while Sakura guarded the exit, then she collapsed the whole thing. There wouldn't be any going back. Shikamaru was leaning up against a tree and breathing hard. He was resolutely not looking back out over the clearing. I know where we are, he said. There are hidden game trails further in that will take us into any of the training grounds. We should go to training ground 8. Sakura let him take point. They fell into a standard two-person formation, with Sakura taking the lion's share of the detection work while Shikamaru looked for his game trail. Sounds of distant battle in the village rattled their nerves with every blast and tremor that shook the wood. They both steadfastly refused to talk. Sakura was consumed with her own thoughts and she assumed Shikamaru had more on his mind as well. They started the invasion without telling me, she now realized. Suna had begun early, too early. Nothing was ready. Had they discovered the double cross? Had this been their plan the whole time? Did Root know? Could she get a message to Shikaku? Was Shikaku even alive? Was her mother alive? Was Inoichi? Ino? Everyone else she knew? The not knowing threatened to eat her up from inside. Conflicting feelings of relief and fury muddied her mental state further. Kakashi was off somewhere outside the village with Sasuke and Naruto. If he'd been here, could he have helped? Would Sasuke-kun be fighting right now? Shikamaru held up his hand and stooped down. Sakura followed suit and crawled forward to him. What is it? She whispered. The boy pointed at the trail ahead. Someone's been here. Recently. Can you find out? Sakura focused her chakra and sank a few inches into the ground, turning the soil to loose gravel and sand under her legs. When she was deep enough, she started digging, trusting Shikamaru to stay out of sight. A dozen or so yards down the game trail Sakura found her, a Sunanin, bandaging herself under a tree. As far as Sakura could tell she was alone and not expecting company. Her medical kit was spread out on the ground and she was stitching up her leg. Sakura was watching her from a small peephole a yard away, but her chakra was spread around the tree like a bowl with the Sunanin in the middle. Surrounded, but not yet alerted to the danger. It would be a risk. The woman was wearing a vest, but Sakura didn't know if this was a Chunin or a Jounin. She was wounded, but not if it was debilitating enough to give Sakura the edge. Then she saw the woman wince as she moved her leg to begin another cross-stitch. The ground underneath the Sunanin wriggled like a disturbed pond. The tree she was leaning against groaned as a prison of stone erupted out of the ground, grasping. "There you are!" the woman shouted. She dodged Sakura's jutsu and launched a fistful of kunao straight at her. Sakura only just managed to duck back down into her burrow. A hand thrust itself down into the dirt and clamped Sakura's elbow. She was yanked up out of the ground like a stunned turnip and the Sunanin's free hand slammed into her stomach, stunning her. Another hand came up and grabbed Sakura by her throat. "Caught the wannabe hero. You need to work on your concealment, Oto. And learn not to jump at some bad acting." Sakura's feet kicked in the air and the woman's arm lowered a hair. Just close enough that the tip of Sakura's toe could touch the ground. The Sunanin let out a strangled grunt as a thin spear of stone cut through her leg. She dropped Sakura and snapped the pencil-thick lance, but Sakura was already running through seals. Doton. Earth shell coffin. This time the ground surged up in a broad, crushing wave. The Sunanin jumped back and Sakura followed her. She kicked out at the spit of stone still skewering the woman and managed to clip it hard enough to make the woman clip off again. The woman landed hard on her feet a few feet away. She stumbled as her leg collapsed out from under her. She snarled, but her hand was in her vest, pulling out a small red tube. An emergency flare. Sakura exploded into a full sprint, but she wouldn't make it. The woman already had the flare pointed up at the sky and was pulling on the string. And then she stopped for a heartbeat. Sakura bowled into her and knocked the flare away, but she heard a gasp from the nearby bushes. "Stop hitting her!" Shikamaru grunted. The woman's lips moved with his words and Sakura recognized what had happened. She fell back. "Good one, Shikamaru," she panted. The Sunanin looked pretty silly crawling around on the ground as Shikamaru joined the two of them, his shadow growing thicker and more stable the closer he got. "I can do this for another 2 minutes at the most," he gasped, and Sakura took at that as her cue to get to work. She disarmed and sank the furious woman down to her neck, spread eagle under the ground with her hands sticking out of the dirt at the wrists. She packed the dirt and stone so tight the veins on the woman's neck began to bulge. Sakura used one of her sleeves as a gag. Shikamaru had started to shake with the strain of his jutsu and he collapsed when Sakura gave him the clear. He was lucid enough to stare a hole in the woman, though. "What are you going to do with her?" Frankly, Sakura hadn't exactly planned that far. She was just happy they'd stopped that flare from going off and that the Sunanin was contained. Through the ground, she could feel every twitch of the woman's body. "Why are you asking me?" Sakura muttered. Shikamaru gave her a look. "Because you're the Chunin here. And between the two of us, I'm pretty sure you're thinking the clearest," he said, making a gesture behind him to the smoking ruins Sakura could still see between the trees. "Thinking the clearest." Sakura looked down at the gagged, defiant Sunanin. They didn't have time to get her to talk, Sakura didn't know her well enough to hedge. She would be dangerous if left behind. The ground swallowed the woman up in a rush. Sakura moved her squirming, panicking body underneath one of the massive trees and sealed her tomb tight. Shikamaru didn't say anything, but he at least looked disturbed at the casual meeting out of death. Sakura let him be disturbed and pulled her chakra back from the dying woman under her feet. Shikamaru did groan when Sakura put his arm back over her shoulder. "Come on, we're getting out of this forest." She was probably a rear guard. "You don't know that. But it's nice to believe it, isn't it?" Sakura muttered, pulling him forward. She was watching the falling darkness between the trees intently. "Just keep an eye out for Kuratsuki and we'll get home." Shikamaru didn't bother asking who that was. He looked back at the blank patch of dirt where the Sunanin had been just a moment before, and then at the plumes of smoke he could still see from his home. He told himself he'd ask if they managed to make it out of the forest alive. Chapter 33. Konoha's city gate was splayed open like the ribcage of a slaughtered animal. Its blood, though, was human. Over a dozen ninja, Konoha, and Suna, were scattered across the dirt road entrance like broken dolls, the red streaks of their blood painted across the shattered gate like war paint. Sakura quietly watched a steady trickle of fleeing civilians from out the gate from the tree line. No one was attacking them, they left in knots of 3 or 4, sometimes more, with pull carts, wheelbarrows, or carrying sacks between them with whatever worldly possessions they could take. None stopped to look too hard at the bodies littering their road out. It wasn't something Sakura blamed them for, either, not with Konoha still shuddering with explosions every few minutes. Even from outside Sakura could see flashes of fire and lightning over the walls as the war raged inside. "Think it's safe to get inside?" Shikamaru asked, looking remarkably put together for someone so ashen from blood loss. The torn sleeve around his neck was dyed red, but it looked like the worst of the bleeding had stopped. Sakura had even managed to put a few field sutures in when they'd made it to training ground 8. It wasn't the best needle work, but it was better than nothing in case he had to fight, but that was a last resort. She had to plan everything as if she were fighting alone and with someone to protect. And she didn't like the idea of walking through that gate. "No, but there's not really a choice," she mumbled. She slipped her vest off and stripped it of whatever supplies she could before hiding it in some bushes. Her headband she kept and folded it up inside her weapon pouch. Shikamaru's followed soon after. He took the pouch from her and tucked it inside his own, Nonchanin, vest. The plan was, with Shikamaru using her as a crutch and all the blood already on their clothes, to pass as refugee children. The civilians didn't give them second looks as they stumbled out of the woods together, or when they started hobbling toward the village rather than away from it. One old man did try and catch Sakura's arm when she passed under the gate, but she pretended to be scared and pulled away with Shikamaru. That luck did not hold, however. A man was on the other side of the gate, standing in the shadow of the wall where it had been impossible for the pair to see him from outside. 2 Sunanin with him were scanning the crowd. The man clearly wasn't a ninja, but he held himself with a puffed-up importance that. His eyes slid over Sakura, but when they ticked to Shikamaru it was clear what was going on. "That one!" he shouted, pointing. "That boy over there. He's a Konohanin. A Nara." Immediately the 2 Sunanin flashed over to them. Civilian refugees scattered like frightened ants, even though some of them spit curses at the traitor that had alerted the screeners. They didn't dare put themselves between Shikamaru and the Sunanin, though. Shikamaru tensed for a fight, but Sakura latched onto him, pressing the incriminating weapon pouch securely between them. "Not my brother!" she screamed. The inside of her cheek was bleeding from where she'd bit down hard, but it brought out the tears just like she'd been taught back at the academy. "Get away from him!" One of the Suna pair still had Shikamaru's arm, but the other was a few feet away, looking annoyed at the potential goose chase. He narrowed his eyes at Shikamaru, who was doing an excellent job of acting as torpid as he looked, swaying in Sakura's arms as she tugged against the Sunanin and muttering to himself with unfocused eyes staring at nothing. Another loud crack split the air a few blocks over, close enough that Sakura could see some rubble patter on the village cobblestone a few yards away. It was enough to get the civilians bold in their pushing and shouting. They pressed up against the Sunanin and Sakura felt the one gripping Shikamaru jostle loose. Rather than follow them, the two tried to get the crowd back under control. Sakura and Shikamaru pushed past thighs and legs until they were out the stream and ducked into a ruined alleyway. They could still hear the faint yelling of the puffed-up civilian screaming that they were ninja over the shouting and cursing of the escaping villagers. "That was too close," Shikamaru grumbled. He took a kunai out from the weapon pouch before passing it over. It fit into a pocket inside his vest where he could easily grab it next time. Sakura nodded. "Way too close," she agreed. "We have to avoid checkpoints like that. Anyone with some sense is going to realize we aren't related. We don't know how many more traitors we have, either. Think he was working with Suna the whole time. I didn't recognize him. He recognized you." Shikamaru gave Sakura a flat look. "My vest has the family crest on it." Sakura returned it. "Maybe you should get rid of it then." Another not-so-distant crash of jutsu punctuated Sakura's point and Shikamaru let out a deep groan. He tugged off his vest and tossed it into a pile of cardboard boxes in the alley. They didn't linger after that. The pair used the alleyways as much as they could, not daring to go up onto the rooftops. A few times they saw ninja jumping over the gaps in the buildings overhead, but they were always gone before either could get a look at what village they belonged to. It was through unspoken agreement that they didn't call out whenever it happened, and they continued on through the ruined city. Fire and destruction made it slow going. Streets that either remembered were gone, either covered with collapsed buildings or completely blown away by fighting. The sheer mass of Konoha civilian humanity kept things difficult as well. Looters didn't care about being seen either, flooded the back alleyways like rats leaving a sinking boat, arms full and not giving two children a second look or care. Things became more dangerous for the two when they had to venture out into a single street not destroyed by a collapsed apartment block. Hundreds of pushing, screaming people were funneled through a space narrower than two wagons next to each other. Twice Sakura and Shikamaru almost lost each other in the press, and she heard the boy grunt when someone elbowed him in the neck. They were small, though, and had training on how to move through a crowd. Shikamaru was lanky enough to squeeze between bodies, and Sakura could duck between legs. Someone at the far end of the crowd screamed, not an unusual sound, normally, but something in the man's pain shriek tapped into the primal instincts of whoever heard it. Other shrieks started, and Sakura stood on her tiptoes to look back the way they'd just came. Bodies were flying in every direction. "We've got to move off the street," she yelled at Shikamaru. The press of bodies felt like cement as the entire flow reversed on itself and started shoving back the way it came. People in the far front didn't see the danger and pushed back, snarling everything. A large woman crashed down into the crowd a few feet back. A meaty smack of her body slamming into others sent the frenzy even higher. That was the final unnerving straw for both Sakura and Shikamaru. They leapt up out of the crowd and onto an awning overhanging a nearby shop. The crowd didn't pay the two any mind in its blind panic, but they knew better. They were up on the roof in moments, shaken and praying that no one had seen them. Sakura gripped her kunai so hard her knuckles creaked. Shikamaru was on his stomach, watching the far side of the roof and trying to control his breathing. More screams came from the crowd below, but no Sunanin followed. Slowly, carefully, Sakura pulled a hand mirror out from her pouch and held it up. In its reflection, she could see the bodies the fleeing crowd was leaving behind, and the Sunanin who had prompted the panic. "Gaara," Sakura muttered. He was alone on the street, but Sakura knew better than that. He was being watched by other Sunanin, surely. He was their ace, their leverage. He seemed like a demon. He calmly walked up the street with a cloud of sand floating around him, stamping out life wherever it was in his path. People pleading for their lives were crushed by it without passion and seemingly without notice from the boy. It reminded Sakura of a meat market and butchers casually cleaving off cuts for their customers. Sakura's hand began to shake. She was terrified of this boy, horrified by the screams of wailing death from the street below, rendered useless by the casualness of his murder. Orochimaru had marked him as a high-priority target for Oto agents during the invasion, but Sakura discovered that she wanted no part of him. Let some other Otonin do it. She wanted to communicate that wordless terror to Shikamaru, but the boy wasn't paying attention to her mirror anymore. He was hunched over, eyes closed, fingertips on one hand touching the fingertips on the other almost like he was praying. Sakura's eyes flicked back to the mirror as Gaara walked right past their building. She certainly didn't lose any respect for Shikamaru for reaching out to God right now. She prayed a bit herself for Gaara to keep walking on by. But her prayers weren't answered. Shikamaru was on his feet. As if it were nothing at all, he sighed and walked straight off the roof and landed in the middle of the street behind Gaara. Unnecessarily, Shikamaru called out, "Hey," to the boy, as if he just wanted to start a friendly chat. Gaara didn't answer other than to slowly turn around, seeming to rotate in the middle of a whirlwind of sand. His eyes didn't blink, his face didn't move. He was a doll carved out from quiet violence as he stared a hole through the Nara. Shikamaru didn't look up at Sakura's position, nor did he call out for any help. He just went to a knee and formed a bird seal. His shadow shot out, quick as an arrow, and speared into Gaara's. The Suna boy's body went limp for a moment before ironing out to ape Shikamaru, though not without a lot of jittery effort. His face was finally showing emotion, a deep, deep rage. No time was wasted by Shikamaru. He jumped back, high into the air, and let himself fall hard on the ground without protecting anything, arms splayed out. In Gaara's position, that put his head on a dangerous collision course with a broken wagon clogging the road. It probably would have at least knocked him out, if not more, had it worked. The sand around Gaara swirled and flattened the carriage behind him with the force of an angry desert god. It was crushed into splinters and Gaara landed softly on a bed of sand. From the rooftop, Sakura watched as Shikamaru threw himself into wilder and more dangerous attempts to deal with Gaara. He even tried to get the boy to stab himself with a broken spike of rebar, only for the sand to stop that as well. A minute of such attempts only served to make the pit of Gaara's mute hatred wider. Shikamaru was breathing hard. Gaara's mouth wasn't copying Shikamaru's movements anymore and Sakura could see her friend shaking from keeping the rest of the boy from breaking loose. "There's a weakness to every jutsu," he muttered. "Mother is protecting me," Gaara said back, voice even and low. Conversationally. The only sounds left in the evacuated street were the soft moans of the dying. "She wants your blood," he added, after a thought. At that moment, Sakura realized Shikamaru was going to die. Somehow Gaara was able to negate whatever kind of damage Shikamaru could try and do to him before the shadow binding failed. Clearly the boy was a master at using Doton Jutsu if he could control sand so precisely even while he couldn't move by himself. Whatever Doton was controlling that sand was better than anything Sakura even knew a jutsu was theoretically capable of. Shikamaru clenched his teeth shut. He stared hard at Gaara for a few heartbeats and then slowly started to walk backwards. "You're going to die," Gaara observed as he walked. It didn't even seem like he was fighting the jutsu anymore, so confident in his abilities. The shadow on the ground was stretched until it was only about as thick as Shikamaru's arm. The boy's entire body was trembling from the effort, but then he turned his head to the side. Gaara's eyes widened a fraction as he finally beheld the fire hydrant he was now standing next to. "Sakura! Get ready!" Shikamaru shouted, just as Gaara started to actively fight the binding again. Shikamaru threw himself to the side as hard as he could, with Gaara copying him, face heading straight for the top lug nut of the hydrant. The sand smashed into the steel hydrant with the same force it hit the carriage with. Gaara landed softly at first, but a sharp blast of water cut through his sand like a battering ram, slamming into his chest and throwing him back. The sand around him struggled to catch him and he landed with a wet smack on the rapidly hardening lump of sand. Sakura didn't know why she moved. She had been firmly committed to hiding at first, having written Shikamaru off and then moving on to how she would tell Ino. Now she had leapt down to the street and was running toward Gaara, kunai outstretched without a moment's thought or consideration. "I need to kill him," her inner voice whispered. It was her mission. He was Suna's secret weapon and no one had come to his rescue yet. It was the most golden of all chances. The kunai arced down. A lance of sand came up, but Sakura whipped her arm around and went around it, driving the point home into the boy's stomach. It stopped dead on Gaara's shirt. Sakura pressed down with all the power she could muster and she saw the fabric chip off like the shell of an egg before a hammer blow caught her in the side and flipped her away like a gnat. She skidded on the water-slick street until Shikamaru managed to brace her. "Well," Shikamaru mumbled, "crap." Gaara was slow to get to his feet. An outer layer of something, like cracked porcelain, fell off of him. His clothes, his skin, his face, his hair, all of it had been covered. What was underneath was unsullied, unhinged, and unbothered with the waterspout blanketing the entire area. The sand wasn't as fast when it came for the two of them, but it was now a blunt, hard battering ram rather than the thin whip it had been when Gaara had been clearing the crowd. It smashed into the building behind Sakura and Shikamaru like a bull, missing them by heartbeats but goring the entire structure down to the foundation and struts. Shikamaru had barely gotten out of the way. Gaara's wild eyes tracked that, and another wild lash of hard sand came straight for him, plowing over cobblestone and dead villages as it bounced between levitation and a slither. Sakura rammed straight into the boy and sent him toppling out of the way. A wall of dirt and stone came up in front of her, but the wet sand had too much force and it went through Sakura's Doton like paper. Lumps of debris pelted the area, mixing with the growing river and turning to mud. Gaara stomped forward, more and more sand coming up out of the water in hard, deadly pellets. He whipped out his arm and rope of sand churned the water, tripping both Sakura and Shikamaru off their feet. A thick coil grasped Sakura's leg and she was high up in the air, upside down and hanging. Her body lurched as she was whipped like she was a toy on a string being tormented by an angry child. She came down hard on the mud and rock she'd just gathered up. Suddenly the grip of the sand loosened. Shikamaru had caught Gaara again in his shadow binding and was keeping the boy's hands locked to his side. Sakura quickly moved to cut through her earthen shackle with a doton. But then, for the first time, Sakura's chakra touched Gaara's sand. Suddenly her entire mind was awash with a nonsensical, shrieking voice that pressed into her mind like water filling an empty cup. It ripped at her consciousness, clawed at the edges of her vision. It was insanity. Undeluded, unbridled insanity. Be silent. The answering shout from Sakura's inner voice cut through the noise as if someone had put a filter on a bad telephone connection. Whatever was at the other end of the line, though, paused for a moment. Tentatively the pure crazy started to creep back, but then, inner Sakura seemed to fill all the space itself. When whatever was in Gaara's chakra touched Sakura's mind again, it got grabbed. It left her mind a screaming, garbled mess, and clarity returned to the girl in full. What the hell did you do to him? Shikamaru wondered. Sakura had no idea what the boy was talking about at first until the cotton in her ears started to clear. Her eyes refocused on Gaara, screaming, shrieking, clawing at his forehead like a madman. The sand around Sakura's leg melted off in clumps. There was no chakra within it anymore. But something in the Sunanin crystallized. Gaara broke free from the shadow binding with desperate, inhuman shriek. The sand loomed back in an instant, in a far greater amount than ever before, shadowing the entire street in a blanket of darkness. Someone high above on the rooftops bellowed, "Bind him again, Shikamaru." And the boy again tried to reach out with his shadow through the shade. It touched just as a huge lance of sand nearly skewered Sakura, but the tiny, momentary lapse of concentration it caused was good enough. An enormous fist slammed down into the boy from above, crashing through the sand. It was so large it clipped the sides of the buildings on either side of the street and it set the ground rippling like a massive wave of mud, water, and cobblestone. It was quiet in the wake of Gaara's flattening. Only the busted hydrant, still spewing water, and the settling buildings around the impact made noise. The massive fist shrank back to its normal form, which was still large, and the battered form of Akimichi Choza appeared from it. The Jounin landed beside the crater he'd just created and made a face. "Still alive," he said, not sounding particularly happy at the fact. Shikamaru flopped back into the water with a happy sigh. "You have better timing than Koji, Choza-san." That made the massive man crack a smile. "You bit off more than you two could chew with this one," he said. He hopped down into the hole and came up a few minutes later with an unconscious Gaara. Blood was dripping from his mouth and nose, but Sakura saw his chest moving over Choza's shoulder. "He's out cold. I was told not to knock him out, but here we are. Are you all right, Shikamaru?" The boy glanced at Sakura, looking curious at the poignant way Choza had ignored her. "I'm fine," he allowed. "Sakura stitched me up. Have you seen my dad?" Choza shook his head. "I'm on the civilian evacuation team, so I haven't seen him." His face drew up. "I saw smoke from your compound, though. I haven't seen my parents since Sakura got helped me get clear." Shikamaru's voice as tight as his face and mouth. "Suna attacked us. They burned all the buildings and the storehouses. Everyone else." Choza's big hand came down on the boy's shoulder. "We'll get them for this," he promised. His head jerked toward Gaara. "He's the key to bringing this all to an end. This is the Kazekige's son. The Hokage dispatched some of us Jounin to capture him and stop his rampage around the city. We're going to dash. Help! Help!" The scream came out of nowhere and both Shikamaru and Sakura jumped. Choza was already running across the street to one of the ruined shops, Gaara's limp body flopping as he went. Without putting down his cargo, he pushed his way inside and into the rubble. He put his free shoulder under one of the massive central beams that had collapsed. "When I lift, pull her out of there." It was the first time he'd directed words straight at Sakura, but she jumped to it. Choza only let out a grunt as he lifted what seemed to be the entire roof of the shop and Sakura ducked into the new crawl space. Inside the ruined building was an old woman and a few scared children that were clutching to her robes. Sakura held out her hand and the elder struggled to her feet. Thank the gods for you, girl. She coughed, shooing the children before she climbed out. There were 6 civilians in all, 5 children and their elderly keeper, standing in the middle of the road. All the children were huddled close to the women's skirts and steadfastly refused to either talk or look at the carnage around them, which Sakura could understand. Gaara's rampage had left broken corpses all over the street. You all right? Choza asked. Did you all miss your evacuation group? The woman snorted. Do you think we could have found anything in this mess? We were following the crowd out of the village when a stampede started. I pulled the little ones into that building before it fell on us. Choza muttered something about the garbage evacuation plan under his breath. Sakura could only imagine the chaos from the attack. Sunanin attacking, battles all over the city. Did you see the hospital? Sakura asked. Is it still standing? Did they move out any of the patients? The old woman frowned as the children clutched her tighter. She patted one absently on the head as she thought about it. We originally were heading there ourselves, she said. It was still standing, but the doors were open and everything on the first floor looked like it'd been cleared out in a hurry. Some of the other villagers said that everyone had been moved to the Hokage Tower. That was enough for Sakura. Then that's where I'm going. Good, Choza sighed. I'm going there too so I can dump this kid off with the Hokage. It will be safer if we travel together. Are there any Otagaku or ninja in the village? Shikamaru suddenly asked. If we see others, how will we know them? Are they wearing forehead protectors? Sakura fished hers out from her weapons pouch and slipped it on. They should have one of these, she answered, thumbing at the shiny plate of metal. I only know 3 in the village, 2 boys, Dosu, Enzaku, and a girl, Kin. She chewed her lip for a moment before adding, we don't have the best impressions of each other, but they should help. If they're still alive. If Orochimaru is holding up his end of the bargain, Choza muttered. He was still loud enough for everyone to hear, though. Sakura flinched. I'm not going to betray anyone. To her surprise, the man nodded. I don't think you would. At least, not enough to get anyone hurt. Shikamaru seems like he's alive thanks to you, so, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for the hard line I took during the council meeting. He held up his hand to stop Sakura from thanking him. But I know Orochimaru. Everyone Jounin does. No one believes for a second that he's agreed to help us out of the goodness of his heart. He's a deep thinker and no one can trust him. Especially not you, Sakura. Her 2 teammates came to mind. Dosu and his team had been ordered to gather information them and others for Orochimaru. Was he interested in the Kyuubi? Sasuke was the last of his clan, did Orochimaru want something from him? They had been warned off for now, but in the chaos of the invasion what would they do? It was only a little comfort that Kakashi had taken a mission out of the village right before the invasion. Is this really something to be talking about in the middle of the street? The reality check came, surprisingly, from the old woman. She was hugging the little children tighter to her, covering their ears where she could, but with 5 small children it was impossible. A few stared at Sakura with the same glossy, shell-shocked 1,000-mile stare. Sakura couldn't hold their eyes for more than a few seconds. Choza looked a bit shamed. She's right. We need to be moving. I don't know why Gaara was out by himself, but support can't be too far behind. As fast as we can go, Shikamaru. We'll all head to the tower. That's the best thing you've said so far, Akimichi. The woman started herding her little wards and they pressed through the confused trio of ninja. Come along, I know a shortcut a block down. My brother used to own a rice shop there. It has a private alleyway that cuts over to the next street. You want to go to the tower? Now. Sakura looked down the road, it was still heaped with bodies, but it was more or less clear. Some other civilians were even starting to get back on the road as they crawled out from their hiding spots. You could probably make it to the gate. The Sunan in there weren't stopping anyone from leaving. And trust these Suna monsters again. She spit on the cobblestone without stopping her, relatively, quick shuffling. No, I'll stay at the tower. Hell or high water. Both of the younger ninja looked to Choza, who let out an aggravated huff. He shrugged, what could they really do? Choza could have carried Shikamaru, but he was their best chance if more Sunanin attacked them. And Sakura, for all her improvement, didn't think she could carry Shikamaru all the way to the tower. So, they walked at as brisk a pace as the children could allow. The old woman, who Sakura learned was named Chika, had been a genin herself in her youth. But don't expect an old woman to carry any of your slack, she warned. My grandson was the real ninja of the family. Too bad he's not here, Sakura said. She'd meant it as just nervous filler, but the stony look Chika shot at her probably meant she'd poked a sore spot. Sorry, she murmured. Chika turned back to the road. Nothing to be sorry for, girlie. It was a long time ago. That made Sakura feel a bit better, at least he hadn't died during this mess. True to her word, there was a little fried rice restaurant a few blocks down. The door was off its hinges and the main area was ransacked, but it was still standing. What a mess, Chika sighed as she ushered the children through the kitchen and the back rooms. If the village lives through this, I'll have to hire an army to clean this place up. What would my brother think? The alleyway leading out of the back of the shop was open as well, and well-traveled. Chika walked right on by the signs of frequent ninja movement without a look, but Sakura saw them. So did Shikamaru, judging how he'd tensed up. How many people know about this passage? Choza asked. Chika shrugged. I have no idea. My brother used to let anyone cut the block through here, it brought them into his restaurant. It was a small, closed-in alleyway. No room to maneuver, no place to immediately hide. Sakura gripped her kunao tight. She could imagine Suna eyes watching their every step. Perhaps because it was the most obvious of ambush spots, the attack didn't come until they were fully out into the street. Choza was the one that set things off. One moment he was there, calmly scanning the street, and the next he was 100 yards away, standing sideways on an apartment block. His whole arm plunged into through the outside wall. There was no jutsu to it, just a pure strength that punched its way through solid concrete. He pulled it back out like he were yanking a fish out of the river, only the fish was a very surprised and panicked Sunanin. Choza set his stance and tossed him away like he was defending his shot-put champion title. The man crashed into the building next to the apartment with enough force to shatter that wall as well. In the span of heartbeats it'd taken Choza to zero in on the hidden threat and neutralize it. Sakura and Shikamaru had only just managed to put themselves between Chika and the ambusher's partner. He was a good 2 feet taller than either of them, thin and spindly. It still took both of them to block his sword, a nasty, 3-foot straight needle of steel that had nearly taken off the rest of Shikamaru's head. Sakura set her legs and pushed with all her might, giving Shikamaru enough room to slip under the sword. He wasn't the strongest, but a sharp kick toward the Sunanin's knee made the tall man give up some space. In the distance, Choza was trading blows with a third Sunanin. They were darting all over the buildings like flies on a dinner table, moving at speeds Sakura had naively thought the big man couldn't keep up with. Even with Choza's one-arm handicap, it was clear the Suna team leader could only just keep up with the Jounin. But he was keeping up. And keeping Choza away from them. Sakura knew it was going to be up to her to hold on until Choza could come back. Doton. Earth flow spears. Out in the middle of a wide street the jutsu was less than effective. The tall man slipped around the spikes like they were training dummies after his initial surprise had worn off. Sakura got her kunao up in time to deflect his first few sword strikes, but it was clear he had the advantage when it came to using weapons. The only thing keeping Sakura competitive at all was the potential threat from Shikamaru, armed and always making sure to try and stay in the Sunanin's blind spot to throw shuriken where he safely could. Sakura wasn't stupid. If this kept up, she was going to die. She was caught in the Sunanin's tempo, fighting in a way that played to his overwhelming advantage. And yet, she was holding her own. Pushing the man back in places. The only thing that made sense was that he wasn't trying to kill her. Taking a crazy risk, Sakura exposed her neck in wild thrust. No quick flick of steel that could have ended the fight. Instead, he whirled his sword and struck out with its handle. Sakura had been ready for anything and wasn't quite as off balance as she played, ducking out of the way and skipping back out of the man's reach. She set her jaw. Who ordered you to capture me? The surprise on the Sunanin's face confirmed it even if he didn't verbally answer. Now it's my advantage, Sakura thought. She threw herself at the man, consciously stepping closer into his guard than all her training taught her was safe. Taijutsu met Kenjutsu as Sakura leveraged her newfound immunity to its fullest advantage. Many times her momentum could have been stopped dead by a slash or stab, but the Sunanin was completely unwilling to so much as cut her. In a Taijutsu fight, one hand occupied by a sword he couldn't use but was equally unwilling to give up, Sakura had the advantage. The spindly Chunin went down to a knee when Sakura finally drilled a solid punch into his stomach. Doton! Sakura cried out, chakra flowing into the ground under his feet, earth flow spears. This time the man didn't have time to do his dodging act. Spikes of stone erupted from the street and cut the man all along his arms and legs as he contorted to avoid the worst of it. He wasn't skewered, but he was stuck in a spiny prison of stone for one critical moment. Abruptly, Sakura's chakra shifted directions. She sucked in a great lungful of air and felt it ignite behind her teeth. The man must have seen the flames licking from between Sakura's lips, because one moment he was picking his way out of his earthen death trap and the next his sword had lopped through them all in the blink of an eye. Sakura was already committed though, the katon was leaving her lips just as her tiger seal firmly completed the chakra circuit in her body. Time slowed to a crawl, the white-hot ball of fire hung in front of her. The heat of it was washing over her like waves, singing off any of the baby hairs on her face. She'd been forced to release it early and there hadn't been any time to focus the stream of fire to a safe distance. It would definitely hit the Sunanin, he was too close. But though the blind fire Sakura saw something. A point of steel. It was aimed right between her eyes, steady and sure even as the arm it was attached to was devoured by the hungry fire. And in that moment where Sakura began to realize she would die, someone screamed. Sakura saw the Sunanin's eyes shift to a point over her shoulder and widen, just before something like acceptance replaced their cold determination. The point shifted, Sakura felt the bite of the sword catch the meat of her cheek and go until it met bone, but instead of digging in it slid, cutting across the side of her face but not into her skull. She felt a sharp pain in her ear before the blinding light of the Sunanin catching fire a foot from her face made her vision go white. Time snapped back into place. Sakura landed flat on her back, blasted off her feet by the explosive backdraft of a human body rapidly going up in flames. She was clutching frantically at her face when sense finally came back to Sakura. Shikamaru was holding her down by the shoulders and there was a cool strip of wet cloth across her cheek. Choza leaned over her. "You're pretty lucky," he said. "You just lost a bit of ear. And that sword missed your eye by half an inch." He held out a small pill to Shikamaru. "Make her take this. It'll stop the bleeding and help with the pain. We've got to get her moving." Sakura's hand groped at the blood-soaked side of her head. She could feel her earlobe and the top, but there was a cut in the center of her right ear big enough that she could slip one of her fingers through it. Sakura supposed she was still in a bit of shock as Shikamaru helped her sit up. She felt woozy, almost faint, and the wide pool of blood that her shoulder and head had been soaking in showed the reason. Shikamaru tied off the makeshift bandage behind her head. "We're even now," he said. Sakura absently nodded, still a bit shell-shocked. Shikamaru held out a canteen and the pill Choza had given him. Sakura dutifully took it and almost instantly felt better. She was still wobbly on her feet, but Shikamaru helped her up. The body of the Sunanin was still smoldering nearby. His face was burnt beyond any recognition and his clothes were melted and caked onto his skin. His vest had been cut open and the pockets were all turned out. "We found some maps on him that survived the fire. We're taking those to the tower too." Sakura nodded. What else could she do? She was alive and the Sunanin wasn't. "They know about me," she slurred when she thought about it. She spoke louder so that Choza heard her. "They know. They know about Orochimaru's plan." The big Jounin walked back over to her. "What makes you think that?" he asked, whispering. "He had orders to capture me, not kill me." "Me? Specifically?" Gods, but did her mouth hurt. She wished she could light the bastard up a second time. One more scar to add to the pile. "He missed me on purpose at the end. I don't know what happened." Shikamaru nodded toward Chika. The woman was a good distance off with her small wards. She screamed something horrible right before you tried to catch that sword with your face. I think it freaked him out enough that he missed. That explained the distraction. Sakura wanted to thank her, but Chosa's worried face stopped her. There's nothing we can do about it, he finally murmured. Sakura and Shikamaru both gaped at him, but he shook his head at them. We need to get to the tower. Whatever is going on we can figure out there. Focus on surviving, we're only a few blocks away. Louder, he called out, we need to move faster now, Chika Obazan. The old woman looked up from comforting her children. So you're deserting us? When we're so close. Chosa walked over to the woman and reached out to ruffle the hair of one of the kids. They all still had that glossy, shell-shocked look on their little faces and he wobbled with the weight of the Jounin's hand. I won't leave you. I'm part of the evacuation task force, after all. I can carry 3 of them if they can hold on tight. Shikamaru and Sakura can each take one. The message was plain to see. Chika looked over her little clutch and smiled down at them. Well, that's settled. You children will be safe with these ninja. She pried off their little hands and pushed them toward Chosa. Sakura raised her hand. I can carry her. Ignoring Chosa's look, Sakura walked over and picked up the first kid she found, a little girl. The child felt incredibly light and she curled up into with her face buried in Sakura's shirt. She's quiet. Can you hold on to my neck? Chika shuffled over and Sakura crouched down. The old woman felt only a little bit heavier than the kid, but her arms locked like iron. Got a grip on you, Sakura grumbled. She stood back up and felt the old woman dangle, but she didn't let go. In fact, her grip got tighter. Sakura coughed and tried to roll her neck to get some air, but the old woman was firm. I need to breathe. She gagged. When the old woman didn't relent, Sakura tried to pry the woman's arm loose. A tiny hand caught her before she could. It held her firm. You Konohana are far too trusting, Chika whispered. In that moment, the child in Sakura's arms started to burst apart at the seams, skin swelling at the joints. A hideous clack, clack, clack of wooden gears filled the air and Chosa started grunting. Sakura caught a glimpse of him being swarmed by the 3 children he'd scooped up before Chika kicked the back of Sakura's knee, collapsing her. She landed in a heap next to Shikamaru, who had a little child sitting on the small of his back. Suddenly Chika was gone, but Sakura couldn't move, her own child had her too tight around the arms. It was like someone had slapped chains around her. Puppet jutsu. Chosa snarled. He had managed to snare one of the little children in his meaty hand and crushed its skull. It exploded in a shower of plastic, and internal machinery. He roared when the other 2 sprouted blades from their fingers and dug into his back and shoulders. Chika was suddenly there, right in front of the man as he fell down to his knees. She didn't look so old now, back straight and radiating confidence. She yanked Gaara off Chosa's shoulder and then felled him with a surgical kick straight to the temple. The big man fell face first to the street like a dead slab of beef. Chosa! Shikamaru screamed. The little puppets were swarming over him like ants, punching and stabbing. Get off of him, you witch! Sakura saw the old woman's finger twitch. Shikamaru screamed out in pain as the puppet holding him stabbed down into his shoulder with its blades. The thing's jaw distended as another blade emerged from its throat and poked threateningly at the back of Shikamaru's neck. He's not dead, Chika said, absently, as her attention was on Gaara. Sakura was silent as she watched the woman check the boy over, though not with any discernible care. More like a buyer inspecting for damage on something they were considering purchasing. She paid close attention to the tattoo above the boy's eyebrow. I don't know what you did to him, she said. She'd caught Sakura staring, but it serves him right for going off half-cocked and forgetting his role in things. Whatever you did to him he deserves 100 times over. Sakura let out a huff of air. Shikamaru was quiet and Chosa wasn't moving. A small pool of blood was starting to seep out from under his head. One of Chosa's puppets moved over to Sakura and yanked her up, the other was still wrapped around her midsection, keeping her arms pinned and breathing shallow. Chika walked up to her, unafraid. She'd seen Sakura use jutsu without seals and clearly didn't feel threatened. And the sword-wielding Sunanin, he'd let himself die because he'd gotten some kind of signal from this woman. I thought the Kaze cage was a man under those robes, Sakura said. The elder rolled her eyes. As if Raza would go out into the field himself. Chika was close now. Sakura's chakra thundered into the ground, but before the seals could even come to her mind for a doton, the old woman's fist was slamming into her stomach. Sakura went limp, only the two puppets were holding her up now. Don't be stupid, young lady. I've already seen your sealless jutsu. Speeding it up a fraction of a second won't do anything against me. A twitch of her fingers and the puppets brought Sakura to her knees, eye level with the old woman. Chika twisted Sakura's head this way and that, and pulled down the collar of her shirt to examine her neck. No seal. Good. This might actually work. Something sharp pierced Sakura's back and her body went completely limp. She could see and hear, but there was nothing outside the cage of her mind. No feeling, no sensations. She only discovered she'd been released when the ground rushed up to slam into her face. Chika was still in her field of vision. The old woman seemed to be done with her as her hand whipped out the puppet still on Choza flew over to Gaara. It lifted him off the ground with a strength its tiny frame didn't otherwise project. Silently, it carried Gaara over to the old woman, who was now examining a part of the street. Her hand reached down and rubbed along a manhole cover. This should be it, she muttered. One of the puppets flew over and sliced the metal cover in half like a piece of wood. Sakura's head listlessly rolled as the puppet grasping her began to levitate. We're on a tight schedule, so forgive any bumps and bruises, Chika said. We must wrap this up before his plan starts. Darkness swamped in as, for the second time in Sakura's life, she fell down into the unlit crypt of Konoha, the Yamato Works. Chapter 34, Interlude. You're too quiet. Kabuto's eyes opened a fraction. He almost smiled, almost. Have I offended in some way, Jailer-san? I thought jailers liked their prisoners silent. Across the room from him, the masked Azuki Yojao watched him with a steadiness he almost admired. The two ninja supporting her weren't worth much, but she was a small cut above the normal. Worse for him, or at least more interestingly, she had a good read on him, being his primary jailer for the duration of his incarceration. Yojao gave nothing away from behind her mask as she considered his words. Finally, she settled on, a war is ripping the village apart above our heads and you suddenly have nothing to say. No sarcastic quips, no philosophical diatribes. Just pure silence since almost the first sign of an attack. I don't buy it. She leaned forward on her bench. It's almost like you knew it would happen. But according to all the testimony you've given so far, Orochimaru is being sincere with his alliance. In fact, that's the reason you tried to defect to Danzo. You didn't agree. Kabuto's chains rattled as he shrugged. What can I say? Perhaps I still have a small kernel of nostalgia for this village? I could be grieving. Finally, he got the woman to crack. She let out an incredulous laugh and leaned back. Right. Okay. Now Kabuto could sense the impatience. All he need do is poke. Strange, though, that you are down here with two other Umbu when you could be up there, helping. This is nearly an entire Umbu team just to watch me. In such a small, limiting space. It can't be comfortable. One of the other Umbu grunted. Danzo's orders. He spat that like a curse. Which, to the village Umbu, it probably was. Yojao glanced at him. Quiet. He's trying to get in your head. Her eyes shifted back to Kabuto. You suddenly got talkative. What's the occasion? Think you can worm your way out of this? Maybe finally start whatever you and Orochimaru have planned. Kabuto hummed. That non-response seemed to annoy Yojao more than anything else. Her eyes narrowed and she rubbed her temple. You give me such a damn headache. Why are you still holding back secrets at this phase? If Suna is attacking now, whatever plans Orochimaru had have gone up in smoke. Suna will come after him next. As insane as all of this is, we have to work together to stop them. But you're being so damn obtuse. When Kabuto said nothing, Yojao got to her feet and stomped over to his cell. Her fingers were twitching, like she wanted to wring his neck through the bars. He almost wished she would try it, just to break up the boredom. Now Kabuto smiled at her. "Umbu-san, you don't look well." Yojo's body radiated confusion until the largest Umbu behind her slumped. On his way down, his head caught the edge of the bench, putting a crack on his mask. The other was in no position to help as he too wobbled and then collapsed to his knees. In an instant Kabuto was at the bars, the chains holding him in place falling off. His hands caught Yojo by the throat, although she was in no real condition to resist. He leaned in and whispered, "Carbon dioxide poisoning can be dangerous if you talk too much." But when he searched her vest pockets, he didn't find a key to the reinforced shackles keeping him from making seals. Her mask was still on, but Kabuto could feel the smugness. "Swallowed it," she said, rasping. "Get fucked." The door to the cell blew off its hinges. Fresh air poured in, but the two Umbu did not get up. Not with the kunao pressed through their throats. Nakata Beki stepped into the room after his Sunanin escort had cleared it. The air around his hands buzzed with chakra and swirling air, the same air he'd sucked out of the underground bunker. Kabuto's fingers tensed on Yojo's neck. "See? I told you that Orochimaru was the last person I expected to walk through that door." Beki was quiet while Kabuto found his key. "We have the girl," he said. Free of his chains, Kabuto stepped out of his cell. He bent down to wipe his hands off on Yojo's pants leg. "Clean," he smiled at the three Sunanin. "Well, then I suppose it's time for me to uphold my side of this bargain. Are the facilities prepared?" "We have secured Orochimaru's previous laboratories according to the map you provided." Kabuto smiled. "And the ones I neglected to mention, I'm sure. Is my side project going to be an issue?" After a moment of consideration, Beki jerked his head. "Not unless it interferes with our plans. Commander Cho has mentioned she would like to see your notes." "Of course she would. Tell her that I'd be happy to cooperate on future projects if our current arrangement ends satisfactorily." "Tell her yourself," Beki replied. His two supporting ninja appeared on either side of Kabuto. "She is heading to Laboratory Prima now. ETA is 10 minutes, so we're moving." Kabuto spread his hands in surrender to show he understood. He was still a prisoner, just one in a nicer cage. "Lead the way then, Beki-san. Let us put an end to this war together." Loyalty 34, Interlude. For the first time that day, Kakashi sat down for a rest. He didn't completely lounge, but he did allow himself a slouch on the soft bed of leaves he'd kicked together. The forest was a backdrop of pure darkness against the small, sputtering fire that had nearly burnt down to embers in front of him. It was a rare feeling. He wasn't concerned for the safety of his little group and he didn't have to constantly scan the forest for threats. The group was well watched without him focusing on it. Jiraiya flipped a page behind him. Kakashi resisted the urge to pester the man again about his newest book, even as his ears picked up the steady scratch of Jiraiya's charcoal pencil against paper. He was just happy that the Sunin had bounced one or two ideas off of him and had taken the watch for the night. "Worried about what we'll find in the village?" Jiraiya had misinterpreted Kakashi's silence. It didn't bother him. Jiraiya had never known quite how to deal with him. Unlike Obito and Rin, they'd loved the man and he'd spoiled them in turn. Taken by a sudden fancy, Kakashi leaned back and stretched his legs out. "I would have been embarrassing if anyone other than Jiraiya had seen him since he was in a horrible position to defend himself, but if there was something out there that Jiraiya couldn't stop then Kakashi knew he wouldn't even be a speed bump. He could afford a little relaxation. "I know what we'll find," Kakashi finally decided after a moment of mulling his response. "It's my team I'm worried about." Out the corner of his eye, Kakashi saw the man glance at the two genin sleeping off to the side of the fire. Naruto sprawled out like a wild animal and it had taken Kakashi a minute to tune out his snoring. Sasuke was neater, but occasionally he would shake or twitch. He didn't sleep nearly as deep as his teammate. They had grown the last few weeks. They still argued and sniped at each other at every turn, but both had proven they could work independently or as a unit when the situation called for it. Sakura had been the voice of reason and compromise in the group. Without her, Kakashi had left them to their own devices for the first few days to develop a new dynamic. They had settled into a working rhythm after a few bad fights, but Naruto lost some of his rough edges without someone to impress. Without that constant needling, Sasuke could even pretend to be a teammate for more than a few minutes at a time, too. It worked out pretty well. Jiraiya nodded and turned back to his book. Conversationally he asked, thinking about the boys or the girl. Kakashi mentally bristled, but he was far too practiced to show any real irritation. Both. Sakura is still part of Team 7. That's one way to look at it. Feeling too much like a child getting a lecture again, Kakashi twisted to look at the Sannin. I'm not giving up on her. Jiraiya closed his book. Kakashi abruptly remembered that this wasn't a peer, this was the man that Shikaku had ordered him to find in case the village needed a new Hokage. He was a pillar of Konoha, a hero of the Second Ninja War, and his teacher's teacher. And someone who had seen his team ripped apart by betrayal. Reading Kakashi's expression, Jiraiya smiled. It wasn't victorious. You need to forget her. You need to get your two others to forget her, too. Find them a new teammate. In a few months they'll be more attached to them than they are to her. It was sound advice and mirrored what the other Jounin had privately told Kakashi when he'd asked for their advice. Only Kurane had said Sakura was worth trying to hold on to, but she was biased. Even Guy had, in a roundabout way, suggested it would be better to take away the distraction from the other two. Jiraiya wasn't a neutral party, though. He was as biased as Kurane, though in a different way. Only when Kakashi had brought up Shikaku's concerns about Orochimaru had the man actually agreed to come with them back to the village. He'd strung them along for days before that, teasingly staying one step ahead of their search. In all, they'd crossed the entire span of the Land of Fire before catching up to him. The story of Jiraiya and Orochimaru wasn't a secret, especially not to Kakashi. Minato had pulled both he and Rin aside and told them that Orochimaru had left the village and the Sannin were dissolved as a team. Jiraiya had left the village shortly after that. Sakura is not her cage, Kakashi said, feeling the need to remind the Sannin of that. Oto pushed her into a bad position and survived how she could. I refuse to believe she ever willingly betrayed Konoha. Something hardened in Jiraiya's eyes. Well, you would know more about that than I would. Old Sarutobi cut me off weeks ago when I objected to the alliance with Oto. Danzo has been the one giving him his information since then. Again, Jiraiya looked over at the two boys. You might as well say something, he said, speaking up. I know you're itching to. They've grown more than I thought, Kakashi realized as both Naruto and Sasuke sat up. He honestly hadn't noticed they were playing at being asleep. Naruto was up first. He jumped to his feet like he was squaring up to a fight, glaring at the Sannin. I don't need you to tell me I can talk. He shouted. Kakashi was thankful they had camped well away from the road, but the volume still made him tense. You're acting like she's some kind of monster. She's not. Jiraiya's smile turned cold. Is that right, kid? I don't know your friend, never met her, but I know Orochimaru. I know what kind of people he attracts. He held up his finger to shush Naruto. I know that because I've had to put down dozens of them. They flock to him. Missing nin, serial killers, people who have a grudge against society. People who have no qualms about killing as many people as it takes to survive and get what they want. Naruto and Jiraiya stared each other down, but Kakashi's eyes were on Sasuke. The boy was on his feet, but he swayed and shifted as the Sannin spoke. Through the darkness their eyes met. Sasuke said nothing, nor he didn't argue with Naruto, but something in his eyes shifted. He wasn't remembering the sparring and the short time they'd had as a team before leaving on this mission, he remembered the desert and the bodies and the burned pits. He remembered the stacks of Uchiha bodies butchered by his brother. No amount of playing therapist for a few hours in the desert could stop that. Kakashi's breath came out in a puff. He knew he was digging in too much. Child or no, betraying the village had consequences. When the business with Suna ended, there would be a reckoning and his career would likely stop dead in its tracks. No more advancement, no return to Umbu. Jounin for the rest of his life. Sidelined. But it's still the right thing to do. She's part of Team 7. The conversation stilled after that shout. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi, but the man could only shrug. You won't win this argument. I guess not, Jiraiya laughed. He shook his head. Okay, kid. All right. I'll let it go. And I did promise I would help her any way I could. We'll see what things look like when we get to Konoha, right? Naruto made a face and roughly laid back down, back to the fire and everyone else. Jiraiya wryly chuckled and shook his head again. What a brat, he smiled. His eyes flicked over to Sasuke. How about you? Going to yell at me some as well? Sasuke stared at the man for a few more moments. No. The boy sized Jiraiya up a few more heartbeats before he slumped down to his own cot. He pulled his makeshift shirt blanket over his head and that was that. A few minutes later the fire finally died, along with the conversations. Kakashi settled in as well with a dozen thoughts in his head. In the morning all luxury of taking their time evaporated. The first reports of the invasion crept down the roads the group traveled. The civilian cities all used telephone wires and unsecured radio, so they got news faster than a few ninja out in the field. Suna had crossed into river. Suna had breached the border and secured towns in the name of the Land of Wind. Suna had begun a full invasion of Konoha. Iwa was moving into the Land of Grass. The Fourth Great Ninja War had started and Konoha was its first victim. It was even already in every newspaper. Jiraiya set a blistering pace after that. He had been content to simply follow when everything was still theoretical, but now he took point and pushed the team past the point of exhaustion. No one minded the fatigue. Several times it was Naruto that had tried to push the rest to continue when Jiraiya grudgingly stopped for the night. Even Sasuke would sometimes grunt in frustration when his legs would shake at the end of the day. At night Kakashi or Jiraiya would gather supplies and information while Naruto and Sasuke slept. News was not good. Iwa had stopped their push through the Land of Grass, but Kiri was also on the move in the islands off the Land of Fire's coast. There was no word from the Sandaime or the Fire Daimyo and Konoha had gone silent since the fighting started. Jiraiya read the newspaper Kakashi brought back with a grim face. I don't believe I'm saying this, but I hope Orochimaru has a plan. Kakashi glanced at the boys to make sure they were asleep this time. If he will betray us, his window is closing. If Suna gets control of the village, he'll have lost his chance. The Sannin nodded, but he didn't look happy about it. Kakashi could almost understand what the man must be feeling. Jiraiya tried for years to get Orochimaru to return to Konoha and now, completely separate from him, it looked like Sarutobi had done it. Unless he's actually joined hands with Suna. Shikako considered that. It's why he ordered us to find you, you're supposed to be our ace in the hole. I'm a poor last-ditch effort, Jiraiya said. If Orochimaru were invading Konoha himself, possibly I could match him. Maybe even drive him off. But if he's playing politics, then he runs circles around me. He's meticulous. Every person he moves has a purpose, every action they take is calculated. That's why I'm worried about your girl. Because you think she's totally devoted to working for him. The man shook his head. No. I'm worried that she's not and he already planned for it. He folded the paper up and patted Kakashi on the shoulder like he was still a 13-year-old jounin following after Minato. Your shift now. Wake me up in 2 hours. We'll reach the village tomorrow morning. And in the cool darkness of the Land of Fire's night, Kakashi wondered which of those two scenarios frightened him the most. Chapter 35. Sakura woke to darkness. It wasn't the first time in her career she'd opened her eyes to nothing but a dark room, strapped down on a table and in pain. It was likely the first time she knew what had happened right away, though. Her mind felt sharp, and she wondered if someone had forgotten to drug her. Sakura stilled her breathing and listened. Other than the steady dripping of a pipe somewhere out in the blackness, she heard no one nearby. She took a moment to test her muscles and joints. She felt no breaks or cuts, so she counted herself lucky. Her chakra felt depleted, though. She couldn't so much as summon a flicker of fire to light the room. She tensed to test her restraints. Whoever had strapped her down knew their businesses. There was no give to the shackles holding her down. Still, Sakura tried to work them to get some wriggle room. If she could wear down one bolt holding her to the table, she might slip a belt. You're up a little earlier than I expected. Sakura's blood ran cold. She knew that voice, could, never forget it. Fingers danced across her hair. She twisted away from them like they were hot coals, but her restraints held firm. The room filled with an electric buzz for a moment and then blinding fluorescent light poured in. Yakushi Kabuto smiled down at her. He laughed as he ducked the glob of spit Sakura sent at him and moved back to the head of the table. His tepid hands held both her cheeks, keeping her still. I have the feeling you aren't pleased to see me, he said. I, though, am very pleased to see that you've survived so long. It lets me take pride in my work. Sakura weighed the futility of trying to spit in his face again. Fall on a kunao, she finally growled. You're supposed to be dead. Danzo said he killed you. Kabuto didn't answer that. His hands prodded at her temple, her ears, her jaw. Sakura felt chakra enter her body and recognized it as one of the sensory jutsu that medic nins used. Kabuto was silent as he continued to probe, ignoring Sakura's squirming. He went from her head to her chest, then down to stomach, stopping at the faded scar from her liver transplant. Already healed up. Superb. I can't see any lasting damage to your body. He was clinical in his examination, which somehow felt even creepier than his normal self. This professional side of Kabuto was something Sakura wasn't used to. The metal door to the room opened on oiled hinges. It was hard, but Sakura lifted her head enough to see that it was Chika who walked in. The old woman was still in her simple robes, but there was a worn Suna headband on her now. Her little puppets were nowhere to be seen, but Sakura knew she was probably just as deadly without them. Is she still an acceptable vessel? Chika asked. She didn't look down at Sakura as she shuffled over. Kabuto pulled his hands back. Of course. Everything is as Orochimaru explained. Her body has matured perfectly for the procedure. What are you two talking about? Sakura demanded, but they both ignored her. Chika nodded and Kabuto activated a mechanism on the table, which turned out to be a rolling gurney. Chika led and Kabuto followed, pushing Sakura through the room. Sakura realized they were underground when the door opened to a large, shadowy cavern. An enormous shaft pierced the center of it and pipes spilled down like a steel waterfall. She had seen something like this only once before in her life, the Yamato Works. It was becoming clear that Chika was intimately familiar with the layout of the area. Once or twice Sakura caught sight of faces watching from the cavern walls, Sunanin. If the entire Yamato Works had fallen, Konoha itself wouldn't be far behind. On her last visit, Rude had told her they had created it for rapid deployment during an invasion. If Suna had it, they could isolate sections of the city at will. Chika turned at a random door lining the edge of the cavern. From where she was, Sakura could see Kabuto's face, his lips pinched, and he seemed troubled. I'm not the only prisoner here, Sakura whispered, low enough that only Kabuto could hear her. This time he glanced down at her. Sakura hadn't been expecting any real response to her needling, but Kabuto hunched down. All of us are prisoners in some way, Sakura-san. The difference is I'm working for a way out. Was that supposed to be supportive? Sakura waited for the older boy to explain further, but his eyes went forward again and he was back to ignoring her. The new room was dimmer than the last, cast in a green, wavy light that shimmered against the walls. Farther in Sakura saw what the light was coming from, glass tanks upon glass filled with a green fluid that looked like dirty pond water. She couldn't turn her head to look deeper into the room, but Chika was leading them through the rows. It was a horror show. Half-formed bodies, or just parts of bodies, floated in the tanks. Gnarled faces, mouths open and twisted screams stared back at Sakura. Some had been neatly dissected into chunks that orderly floated side by side while others looked like someone had taken a chainsaw to them. Chika stopped in front of a formidable-looking iron door at the back of the room. Kabuto's expression grew colder when the woman held up her hand to the door and it opened. She turned and caught the expression. Thought your little experiment was still a secret. She smiled and the grandmotherly face was terrifying against the green glow of the tanks. I was elbows deep in innards and dissections before your master was even an idea in his father's head. You are fumbling around like a child in the dark. Kabuto didn't manage to fully master himself. His face smoothed out, but his own smile was sardonic. Of course, Cho-Basama. And after I learned so much from your grandson, I couldn't pass up the chance to work with you. Something in that killed Chika's, Cho's, mirth. She glowered and stormed through the door. Kabuto gave Sakura a cheeky wink and pushed her in after the woman. This room had fluorescent lighting, but there was also the green cast to the walls. Sakura could get her head up off the gurney enough to see that the room only had a handful of tanks. All but one of them were empty, but Sakura couldn't twist her head enough to see whatever horror lurked in there. There were also several hospital beds. The one Kabuto wheeled next to held none other than a still unconscious Gaara. His entire body was twitching, like there was something under his skin trying to burst out. Cho rolled up her sleeves. "You'll assist me. Prepare the vessel." Sakura didn't understand what the woman was talking about, but she realized that it wasn't good for her. She was probably this vessel they kept talking about, and what was a vessel if not to put something into it? She felt a flicker of chakra and grasped at it. She coughed up a plume of smoke that caught the attention of both of her captors. "She's recovering sooner than I expected. We need to move it along if we hope to finish before we have to drain her chakra again." The old woman frowned. "Do it." And then, before Sakura could gather herself for another attempt at a fireball, Kabuto formed a seal and put his hand into her head. She thought it was only his chakra at first until she could feel his fingers swishing through her head. His wrist was getting tangled in her hair and he clicked his teeth. Oddly, out of everything else happening to her, Sakura saw no blood. His fingers closed around something and tugged. If Sakura could have stopped screaming long enough to form a rational thought, she would have likened it to yanking a stuck kunao out of mud. The sensation when Kabuto finally ripped it free was disturbingly pleasant. "And there you are, Kabuto cooed." He was holding a seal, also bloodless. It had the kanji for soul on it. Sakura's head flopped to the gurney as if she were a doll tossed aside by a bored child. Kabuto turned the seal over in his hand, curious. "I'm surprised that Suna didn't add anything when they discovered it," he wondered. Cho huffed. She cut Gaara's top off and exposed the soft outline of a sealing jutsu on his stomach. "They wanted to, but I convinced Rasen not to. I guessed what Orochimaru was offering, and I wanted to see how far along his own research was." She wryly looked up at the teen. But it wasn't his research, was it? The small seal, the trap that Kabuto had used to bottle a human soul, was set aside on the operation tray. He met Cho's eyes and held up his finger. It glowed with chakra. "I built it off of Orochimaru-sama's research, but I surprised him with the results." His finger lightly pressed down on Sakura's forehead. The girl's skin rippled like he'd disturbed the surface of a pond. Then, with the steady power of a plant shooting out through concrete, her body exploded. Restraints snapped like rubber bands and her clothes burst at the seams as her body's hidden form sorted itself. Cho leaned over the table. "I've never seen one in person," she murmured, sounding impressed. "How did you acquire one?" "Your grandson." Although we have gone our separate ways, he proved interested in this collaboration. He provided the samples for copies of my notes. Kabuto lifted one of the creature's sickly, pale arms. It weighed almost nothing, but there were cords of muscle-like fibers underneath its skin that gave it surprising density. With enough familiarization, though, you could move through its substance as if it were water. And Kabuto was very familiar with the biology of a victim of the infinite Tsukuyomi and the God Tree. Orochimaru and he had been experimenting on them for years. "I can't imagine an army of these overrunning the world," Cho said, staring down at the unfortunate monster. "What our ancestors faced." Kabuto smiled. This time he kept it from being patronizing. "Thankfully for us there are still a few in the world. Now, we have a weapon to create, do we not?" The old woman came back to herself. She looked at him, eyes full of suspicion, and then down at the tag he had saved. "I have to admit that one thing confuses me. Why are you still clinging to that soul? Wasn't it only kept to ensure proper maturation of your final product?" She gestured to the last tank in the room. "Compared to what you have done so far, I expected more brilliance from your side projects." Kabuto followed her eyes. "Well, I can have a few simpler things I'm working on, can't I? Are you growing a conscience?" The question drew an honest laugh from the teen. I sincerely hope not, Chobasama. Now, shall we transplant the demon from the Kazekige's son before Root discovers us? Cho cursed Raza under her breath. Just give me a dem scalpel. Loyalty 35. Wrap it tighter. Anko hissed. Ino tugged again, drawing a gasp from the woman, and made the mistake of letting the bandage go slack. God damn it. Tighter. I don't care how much fucking noise I'm making. This time Ino yanked hard enough to make the woman choke down a scream. Anko said nothing about the rough treatment, but she shot Ino a nasty look. Across the alleyway, Guy frowned. It is a poor student that does not react to the pain of the teacher. There is no need to be so hateful, Mitarashi-san, he said. Beside him, his little clone furiously nodded his head. Anko crunched down on a clotting pill, ignoring the jounin. Ino, though, made the mistake of looking straight at him. He quickly looked away. She's not my teacher, Ino muttered, even though talking still made the horrible cut along her jaw throb. The Sunanin in the training ground had nearly killed her, if not for Anko tackling him at the last second. It was also why, despite all the abuse, she was still with the woman. Whatever illusions she'd had of the village or its situation had shattered in the day since the attack. There were hundreds of Sunanin in the village and they were far more coordinated than Konoha. The Hokage Tower had gone silent and the Jounin leadership was gone. Ino hadn't seen another Jounin other than Anko until they'd met up with Guy and his student, Rock Lee. Like teammate, Guy's team hadn't been together when the attack hit. The girl on their team hadn't been with them and the other boy, a Hyuga, had ran off to the Hyuga compound. That was hours ago, and he still hadn't come back. Making everything worse was that they had lost control of the rooftops. It was suicide to go above the streets. On the ground, in the buildings and between them, Konohanin still held out. Suna was paying for every step, or so Guy had said. That didn't mean much to Ino. She finished tying off Anko's bandage and slumped down against the side of the building. She didn't even care that the woman double-checked her work and made more than a few adjustments. Ino knew she was the dead weight of the party. Guy's student was 10 times her better. He could run and jump and actually be useful in a fight. He had even saved her life during an ambush a few blocks ago, kicking a Kunao out of the way before it could hit her in the chest. Ino didn't even bother thanking him because if she kept track of all the times people had saved her life in the last day, she'd be counting forever. As had become her habit during lulls in fighting or running to survive, she reached into her battered kimono and pulled out the Benri tree paper. Now she didn't hesitate to push some chakra into it and was rewarded when it crumpled up in her hand. She drew back her chakra, and the paper smoothed back out. The first time she'd seen Ino do it, Anko had told her what it meant, lightning nature. Ino been so hesitant to learn anything outside of what her family taught. Now, she wondered if she would have been more useful if she'd branched out. I bet Sakura isn't feeling this useless, Ino thought. The girl was a complete mess of a human, but she wasn't useless. Not anymore. She wouldn't mention it to Anko, though. The woman hated it when she mentioned Sakura and it felt wrong to vent about their stupid feud when the village was falling to shambles around them. She was rapidly learning that reality didn't care about Yamanaka Ino's inferiority complex. Suddenly there was a strong hand on her shoulder. There is no reason to lose heart, Ino-san, Lee whispered, as much as he could. The boy was loud. In his other hand he was holding out a dirty handkerchief and Ino was surprised to feel tears sliding down her face. Embarrassed, she snatched the dirty rag and wiped them away. Sorry, she mumbled. She scratched at the ripped wrapping covering half the lower part of her jaw, another new habit. I was thinking about someone. I'm sure your teammates are fine. Ino let out a puff of air. Her teammates. She hadn't thought of them in hours. Somehow that made her feel worse than getting caught crying. You're right, she lied. Shikamaru is smart enough to get Koji out of any mess that Asuma-sensei couldn't. Thanks, Lee. The little kernel of gratitude made the boy smile, and it was infectious. She hadn't smiled since the invasion had started. When he walked back over to Guy, the man gave him a not-so-subtle thumbs up. They were almost goofy enough to make Ino forget they could all die at any moment. Anko rolled her shoulder, testing out her adjusted bandage. During the first attack at the training ground, one of the Sunanin had blown a hole through her with some kind of futon. This was the first time they'd slow down long enough to fix it, and Anko almost seemed back to her old self. The woman looked up at the sky. She frowned and looked down at Ino. "We're moving, kid. I'm not spending another night out here with no cover when we're so close to the hospital." "We just stopped," Ino complained. "And Guy-sensei isn't coming with us. He has his own mission," she snapped, angry. Across from her, Guy solemnly nodded. "We must go forth to find our teammates and save as many civilians as we can. That is our job now, until the Hokage decides differently." Anko's jaw clenched. "And I keep telling you it's possible he's already dead. For all we know, the entire council is dead. You need to start making exit strategies." This sounded like an argument she'd already fought before. Guy got to his feet and brushed himself off. "If we hear anything from the Hokage," he said, ignoring Anko's suggestion, "we will try to get the word to you." The pair stared at each other for a second, Guy's cheery, smiling face against Anko's scowl. The Umbu broke first and turned away with a clipped curse. "Come on," she hissed and stormed down the alleyway. Ino hurried to her feet, gave the pair of Taijutsu specialists her thanks, and ran after the woman. It was becoming clear to Ino that Anko didn't have many social connections to the rest of the village. Ino's father had mentioned the woman once or twice, almost always in the same breath as Ibiki. Something happened in the past to Anko and it had affected her career, or something like that. Ino had the feeling that Anko's Umbu promotion was recent, though, so things must have worked out for her. Until she got saddled with me. Not for the first time did Ino wonder if she wouldn't be better off making her way alone. They had been in several fights and most of Anko's injuries had come from protecting Ino. In the grand scheme of things, she was just a genin from a secondary clan. She wasn't a Hyuga or someone actually important. She wasn't Sakura, who was apparently some bigwig in Oto. She wasn't even her dad at her age. He had already been a chunin and fighting in a war by himself. "Catch up." Anko snapped at her and Ino pushed herself a little harder to stop causing the woman problems. That's about all I can do for her, Ino thought. They stopped at the end of the alleyway and Anko waved Ino back. She poked her head out, scanning the span of road they would have to cross. The main hospital was a little over 3 blocks away, but Sunanin were getting more and more frequent the closer they drew to the center of Konoha. Suddenly Anko flattened herself against the alleyway. "Shit. There's a Suna team 3 buildings down, across the street." Stress coded the woman's words and Ino knew the woman had to be getting tired. "Maybe we should split up." Anko sharply looked back at her, and Ino shrank back. "I mean, that would confuse them, right? The only confusion would be how fast they would gut you like a fish." Anko shook her head and edged closer to the alleyway. "Give me a second to think." Ino looked back to where Lee and Guy had been. They were gone already, so they would have no backup. Anko was by herself. Ino racked her brain, trying to remember something helpful from her training. Asuma had spent weeks on unit coordination between the family jutsu and Team 10, but looking back on it, Ino realized how careful he'd been to not say one jutsu was greater than another, and no one had ever asked what to do if one of them were suddenly rendered useless. It was no help. The academy, though. "Always remember your core strengths and weaknesses and what you can bring to a team," Mizuki-sensei said to his group of bored senior year students. "If you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, escape, and get help. If you can't escape, distract, and create an opening." Of course, Mizuki had turned out to be a village trader who was rotting away in the depths of the Umbu secret prison, but the advice was still solid. Anko was still silent, staring out into the street. To most anyone she would look calm and controlled, but Ino was good at reading people. The woman didn't know what to do. They had to cross this road to get to the hospital. Ino darted past her before the woman realized she'd been stealing her nerve. Ever the professional, though, she didn't yell after Ino. It would mean absolutely nothing if she did. A kunai ricocheted off the cobblestones in front of Ino. She dove to the side as another 2 hit where she'd been standing. Another just cut her arm and then one more buzzed her head, slicing a thick cord of ponytail. "We've got a live one!" Someone shouted, and laughter followed him. First one to wing her gets an extra ration bar. The kunai and shuriken fell like rain after that. For the next minute, they kept Ino in the middle of the street, dodging half-hearted attempts at skewering her. Anko had already disappeared by the time Ino worked up enough nerve to look back at the alley. She didn't know if the woman would support her or if she'd simply left. For sanity's sake, Ino assumed the former and kept her mind on not getting crippled. It became clear when one of the ninja tired of the game. Ino screamed as a kunai expertly and cleanly cored her calf, going in and out with the same effortless precision. Before Ino could even finish collapsing to the ground, the Jounin was standing over her. He grabbed a fistful of her ponytail to keep her standing. "You aren't from the group at the hospital," the man said. He hadn't been the one shouting and laughing. Without preamble he slammed his foot into Ino's wounded leg, drawing another shriek from the girl. "Where is your operation cell? Who dressed that wound?" Ino clenched her mouth shut, but she was screaming again when the man slapped her across her cut jaw. She felt the weak scab that had been forming split open again and fire raced across her face. "Your cell information," he repeated, voice even and barely audible over Ino's own sobbing. His hand came up again and Ino tried to jerk away from him like an animal, hair snapping from her scalp. The Sunanin wrenched Ino's head as he leaned sharply to the side. Anko's armored boot came down right where his head had been and she snarled, flowing and twisting into a spinning backhand that prompted him to raise his free hand in defense. He released his grip on Ino's hair and the girl flopped to the ground. "I don't need you anymore," he said, but he hadn't let her go. Only Anko's quick reflexes saved Ino from a shuriken to the back of the neck. The tiny lapse allowed the man get inside Anko's guard. His hands flashed in the sunlight and came back red. Between each finger of his fist was a shuriken, most dripping either with blood or skin. Anko's neck was a mess of bleeding cuts and tears, but she was still on her feet and breathing. Ino cried out again as the Jounin kicked her solidly in the stomach. There was no maliciousness or glee on the man's face, her suffering was a means to an end. Each kick from him and squeal of pain from her broke a small bit of Anko's concentration. Finally, after the third such kick, Anko rushed him. But this time Ino held firm. She wrapped her body around the Sunanin's leg and clamped down through the pain, even as a swipe from that shuriken-covered fist raked deep across her shoulder and several of the blades stuck fast in the meat of her back. Before he could recover, Anko was on him. The Sunanin tried one more horrible, sob-racking tug to free his leg before he was finished. Warm blood spilled across Ino's body. A moment later and she cried out as the full weight of the collapsed man landed on her like a log. She was only vaguely aware of Anko pulling her across the street into the safety of another alley. The woman was grasping her neck, but it did little to stem the steady flow of blood from seeping out between her fingers. That, at least, kept Anko quiet. The rage behind her eyes stayed there, bottled, as she pulled. Ino lingered on the edge of unconsciousness. Whenever she started to feel it seep in, Anko was there with a hard slap. Her leg was pure fire, scraping over the rough street for what seemed like miles. Anko had her by the scruff of the neck, dragging Ino. She was muttering to herself, mostly nonsense strings of curses, but Ino was sure she heard some kind of instructions there. Or maybe a plea. She wasn't lucid enough to make sense of either. Finally, Anko's eyes widened with relief. She stopped pulling and Ino twisted around. She let out a fresh sob when Anko lost her grip and Ino's head bounced against the street, but strong hands were there a second later. Someone scooped her up. Warm hands, clutching almost too tight. "Get her inside. I've got Mitarashi." Ino curled tighter into the warm body jostling her around. The pain in her back was blinding, the pain in her leg would have drawn screams if her jaw could open that far. Someone ran their hand through her hair. "Be brave for me," they said. Ino's eyes cracked open, and she saw long, flowing hair. It tickled her nose. "You need to cut your hair," Ino muttered. "Let me braid it later." Something sharp pushed into her arm and Ino didn't bother fighting it. Compared to her other pains, the needle was a small one. Her head turned fuzzy, and the pain started to pull back from her active mind. Ino turned her head further into the person holding her. "Thanks, Sakura." She cracked an eye open and the girl's features started to settle over the hazy silhouette. Ino smiled and reached her hand up to Sakura's face. "You feel scratchy," she slurred. "How much did you give her?" Sakura asked. She sounded worried. Stupid Sakura, always worried about what other people thought or what they did. People were horrible outside of a few good ones and she needed to worry about herself for once. Sakura ran her hand through Ino's hair again and the blonde giggled. The hand stopped and drew back fast when Ino tried to lean into it with her cheek. "You're blushing," Ino cooed. Or tried to. It came out as a drugged slur. "And you used to be softer," she complained as the drugs finally, blissfully took hold and sent her into unconsciousness. Inoichi and Shikamaru eyed one another, then the medical ninja who'd just given Ino another dose of morphine. "She needed it," he said, perfectly professional. Of course, Inoichi agreed. His face had flushed when Ino'd reached up and cupped his jaw. He looked over at Shikamaru. "She's been given a full, adult dose of drugs," he said, looking firmly at the boy. Shikamaru quickly nodded, and he politely ignored the shaky breath Ino's father let out. The medic nin was still working on Ino. Shikamaru knew the feeling of being poked and prodded. He was glad that Ino was at least unconscious. He'd gone through throat surgery conscious, since he'd lost too much blood to get put under. Clean bandage across his throat and a few more scars across his back where Chika's puppets had gotten him. Choza, he knew, was in a much worse state. He tried not to wince when the dirty bandage covering Ino's face peeled back. Inoichi's face hardened as he saw the ruin that was the girl's jaw. The medic's hands lit with the soft glow of chakra and he peeled back the jagged skin to work on the muscles there. As gory as it was, Shikamaru watched with amazement as the skin started to knit together right across from him. Soon all that remained was an angry red scar that ran from Ino's lip to her ear. The slight mark was a sharp contrast to the look on Inoichi's face. Shikamaru had rarely seen his unofficial uncle angry, but there was nothing but fury in the man's eyes as the medic rolled his daughter over on her side. It was worse there, something had shredded Ino's back, and she was bleeding on the bed. "Instead of standing over my shoulder, go get me a towel to put under her back," the medic snapped. Inoichi had started to crowd him. "There's nothing here I can't fix. If you want to help, get her sandals off when you get back." That was when Shikamaru saw that Ino's ankle was a swollen lump under her bed sheet. Inoichi's jaw clenched when he cut off his daughter's sandals and Shikamaru had finally found something he couldn't look at. The nasty, swollen ankle looked like his finger when he'd broken it as a kid, only 100 times worse. The medic finished with Ino's back and rolled her back over. His face tightened when he saw the ankle. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 Hiragen soldier pills and rolled them between his fingers thoughtfully. He popped one into his mouth and put the other away. The chakra on his hands flared when he bit into the pill. He reached out to Ino's ankle and ran his fingertips all along the bulb. "Grab me a pan," he said to Inoichi, pointing. When it was on the bed he pulled out a scalpel and cut several thin slits on the bulb. Clear fluid and blood poured out. All the while his chakra was blanketing the deflating bulb, healing, Shikamaru imagined, the bone underneath. 10 minutes later Ino's ankle was only swollen a tiny bit. It was still a mess of red and purple bruises, but now her foot was pointing straight up instead of flopped to the side. "Don't make her walk on it for another few hours," he said, sounding exhausted. When he tried to stand his legs shook like jelly and he fell back into his chair. Inoichi put a hand on his shoulder. "You saved my daughter," he said, low and sincere. "Take a minute. I'll order you if I have to." The medic laughed and pushed Inoichi's hand away. "I can't be ordered around by the regular forces during times of war, but I appreciate the thought. I have half a dozen more cases to go before I can take a break." This time when he got to his feet he was more solid, he only wobbled a bit as he walked around the foot of Ino's bed and toward the door. He paused at the doorway, using the frame to hold himself steady. "Don't think about what someone says under anesthesia too much," he said. "Take care of yourselves." Inoichi frowned after him and Shikamaru was more than smart enough to make a comment himself. He was doing his best to forget everything Ino had slurred when Inoichi brought her in, too. Ino could terrify in her own right. Though, thinking about Sakura brought back all sorts of uncomfortable thoughts. She was gone. Kidnapped. Whatever Suna wanted her for couldn't be good. Chika had gone to a lot of trouble to grab both Gaara, who was apparently the Kazekige's son, and Sakura. That made her a lot more important to all of this than Shikamaru had first thought. He owed Sakura for saving his life. That needled Shikamaru more than anything else. He didn't want to track down whatever mystery surrounded her, nor did he want to be a hero, but he owed her a debt. If Inoichi had been able to pay more attention to the situation, then he probably would have noticed all the supplies Shikamaru had been gathering. A pack of bandages here, some tools and weapons there. The hospital had become a rally point for the Konoha resistance, so while he was helping the medics where he could, Shikamaru was also helping himself to anything the patients brought in with them to get fully supplied. The question now was finding a good time to slip away. Bad time. The voice came from the doorway and Shikamaru still hadn't gotten used to the relief he felt at the sight of his father, alive and well. Shikaku gave his son a knowing smile, but that dropped when he saw Ino. God, I didn't know it was that bad. I just debriefed Mitarashi. She was my daughter's handler in Umbu. Inoichi shifted, thoughts twisting behind his pale eyes. She saved her life, a few times I think, getting here. She's in surgery still. Shikaku walked in and put a hand on his friend's shoulder. Ino's a fighter. She looks good, for what Mitarashi said they went through to get here. There's a dead Suna team 2 streets over that we got some intelligence from. Ino helped with that. I don't need a pep talk, Shikaku. Inoichi was firm, not rude. Shikaku nodded and stepped back. Tell me, are we ready to move yet? Move. Inoichi and Shikaku had been talking about it ever since Choza and Shikamaru had shown up. There were about 11 battle-ready ninja and a handful of medic nin who were being worked to their limit. Attacks were becoming more and more frequent, but if that Anko woman had gotten rid of a few then there was a chance he could slip through the Suna offense. Activity had shifted from defense of the hospital to longer scouting missions. The main resistance was at the tower. Shikaku glanced at him and Shikamaru tried to look small and comfortable. He didn't know how innocent he looked, but his father frowned. Let's move this discussion. I'm sure the kids want some peace for as long as they can get it. He motioned for Inoichi to follow him and gave Shikamaru a look. Like he knew exactly what the boy was thinking. Sorry, Dad. That night Shikamaru got out of his cot. Most of the other ninja and civilians in the room were too drugged or too stressed or too burnt out to care what he was doing. He reached under his pillow and took the pilfered weapons pouch. From under his mattress he withdrew a civilian backpack full of what rations he could grab, along with his medical supplies. All the guards were looking out, not within. He knew their habits and their respective ranks and he'd prepared as much as he could. His original set of clothes were ruined, so he'd traded some of his food for replacements. The clothes he'd bartered for were dark and solid colors, probably as good as it would get with the civilian's clothes. He gave his neck a roll. The medic had warned him to take it easy after the surgery, but what was the point of that when there was a war? When his mother and father were fighting? Haruno Sakura was a piece of this, somehow. Suna wanted her for something. Denying that to them could only be a good thing. Something caught his sleeve. Where are you going? Ino's lucid eyes stared at him through the darkness. He hadn't thought she would even be awake yet. Her grip was strong and Shikamaru reminded herself how sharp Ino could be when she put her mind to it. Just stretching my legs, he said, but he knew she didn't buy it. Ino's eyes zeroed in on his backpack and weapon pouch. Okay, so I'm not just stretching my legs. I have something I need to take care of. He pulled away from her. Ino stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Something you need to take care of? There's a war out there, in case you didn't notice. People are dying and you want to just run off. I'm not running off. I'll be back soon. I've just got to do this. Shikamaru fought back a groan when he heard Ino's cot shift in the darkness. You're not coming, he added, firm. Ino rolled her eyes at him. Split your supplies with me, she ordered, and after a moment of glaring, Shikamaru grudgingly handed over his bag. Taking Ino was stupid and irresponsible, but he knew he needed help. But he looked down at her leg. Can you walk on that? He asked, pointing to the massive purple bruise visible even in the near darkness. In response, Ino gave her leg a shake. The limb seemed fine enough, and she could even put weight on it and walk. And if it came to fighting, it wouldn't matter if Ino was 10% or 100%, they'd both be dead either way. The kimono Ino had been, oddly, in Shikamaru's opinion, been wearing was a lost cause, but she had spats on under that in an athletic shirt. She stole a t-shirt on their way out of the room from a hamper of clothes in one of the hospital's laundry rooms and slipped it on. She put the rest of her weapons in the backpack Shikamaru passed to her. "Are we going to go find Koji?" Ino asked. They were staying inside the building until they could find a side door that wasn't being watched. Shikamaru shook his head. "I know where Koji is. He evacuated this morning with the rest of the Akimichi. Choza made sure he got out of the village the second they firebombed my family's compound." He suddenly waved Ino back. Both of them pressed up against the hospital wall as a tall shadow crossed the hallway junction they were about to walk into. Shikamaru kept them there for a few seconds before daring to look down the hall. "All clear," he whispered. Ino let out a breath. "Then what are we doing?" she asked. "Asuma-sensei. Suna grabbed someone on my way here. She saved my life a few times, so I figure I owe her. And she might be the key to this invasion." That vague answer only bought him a handful of moments before Ino worked it out. "You're doing this for Sakura?" she hissed. "No way. I'm not putting my neck out there for her. Should you really be saying that after all that stuff you said earlier?" Shikamaru wanted to ask, but he didn't need his teammate to throttle him. Instead, he tried, "She's important in all of this, Ino. Suna ran an operation just to catch her alive. Asuna Jounin even let himself get burned to death to do it. Something is wrong there." Ino still acted like she'd swallowed something sour, but she was listening. "You know I have a point," Shikamaru pressed as they headed toward the loading area of the hospital. "She's at the middle of this invasion. Her and her village. We have to get her back from Suna." "It's like you've fallen for her or something," Ino grumbled, but she was keeping up with him as they snuck into the loading dock. She knew he was right. And, deep down, she probably wanted to save Sakura even more than he did. Only, when he tried the door, it wouldn't budge. He stood on his tiptoes to look out the window in it and saw nothing blocking it, it was just locked. He looked to Ino. "Have a bobby pin?" he asked, half joking. Ino's hair was loose. Something dropped onto the floor in front of him with a metallic tink. Both he and Ino looked down at the little key sitting at his feet. "You've convinced me, kid." Ino jumped like a frightened cat and Shikamaru felt like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice down his shirt. He turned and came face to chest with none other than Mitarashi Anko, the special jounin that had come in with Ino. She was looking down at them with an almost predatory grin. Ino let out an angry huff of air. "Don't do that," she snapped. "Crazy psycho woman." Anko rolled her eyes. "Great, they fixed your mouth. Did I tell you how much easier you were to get along with when you could only move your jaw an inch at a time?" Shikamaru hadn't picked up the key yet. "What did you mean, I've convinced you? Aren't you going to tell my dad what we're doing?" "What else would I mean by that?" "You have a good argument. I agree with you, Suna can't have her." Something about the way the woman said that rang a warning bell for Shikamaru, but Ino elbowed between the two of them and glared up at Anko. "You can't kill her." Anko's lips pursed. "Your friend just said Suna wants her alive as some kind of war goal. You think you can just grab her and get out alive from the types of ninja they'll have guarding her?" Ino didn't back down. "You still owe me," she reminded, although Shikamaru had now lost track of the conversation. Anko owed Ino? For what? From when? Umbu owes you. If Umbu is even still around, she countered. They were probably the first ones targeted and wiped out to a man. Why should I do anything? If Umbu isn't around, then what are you? Just a special jounin. Anko and Ino stared at each other for a long moment. Long enough that Shikamaru started to get worried the woman would raise the alarm, and they'd lose their chance. But, remarkably, it was the woman who turned away first. She whispered a quiet, "Well fuck you," to Ino, but bent down and grabbed the key she'd dropped. She unlocked the door. "Come on, you brats. There's a rotation back here in 3 minutes and we've got to be gone before they realize something's up. Now, where are we even going?" They turned to Shikamaru. He didn't understand what had just happened, but he wouldn't tell a special Jounin, or an Umbu, apparently, that she couldn't help them on their dangerous rescue mission. "Underground," he said to her. "Somewhere underground." They took Sakura into the sewers. And then Anko cursed again. "You dem brats are really getting a field trip today. Follow me and stay low." As Anko led them away, Shikamaru shared a frightened, worried look with Ino. He did not like the way the woman had said field trip. Half an hour later, when Anko moved aside a particular manhole cover and revealed a deep, dark hole that seemed to swallow what little light the moon was giving them, they both realized they would discover things about Konoha that might have been better left buried. Chapter 36. The Yamato works, Ino thought, reminded her of Konoha reflected in a puddle. The pipes stretched downwards into the deep darkness much like the scraggly, piecemeal towers of Konoha that grew toward the sky. In the dark there were streets and paths of pipes, alleyways of stone, and hidden footholds. Anko had fallen into the role of the leader, she had to, being the only one who knew this place. Shikamaru and Ino both trailed in her wake. The woman was distracted, Ino could see that. She wouldn't claim to be an expert on anything Mitarashi Anko related, but something was unsettling their Umbu leader. Guilt, and loyalty to the village, had roped Anko into this mess. That's why they were all down here in the dark, loyalty, in some fashion, to something. Shikamaru was convinced Sakura held the key to turning the tide of the invasion, Ino was convinced that Shikamaru knew what he was doing. Her best friend was smarter than anyone she knew. He was brilliant when he wanted to be and shockingly insightful the rest of the time, but he had changed since the last time Ino had seen him. He'd matured. With a start, Ino realized she hadn't heard a single complaint out of him so far. She couldn't remember the last time he'd taken something so serious as this self-imposed mission to save Sakura. Since sliding down that long, dark tunnel hidden by a simple manhole, they had walked for what seemed like miles. The Yamato works were vastly larger than the city above, with twists and turns designed to foil invaders. Anko knew some passages, but there were only a handful of people still alive that could say they'd mastered the place. "And believe me, you wouldn't want to be stuck down here with any of them," Anko had added. The look on the woman's face hadn't been joking. It was the two genin slowing their progress. Ino had only just learned to use her chakra to help with climbing, and Shikamaru was no expert, so Anko was forced to ferry the two when there wasn't a longer, easier route. They had to backtrack more than once when Anko had thought she remembered a shortcut that would make the descent easier, only to find that someone had sealed the passageway up or that things weren't as she remembered. "How do you know this place so well?" Shikamaru asked. It was the first non-necessary thing any of them had said in an hour. His voice echoed through the tunnel they were following at the moment and Ino looked sharply at him, but he pressed. "You said only a few people know their way around here, but you've only gotten turned around a few times." Anko didn't look back at him. "I spent half of my childhood down here," she said. Ino hadn't thought she'd answer. "I was only a little older than you two the last time I had to find my way around in this shit." "Wow, that must have been decades dash." This time Anko looked back, glaring at Ino. Years ago." "Not even 10 years, Anko snarled. Ino held up her hands. The woman rolled her eyes and grumbled a slur under her breath. "Whatever. Point is, I don't have any good memories of this place, so don't get lost." It was Ino's turn to roll her eyes. "How can we get lost if we don't even know where we're going?" "You'll know it when we're where we need to be." "How's that?" Shikamaru asked. "Because that's when Suna will try to kill us. Now shut up and stay close." Anko turned back around and focused on the dim light coming from the end of the tunnel. "Besides, the labs are up ahead." Although neither genin knew what the labs were, they knew Anko was right half an hour later. Ino nearly stepped onto a hidden seal trigger on the pipe they'd been walking along. Anko had saved her and showed them what to look for going forward, though not without complaining and cursing them for their clumsiness. Anko called the trap, and the others they found later, sloppy, but warned that they would get worse and more difficult to spot. She seemed disturbed at some points when she found them, both by the complexity of the traps and where they were. Ino got the feeling that Anko hadn't expected Suna to know their way around so well. And suddenly Anko signaled a stop. She used the hand signal for it, which made Ino tense up. They were on a stone catwalk that skirted the edge of a gaping pit, with other, lower walkways crisscrossing below them. After a moment, Anko waved them forward and Shikamaru and Ino crawled up to her. "Be quiet and listen," she whispered. At first all Ino could hear was the beating of her own heart and Shikamaru's uneven breathing, but gradually she thought she heard what Anko meant, a light scratching echoing out of the pit. A tiny shadow moved out into the dim light and Ino realized she was watching people emerge from a side tunnel. Soon another shadow followed, then another. They were walking at a slow pace across another bridge spanning the pit. Shikamaru pointed farther up the wall. Two figures that Ino hadn't seen were rapidly making their way upwards. Ino's heart hammered in her chest when she realized if they kept going they would be up on the catwalk in mere minutes. "Sentries," Anko hissed. She got to her feet. "Come on. Stay low but keep up with me. There's a hidden passage up ahead." Anko sprinted down the catwalk in a low crouch. Ino and Shikamaru didn't have to copy her, they were small enough to sprint at a full run. The Umbu was quicker than they were, even hampered. She was pressing her hand into a hidden switch when they reached her. It was dark and dusty inside, but Ino didn't have the time to think too much about it. Anko shoved her and Shikamaru in right before the door slid behind them, sealing the three in total darkness. Anko's hand found Ino's mouth in the darkness. The woman kept it clamped there for a good minute and Ino's eyes adjusted enough to see Anko's body pressed up against the hidden door, listening. Ino didn't even try to get away, she froze with dread as the seconds ticked by. Finally, over 5 minutes after their frantic escape, Anko slowly released her hold on Ino and Shikamaru. "I think we did it," she said, sounding surprised herself. "Who has a light?" "I brought glow sticks." "They're in your backpack, Ino," Shikamaru said. He grabbed 2 and snapped them. Their soft glow filled the narrow corridor they were in, but also illuminated a larger passage a few yards down. Anko waved off a glow stick when Shikamaru offered it to her. "I know where I'm at," she said, leading the way. The hall branched off into several chambers. Ino couldn't help herself and looked into each one as they passed. Most seemed like storage rooms, but as they went further in, there were signs of past habitation. One was a kitchen, dusty plates still on the table, another was a living room of some kind. They were still nothing special, but they had more to look at than just empty space and spider webs. Finally, one room caught Ino's attention, and she stopped. It was a small bedroom. When Ino stepped inside, dust swirled around her face. There was a stone bed built into the rock, complete with a stone end table and stone shelves. A dirty old rug crumbled under her feet when she stepped on it. "You're a nosy brat." Ino almost jumped, but for once the woman wasn't trying to frighten her on purpose. Anko walked into the little room, almost outside of the range of Ino's glow stick. "I think we can take a break," Anko said. "No one has blown the door down yet, anyway." Ino blanched as the light of her glow stick filled the room. "Someone didn't know how to decorate," she said. The bed was in an alcove, surrounded on 3 sides by stone shelves. Dirty porcelain doll eyes stared back at Ino. They came in every shape and size, classy dolls with fancy, frilly clothes that a rich civilian might wear, ninja and tailored outfits, complete with little weapons, and even some animal dolls, paint faded with age. None of them seemed to be part of the same set and they were displayed haphazardly on the shelves. Most of them had chips and breaks, like someone had played with them instead of treating them like the collector's items they were. Anko walked up to that little alcove and ran her finger across the face of one doll. The nature of the light shadowed her face. "Maybe because normal kids don't think about color coordinating their toys," she sneered, answering Ino's flippant observation from earlier. Ino made a face. She hadn't meant to insult some creepy kid that had lived down in this hole. No need to get touchy about it. "Let it go, Ino," Shikamaru advised from the doorway. He wasn't entering the room. "Come on. I need your help up here." They left Anko there with the glow stick on the bed. Shikamaru led them to a dining room caked with dirt and dust. If that wasn't nasty enough, Ino saw moldy old boxes of food laying out. Whoever lived here left in a hurry. Even the refrigerator, an ancient beast that had lost a battle against modernity, was halfway open. Spider webs of decay and mold were visible under the layer of dust inside it. Ino thought the scene looked like something out of a horror film. Shikamaru was leaning against a cabinet, but Ino firmly remained in the middle of the room, not wanting to touch anything. He didn't look too happy, either. "You should have some tact," he said, surprising Ino again. "Tact about what?" "Some creepy dolls." Shikamaru stared at her for a long moment. Ino shifted, back and forth on her feet, jaw itching. She wished she could scratch it. "Stop staring at me," she grumbled. "What do you want from me? I'm here, aren't I? Helping you on this stupid suicide mission." "You don't think it's stupid or a suicide mission," Shikamaru countered, and then, before Ino could refute that, he said, "And I'm not talking about that. You heard Anko. She spent half her life down here. She knew right where to get into that secret door. You're saying she's the one who lived down here?" Shikamaru's eyes snapped over to the hallway. Anko's silhouette was almost invisible in the soft green light of the glow sticks. She walked into the kitchen. "Lived down here, killed down here, and thought I would die down here. It wasn't a good 15 years of my life." At least she doesn't look mad, Ino thought. Anko just pulled out a dirty chair from the old table to sit in. She didn't seem to mind the sticky grime as it covered her arms and clothes. "My master," the word was a curse, "lived and worked of this section of the Yamato works when he trained me. He did human experiments on Konoha ninja here. We can get to those labs through the passages in this place, unless Suna has already sniffed them out." "Who was your master?" Ino wondered. She realized she'd stepped on a landmine when Anko glared at her, but she gathered herself and stared back at the woman. "We need to know. I get that you're a mysterious umbu and everything, but if it can help, I want to know." Shikamaru pushed away from the cabinets. "You're prying too much. I'm not prying enough," she snapped. Then she turned to Anko, who was still frowning at her. But Ino couldn't stop, her fears and anger spilled out. "I know you're helping us and I really appreciate it, and you saved my life I don't know how many times, but the village is burning down around us." Shikamaru said that Suna wanted to grab Sakura alive. "Why is that? Why is she so damned important? How is some backwater village like Suna taking us over? Where is the Hokage? The umbu? Anyone who can actually do something?" It could almost be imagined that the room shifted after Ino's tantrum, that the bricks settled more firmly into their places. Ino stood in the middle of the room, huffing from shouting, glaring down at Anko. The woman just firmly stared back up at her. Off to the side, forgotten, Shikamaru sank back onto the counter. Ino was one of his best friends, but right now he wouldn't get between her and the umbu woman. Slowly, Anko pushed her chair back. Ino caught her breath long enough to swallow the lump in her throat. Anko was a short woman, but looming over Ino she seemed like a giant in the way quietly angry adults could. And then, to Ino's complete shock, she smiled. It wasn't much, just something too curled at the corners to be a sneer. "So there is a spine under there," Anko muttered, still fighting off that smile. She was angry, her cheeks were a ruddy red flushed color, but bemusement was winning its battle. "When did you find that?" Anko slapped her cheeks a few times and let out a great puff of air. Fine. Classified information doesn't mean much anymore, does it?" She sighed, raking a hand through her rough mop of hair. "These are all Orochimaru's old labs." That had not been what Ino was expecting. "Orochimaru? The guy Sakura works for?" "Orochimaru, the Sannin," Shikamaru added, which sounded much more important. Ino knew about the Sannin of Konoha, who didn't, but Orochimaru was the enigma. The traitor. Her father said Orochimaru had ran off because he hadn't been named the fourth. Was he some kind of scientist? Ino asked. Shikamaru nodded even while Anko scowled. "One of the best. My dad told me we base a lot of our newer drugs off his early work with his teammate." They collaborated on a lot of things, Anko hissed. She had sung back into being more angry than amused, and this time Ino gave her space to talk. Orochimaru was a genius, but he doesn't have a soul. He cut little children like you two up into cubed meat, just to put them back together again. He wanted to find out what made the world tick. She raised her arms, gesturing at the surroundings. This was his universe for the last few years, before he tried to kill the third and then escape. That was the last time anyone from the village had seen him until he came to Konoha to propose an alliance, right after we received information that Suna was thinking about an attack. The third told all the Jounin about it. A few days ago, he calls us all together and says that Kiri and Iwa could move against us, and he activates the village reserves. Orochimaru gave us half of that information, and the other half verified by our own Umbu. Shikamaru's eyebrows knitted closer together. So then Orochimaru is helping us, he said. He doesn't have a charitable bone in his body, Anko shot back. He's a monster. He uses people until they are empty husks and then throws them away. Even Suna is being used. She turned to Ino and pointed. Your girl convinced them that Oto would be their ally in the invasion. That's what she was doing in Suna. If Suna found out Orochimaru was playing both sides, they would have chopped her to bits right there on the street. That means he promised them something else. Something more. This is way out of our depth, Shikamaru muttered, and Ino completely agreed. She regretted ever pushing Anko so hard now. Now we have to keep Sakura away from Suna. Why do you say that? Think about it. Whatever Orochimaru tempted Suna with involves Sakura. It's something important enough for them to commit to the first real war since the Third Ninja War ended. Sakura could even be one of their major war goals. The boy gathered himself, right in front of Ino's eyes. He's really changed, Ino thought, still unused to this new Shikamaru enough to be surprised. Even Anko seemed affected. She shifted, crossing her arms, but didn't snap at him. Good little speech, but we have to find her first. There are dozens of labs down here that I know about and probably double I don't. Something with tanks. Tanks big enough to put people in, Shikamaru said. We found some documents on the Sunanin we fought before that old woman took Sakura. I only scanned them, but there was something about tanks and medical equipment in there. I didn't know what that meant then. Tanks, there's one lab I can think of that might have them. Anko looked to the side, down the opposite hall leading out of the kitchen. It's not that far, actually. Orochimaru had one of his last experiments there. Shikamaru nodded, and he handed off another glow stick to Anko. That was enough of a signal for everyone to get moving. Ino brought up the rear of the group as Anko led them down another series of twisting and turning passages. It quickly became obvious that without a guide someone could easily die down here, in the dark. Anko found tunnels hidden in tiny slips of shadow, cleverly hidden by the architecture of a sharp turn. She pressed random loose bricks and dead ends transformed into passages. Not once did they run into a Sunanin. Anko remembered the way better than she gave herself credit. A fight in a narrow tunnel could only end with desperate kunao in the dark. The thought kept Ino close enough to Shikamaru that she nearly ran into him every time the group stopped. Finally, half an hour later, Anko abruptly shed her coat. Give me the sticks, she whispered, and then wrapped them all up. We're getting close to the access, she whispered. Ino felt around for the hem of Shikamaru's shirt and she felt him do the same to Anko. The Umbu didn't seem to have any trouble in the dark. She went forward with the same confidence and silent stride she'd used with the light. Shikamaru and Ino both stumbled after her, doing their best to mitigate any sounds. The access turned out to be a vent no larger than the width of Anko's shoulders. The light peeking from around the dirty blades was lower than the glow sticks had been. When she ducked down to peek through, Ino couldn't see much other than the several large, green water-filled tanks in the room. But Anko was frowning. There's water on the ground, she whispered. Squinting, Ino could just make out the slight shimmer of liquid on the slick black stone. That's not right. This place shouldn't be in use. Unless this is the lab we're looking for, Shikamaru whispered back. Anko shooed them both away from the vent and went through some seals in the dark. It was impossible to see which seals the Umbu had used, but there was the telltale rush of air of something being summoned. She saw what it was when Anko dropped the tiny snake down to the vent and it slithered its way between the blades. "I didn't know you could summon anything," Ino mumbled. Anko flashed a toothy smile in response, but her eyes were locked onto the room behind the vent. All three sets of eyes watched the little snake slither across the floor. Now the water was more pronounced, it rippled with the serpentine movement of the animal as it swiftly crossed. It left Ino's field of view several times, going this way and that, and the whole thing went on for several minutes. Anko didn't seem worried, so Ino said nothing to break the heavy curtain of silence that had drawn close. Heartbeats later, the snake slithered back into view. It raised its little head, looking straight at the vent, and then curled into very deliberate patterns. This went on for a solid minute until Anko surprised both genin by taking a kunao to the corners of the vent. "It's all clear," she said, loud enough that Ino winced. That wince became a full cringe when Anko, tiring of trying to pry the vent loose, gave it a solid kick. The metal made a horrible clatter as it hit the stone floor and Anko made only a little less noise when she dropped into the room. Shikamaru gave Ino a look before shrugging. He was much quieter when he went after the woman. "Can't believe she calls herself a ninja," Ino groused before she shimmied through the vent hole as well. The smell of pure rot hit Ino when she was on the ground. She doubled over and gagged, but Shikamaru was right there, putting something over her nose and mouth. He'd ripped both his sleeves off and had one of them tied around his own face as a filter. "Don't look at the chunks too much," he warned, but Ino's eyes naturally went straight to them. She screamed. She screamed even around the dirty sleeve over her mouth, past Shikamaru's hand. She screamed loud enough that her teeth rattled. Anko wasn't smiling anymore. She wasn't anything. Her face was closed and professional as she stood in the middle of piles of flesh and body parts, rotting all around them. A few remaining tanks had floating arms and legs, or half-formed torsos in them, which made it abundantly clear what they all were now standing in. "Focus on me," Anko said. "Block out the rest. Both of you. Get over here." One step at a time, both Ino and Shikamaru got through the worst of it. Anko had apparently cleared out the worst of the gore where she was standing, because even though she was in the middle of a clutch of shattered glass, there was none of the horror now safety behind Ino's back. She was near the wall, standing over something. Someone. The boy was slumped over, resting against the wall. His arms and legs were snapped and bent at unnatural angles, like some huge fist had grabbed him and squeezed hard. A river of blood flowed down from his mouth, staining his shirt and the surrounding floor, mixing with the oily contents of the broken tanks to become a thick red sludge. Every vein in his body was purple and standing out against his otherwise porcelain skin. "Suna poison," she said. Anko wasn't wearing any kind of mask, Ino noticed for some strange reason. She lifted the boy's head with the tip of her boot. A thick glob of blood fell from his lips and splattered onto his chest. Anko pulled her foot away in disgust. She looked over at Shikamaru. "You said it was an old woman puppeteer that grabbed Harino? Short? Lavender hair. How did you know?" Shikamaru wondered. He looked at the body for a few seconds longer than Ino had before he found something else to be interested in. Anko cursed under her breath. Cho. She was a monster in the Second War. She killed a third of the land of Earth's civilian military by herself. She poisoned Tsunagi Castle, assassinated its commander, and then killed anyone not vomiting up their guts with her puppets. It's what led to the Earth's daimyo pulling out of the war. Shikamaru went ashen. That Cho? She almost killed me. And Koji's father. There's no almost about it. If you two are alive, it's because she didn't want to kill you. Even Orochimaru avoided fighting her during the war. Without Tsunade, wait a second. Ino dragged her eyes back to the corpse. Anko reached down and plucked a soggy, dirty scroll from the boy's stiff grip. Never seen one like this before, she admitted, turning it over in her hands. It was sealed tight, it wouldn't open no matter how much Anko tugged at it. The only thing that marked it as being odd was the character for soul painted on the outside. She slipped it into her pouch. Might be useful, she said, already turning away from the body. She scooped up her snake summon on the way and whispered something to it. It disappeared in a cloud of smoke. You guys need to come and see this, Shikamaru called out. He had wandered off and was now standing next to a thick, metal door set into the back of the room. It was featureless except for a raised metal lip where the handle should have been. Anko pressed her ear up against the metal. "Don't hear or feel anything," she said. Her hand went down to the lip and she pressed her palm up against it. Hopefully no one changed the locks. It unlocked with a loud thunk. Eager to be anywhere except in this room, Ino was the first through, ignoring Anko's hissed warning and Shikamaru's grabbing at her. There wasn't anything horrible in here. Even the lights worked when Ino quickly went for the switch. Anko came in right behind her, Kunao out, but the only thing to see was a row of unbroken green tanks on one side of the room and a row of empty hospital beds against the other. The only odd thing was a rickety old gurney laying on its side in the middle of the room. This was anticlimactic, Anko said. Ino wanted to grab the woman and shake her until she turned sane, but she settled for ripping off the sleeve over her nose. She didn't throw it away, because there was no exit door in here, but it didn't stink of rotting flesh and it sounded like the ventilation still worked. And then Shikamaru pointed past her. "There's Sakura," he said, sounding as relieved as Ino had heard him yet tonight. The girl's heart leapt into her throat and she raced past him, almost knocking the boy over. She skidded to a stop in front of a clean, unbroken tank. A part of her brain snagged on it not being the same sickly green of the others, but that didn't seem important next to what she saw. A perfect, whole, Harano Sakura, floating peacefully behind a few inches of glass. Ino's eyes took in the whole picture of Sakura before her fist slammed into the glass. "Help me get her out," she yelled to Shikamaru, who snapped out of his shock long enough to look around for something to crack the glass with. Anko Ino's arm before she could slam into the tank again. She grunted as Ino tried to squirm away. "Calm the hell down. Look at her. She's breathing." Shikamaru dropped the rock he'd found. "She's right, Ino. Look at her chest." Ino flushed, but before she could shriek something Anko grabbed a hold of her head and forced it right up near the glass. "Look at her chest. That's breathable liquid. Orochimaru used it all the time because it healed his subjects faster. Get a grip." The blonde pushed Anko's hand away. "I'm the only one that has a grip. Sakura is floating inside of a glass tube and you both are telling me to calm down. Because I need you to stay calm. Watch the damn door for a second. I still remember how to turn one of these things off." The seconds took an eternity to slip by. Ino watched the door, but she also watched Anko as the woman fumbled around the back of the tube. Shikamaru was digging around in his pouch for a spool of ninja wire, which he rigged up to the door with an explosive tag, but the last thing Ino could think about right now was securing the room. She was right back at the tube when a ring of vents opened up at the bottom and oily water spilled out. When the glass split open in the middle on hinges Ino hadn't noticed, she was there. Ino caught her friend as she fell out of the tube. The girl was limp and unconscious, but her body still instinctively hacked up all the fluid in its lungs. Ino wrapped her in sheets she stole from the hospital beds and dragged her away from the puddle of medical fluid. Anko had more of a grasp of basic medical care than Ino did. She checked Sakura's pulse and pushed open her eyelids. There was no reaction even though her pupils dilated. "What's wrong with her?" Ino asked. "More than I know how to fix. Notice anything wrong with this picture?" Ino blinked. Anko was pinching Sakura's hair between her fingers, Sakura's short hair. Someone had cropped at her shoulders. And Sakura's scars, they were gone. Every single one, from her arms to her legs to her stomach, had disappeared without leaving so much as a pale trace. "Did the water heal her?" Ino asked. Selfishly, her eyes wandered to one of the other tanks. Her hand was already rubbing her jaw, where her own jagged souvenir was just beginning to heal. But Anko shook her head. "No. As far as I know, it doesn't work like that. It won't heal cosmetic damage. And why would Suna care about a few scars? Why did they put her into that tank? Can we wake her up?" Shikamaru asked. He was still by the door, watching the horrific room beyond. "Ino, there are some smelling salts in your bag." She found the little medical pouch and cracked the small plastic container under Sakura's nose. No response at all, which made Anko click her teeth. Before Ino could stop her, she had her kunao out and was poking at Sakura's fingertips. Again, nothing from the comatose girl they had come all this way to find. Something's wrong here, Anko muttered, thought she seemed to be at a loss for what that actually was. It was probably the closest she would get to asking for help. Shikamaru settled into his preferred pose for deep thought, but it was Ino that came up with something first. I can use the Shintenshin on her. Dad used it to bring people out of comas before. Anko shrugged. It's an idea. Her eyes went over to Shikamaru. We don't really have time to think too much about it. I don't think Suna would have just left this brat here after all the trouble it went through to get her. Ino held out her hands, centered Sakura in her crosshairs. At some point all of her friends had gotten to experience the mind-body switch. Asuma had ensured that Shikamaru and Koji were familiar with it. She had broken her friendship with Sakura before she'd learned the technique, though. I wonder what it'll feel like, Ino thought as she activated the jutsu. She felt the usual slipping of her soul unwinding from her body and suddenly she was floating free. Anko and Shikamaru couldn't see her, but Ino could still see and perceive them. Their souls glowed like lanterns in the room, though Anko's was strange. There was a black lump of something on her soul's neck. But Ino didn't have time to investigate. The woman was holding Sakura and Ino could see the hazy outline of Sakura's own soul, though it was very faint and seemed to float around the girl in a wispy halo. Ino's soul settled down into Sakura's body like she was sitting in a comfortable chair. Sakura's flesh became her flesh, her eyes, Ino's eyes. It was as perfect a Shintenshin as she had ever performed. Too perfect. Even an unconscious person's mind had some kind of pushback. Falling into Sakura had been like slipping on an empty shirt. She's not here, Ino said, panicked. She tried to get up in Sakura's body and stumbled. Anko had to catch her. I can barely move her legs. Anko let out a breath. Did you do something wrong? She asked, hopelessly. It doesn't make any sense. By Umbu accounts she's one of the strongest kunoichi in your generation now. I know how to do the Shintenshin. The tank did something to her. It doesn't work like that. Well, she's younger. Anko and Ino both turned to Shikamaru. He had a look on his face like he'd just found the last, nagging puzzle piece that had been bothering him for days. She's younger, he repeated. Probably about a year younger. She's lost maybe 2 inches and a dozen pounds. Ino struggled to her feet with Anko's help. Just as Shikamaru said, she came up significantly shorter than Anko than Ino was used to. And her arms were soft and spindly, which Ino knew should be firm, along with Sakura's legs. A high metallic twang came from the doorway as the tripwire snapped, but without the force of an explosion tag. Shikamaru spun around, kunao flying, and a very much alive teen caught it an inch from his face. Kabuto, Anko hissed like a curse. She let Ino go and the girl struggled to stay upright. As annoying as that was, having Anko between her and the zombie boy, who was still bleeding from his ears, was probably a great thing. Anko-san. You look well. The boy, Kabuto, gingerly tossed Shikamaru back his kunao. He strolled into the lab like he owned it. His eyes caught on Ino. For a moment, they went wide and surprised, but then they flicked over to Ino's real body, laying off to the side, and they went back to narrow. Yamanaka Ino, I suspect, he said. Smart, trying to bring her out of a coma like that. It could work, if she was actually in a coma. Anko's stance tightened. And here I thought Joe saved me the trouble of killing you. She came the closest out of anyone, he replied. It sounded light, but there was a definite strain to his voice to maintain control. But if you wish to finish the job she started, then by all means. I'm sure Orochimaru would be pleased that you saved him the effort when he gets here. Bullshit. He's nowhere near Konoha, Anko snarled, but her arm started shaking ever so slightly. Ino watched a bead of sweat run down the woman's neck. He most certainly is, but you already knew that he would come. Orochimaru is a snake that will devour this village. Ino shuffled closer to Anko. Who is he? She asked. She was desperate to find some sense in what the two were saying to each other. All she really understood so far is that Orochimaru might come to the village. She knew that probably wasn't a good thing, based on what Anko had told them about him. Anko the Umbu, the former special Jounin, the toughest person Ino had ever met, was scared to death of him, too. His name is Kakushi Kabuto, the woman answered, and he was Sakura's handler when they turned her into a sleeper agent. He's a spy. Anko sounded disgusted. He's also supposed to be dead. Danzo implied that he was. He would never kill me, Kabuto interjected. I am too useful to him, since I understand all of Orochimaru's research in an easier-to-control form. I've been in an Umbu prison for weeks now. Ino thought she understood less now, after the explanation. He's a spy for Orochimaru? Or that Danzo guy? He's playing both sides. He's a kid with no loyalty to anything. Kabuto smiled and bowed his head. Loyalty is something treasured by the talentless. It offers them a metric to judge their lives by that is empty and requires the smallest amount of effort. It's not something a ninja should worry about. But you are worried about what Orochimaru will do to you once he finds out you've been spilling his secrets to Danzo. And that you've helped Suna with whatever it is they wanted to do with Harano. Not even Orochimaru can kill me yet, Kabuto shot back, losing some of his composure. There's too much I have left to do. Anko stumbled as Ino pushed past her. You're right about that. Fix Sakura. She's not in here. Ino said, pointing with Sakura's arm to her head. Of course she's not in there. She never was. I began growing that body a week after I recruited her. Where's her original body, then? Shikamaru asked. He was still behind Kabuto, kunao in his hand, but the teen was unconcerned. He waved the question off like it was a footnote. Stuffed in a box I buried under the academy. The real question you should ask is where her last body is. Suna used it to hold the one-tailed Shukaku after extracting it from Sabukagara. They now have an empty, perfect vessel that will obey their commands, and the Kazekige's son is no longer saddled with the burden of the demon. Across the room Anko gasped. Ino had never heard the woman show that much surprise at anything. What's a Shukaku? Ino asked, turning to the Umbu. One of the 9-tailed beasts that roam the world. You are familiar with the Kyuubi that attacked this village 12 years ago? It is one of 9. In fact, Before Kabuto could say another word, Anko shot across the room like an arrow. Her knee drove straight into Kabuto's stomach, doubling him over. Enough of this, she snarled, grabbing a fistful of his hair. Is Harano alive? Yes or no? We can't wait down here anymore. Kabuto's hand speared straight at Anko, glowing. The woman bent out of the way with only a thin slice of her shirt being caught. Her foot came down hard on the back of Kabuto's leg, crumpling him, and she wrenched his arm up into a clench. One more time. She pulled hard on Kabuto's arm and Ino heard a pop come from his shoulder. Is Harano Sakura alive? He didn't talk, he only glared up at Anko. The woman didn't yell or curse at him. When he was silent for another heartbeat, she put her foot into the small of his back and calmly wrenched his entire arm straight out of its socket. Kabuto looked back over his distended shoulder. That's not a kind thing, Anko-san, he said. If I couldn't turn off my pain receptors, I would probably be screaming. The tip of Anko's kunao went into Kabuto's temple. Where before the teen had been calm, even amused, now his eyes hardened and his body went rigid. Slowly, Anko turned the kunao. Ino could faintly hear the horrible scrape of iron on bone. You are a speck of dirt compared to Orochimaru, she whispered. I could cut your meningeal artery and leave you here to bleed out. I could miss it and start removing little chunks out of your brain until you're a drooling vegetable. Could you heal that? The answer was evidently the negative. Slowly, carefully, Kabuto raised one of his hands and pointed at Anko's waist. The scroll you took, he said, voice measured and calm despite his situation, is the tether. We needed a soul to mature the body we used, slowly, over a long period. Anko reached back to her belt with her free hand. She tossed the scroll to Ino. Figure that out. Nara, give me more of that wire. We've got to get this one to the tower. Isn't that dangerous? Shikamaru asked as he started feeding wire to the woman. Anko wrenched the teen's other shoulder out of its socket and tied both limp arms behind his back with the cutting ninja wire. Rings of blood immediately began flowing from Kabuto's arms, but he didn't seem disturbed. Anko pulled the knot tight. "We need him. He's the only proof I have that Danzo is going behind the Hokage's back. He comes with us." This was all background conversation to Ino. The second the scroll had brushed her fingers, she'd felt something sealed in the paper. It was faint and nebulous, but it was real and familiar. Ino put the scroll on the floor and released her Shintenshin. Sakura's body landed with a meaty thud as Ino's soul rose out of it. Instead of going back to her own body, she floated down toward the scroll. Without Anko in the way, she saw that the fuzzy halo she had thought was Sakura's soul in her body was coming from the scroll, projecting outwards in the vague shape of a person. Whatever this was, it was an advanced sealing jutsu the likes of which Ino had no experience with. None of her lessons, either with her father or at the academy, had mentioned being able to seal a human soul into an object. Ino floated around the silhouette, not even sure how to interact with the sealed thing. Was Sakura aware of where she was? Could she see Ino right now? Had she heard everything from the moment she'd been sealed? Sakura? There was no reaction from the floating soul. So, she reached out and touched it. The feeling that Ino had been missing when she first had used the Shintenshin, the feeling of meeting a mental barrier and pushing it out of the way, hit her like a punch to the gut. This soul had a very defined sense of self. Still, Ino mentally pushed harder, and with more of her chakra, until the barrier finally gave way to her jutsu with a pop. And she fell. In the physical world, the scroll flashed a violent green. Shikamaru had been ready to help Ino up when she'd released the Shintenshin in Sakura's body, but the blonde remained inert. So did Sakura. "That's not normal," he said. Tied, bleeding, and over an impatient Anko's shoulder like a sack of flour, Kabuto laughed to himself. "She," he said, choking out the words around the blood still in his throat, "should not have done that." Chapter 37. Ino knew she was lying in a futon. She could feel the soft fabric against her bare arms and legs, and the pillow under her head. Her body went about its normal biological functions too. She was breathing, blinking, and could even feel the saliva in her mouth. She swallowed and felt all the little muscles in her neck move. It felt like she was in an actual body of flesh and blood. And that frightened the shock right out of her. The futon covers fell away as Ino struggled to get up. Her hands braced against a cold, wooden floor. She could tell it was expensive because she could hardly feel the soft grain of the wood under her fingertips, a grain that she shouldn't be able to feel at all. A mental landscape shouldn't have so much firmness without it being a genjutsu construction. Ino forced her fingers through the genjutsu cancel seals. She could feel the chakra burn its way through her body, but the need to breathe and the sore feeling in her body didn't go away. The sudden burn of chakra made her chest flutter and she felt the telltale sign of chakra exertion. Someone chuckled. Ino couldn't move yet, but she still whirled around to face whoever was in the room with her. They would be a difficult person to see, though. The room was larger than Ino had first guessed and there were only 2 windows, both with pulled blinds. Only a few stubborn, dusty rays of sunshine were getting in between the slats. Whoever had gotten a laugh out of Ino's panicking was hidden in the deep shadows. "That's not going to work," they said. Ino could only just see the outline of a person sitting on the floor. "This isn't a genjutsu." But the voice was familiar. In fact, Ino would have known that voice anywhere. "Sakura!" she called out, hardly believing it. The very girl Ino was in search of shuffled out of the shadows. Her hair was shorter, cropped right at the shoulders, and she was thin and pale, but there was no doubt at the missing hair. Ino staring back at her with the long-suffering expression that had become a staple of the Chunin lately. Who else would it be? A weight fell off Ino's shoulders. She almost sagged back into the futon. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you in one piece." "That right?" Sakura muttered. She gave Ino a guarded look for a few moments, but then her eyes dropped away and she slumped against the wall. "Come on, Ino. We don't have to lie anymore." Ino struggled to her feet. Her legs were like wet noodles and Sakura didn't move to help. All she did was angle her body slightly, as if she expected Ino to rush her. "What do you mean?" Ino asked. Lie about what? I'm here to rescue you, Forid. Don't call me that, Sakura said. Her eyes flashed from caution to anger in the space of a heartbeat. You don't get to call me that, Ino. Not here. She pushed off from the wall and circled around Ino like a cat. I'm not going to spend the afterlife as your shadow like I did my whole childhood. What are you even talking about? You're not dead. This is all just your head. Sakura scoffed. Do you think I'm stupid? This isn't some kind of mindscape. I can't control it, so it's not mine. Her smile turned sharp when she saw Ino's surprise. I know a lot about Yamanaka clan techniques, Ino. I spent a lot of time studying your Shintanshin. Something to file away for later, Ino told herself. So, what, you think we're dead or something? That makes more sense to you. Explain this then. Sakura shouted, yanking at her chopped hair. Explain why I don't have any scars. Explain why I can't use any of my jutsu. Ino wasn't a medic, but she knew the signs of extreme shock and hysteria. She held up her hands and stepped back. Sakura's eyes were unfocused. Little cracks Ino hadn't spotted earlier now started to become plain. Sakura didn't just have a different haircut or no scars, she was also physically smaller and younger. She matched the body Kabuto claimed to have made. Ino was sure that whatever he had done to put her soul into this limbo, or to create that fake body, affected Sakura's mental sense of self. A mental disconnect like that could cause real and lasting problems. Ino knew she had to treat lightly around what was probably a fractured part of Sakura's conscience. Sakura, she said, taking pains to temper her tone, calm down and think about it. How am I here if you're dead and this is some kind of afterlife? Because you're dead too. Because Suna destroyed the village and killed everyone. Sakura turned this way and that, spooking at shadows. Then where is everyone else? Do you see anyone else here? Sakura rocked back on her heels. Ino knew Sakura, she knew that Sakura couldn't resist not knowing. The girl solved puzzle boxes for fun. If she understood anything at all about the girl, then the question Ino had thrown at her was rattling around in her brain, focusing it back on something concrete. But Sakura surprised her with the answer. Not anyone from the village, she reluctantly answered. Not anyone from the village. Wait, there are other people here. The momentary curiosity and clarity that had appeared in Sakura's eyes dimmed with the question. A few, she said. 2 or 3. I've only seen them a few times. But you said no one from the village. No one you know, Ino stressed. She could put aside the other bit for a moment. Never. I thought they were kami. A blush appeared on Sakura's face, even as her expression screwed up. But if I'm not dead, if this isn't some kind of afterlife, what's going on? Is this, she motioned to her body, just a mental projection? The innocent question brought everything back into focus for Ino. She wasn't having a chat with Sakura inside some tourist trap tea house, they were running for their lives under the village, now with both of them as dead weight to their companions. Ino lunged forward and caught Sakura by the shoulders. We can't play 20 questions, Sakura. I've got to get you out of here and back into your body. Sakura pushed her away. She didn't seem as confused and unsure as she had been a moment ago, which Ino chalked up as a win. What are you talking about? My body is dead, Ino. Whatever jutsu this is, it's the only thing keeping me around. You're not dead. You have a body out there, right now. Anko's probably carrying it around like a sack of flour. Ino grabbed her arm and Sakura didn't immediately pull away this time. She was listening. I know it sounds crazy, but we're inside your mind. Or whatever part of your mind your soul has. I don't know the specifics. Ask my dad when we get out of here, but right now I need you to concentrate. From the look on Sakura's face, it didn't just sound crazy, she looked up at Ino like she was a ranting psychopath. Say that's true, Sakura said, looking down at Ino's grip suspiciously, what are you supposed to do about it? The Shintanshin doesn't let you move around souls like they're potted plants. The Shintanshin can't do it, but I've seen my dad do a jutsu that works close to what we want. Just trust me. Ino knew she didn't project the most confidence. Sakura was quiet for a long moment and Ino wasn't sure if she'd gotten through to her. If it doesn't work, then you don't need to worry because you think you're dead anyway. Sakura failed to keep a scoff behind her lips. She rolled her eyes and Ino could feel the tense muscles in her arm relax. It was as close to consent as Ino would probably get. She brought her hand up to Sakura's forehead and pressed half of the Shinton-shin seal into the girl's skin. Inoichi had used whatever this jutsu was to push a soul out of a body during an interrogation Ino had sat in on a year ago. The actual mechanics of death, he'd said, were worse for some people than any kind of pain you could inflict on them. Inoichi had left them floating around the room for a few minutes, just in a state of limbo. It cracked the murderer immediately and he'd confessed everything. Inoichi hadn't taught that technique to Ino, but she was sure of the seal and her finger placement. Sakura's eyes crossed as she tried to watch what Ino's fingers were doing and Ino made a face at her. They weren't more than a few inches from each other. "Relax and don't fight the jutsu," she ordered. She pushed her chakra into the seal. Ino felt the jutsu start up and so did Sakura, judging by how she quit squirming. "It feels weird." "Is it supposed to feel weird?" Ino growled and pushed more of her chakra into the jutsu. The strange feeling intensified, but Sakura and her mindscape both stayed solid. Finally, feeling the first pangs of chakra strain, Ino dropped the jutsu. "It's supposed to fix all this," she ranted, throwing her hands up. "Well, it didn't." Sakura pulled away, but she didn't go far. She flopped down onto the futon Ino had woken up on. After a second of frustrated indecision Ino joined her. They stared out the little window in the room, though the slits in the blind. There were blue skies out there, Ino noticed, and birds flying back and forth. This really was the most complicated, detailed mindscape Ino had ever experienced. Eventually, if Sakura's teacher hadn't gotten her out of prison, she would have been given to interrogation. Ino wondered how her father would have dealt with a mindscape like this. Would he have known right away what to do? What threads to tug on, so he could unravel the whole thing? "How did you know about Kabuto?" Sakura suddenly asked. Ino looked over at her. "Before, you said that Kabuto didn't kill me. That he sealed me, or something. How do you know him?" "Oh. Well, some Suna woman almost killed him, then Anko beat him up, and now she's taking him to the tower. Something about Danzo." Ino cringed at how she sounded. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Because I thought you were dead." Sakura just shook her head. "Danzo said he was dead. He told the Hokage he was dead, I think. Kabuto did this to me. He's behind everything. That nerdy-looking guy? Anko shut him up real quick. That's the second time you've mentioned her. And how do you know Anko of all people? And what's that thing on your face?" Ino tried not to flinch when Sakura's hand reached up to her jaw, poking at the scar running along the edge of her face. "You must really not be dead, or maybe your scars would have healed too." The girl's fingers were uncomfortably warm where they lingered and Ino lightly swatted the hand away. "I got them saving Anko's life," she stuttered. Sakura's eyes narrowed. "She hates my guts, Ino. There's no way she would want to help me." Ino couldn't tell Sakura that Anko was her umbu handler. Getting into that kind of double-cross fight right now would ruin things. So, she lied. "We ran into each other in the middle of the attack and I followed her back to the hospital," Ino said, "when Shikamaru wanted to come and get you. Yes, that Shikamaru, she fell in with us. She knows her way around the sewers under the city, too, and she owes me a favor." Ino gestured to her face. "For the scar thing. How does Anko know anything about the Yamato works?" "Ask her yourself when you're out of here," Ino said, not knowing how Sakura would react if she knew Anko had been Orochimaru's student at some point. "The real question right now is how we're going to get out of your head. You said you've been out of this room, right? So we can walk around." Sakura's curiosity fell away. Her eyes slid over to the only door in the room. "You don't want to go out there. You should try to get us out yourself." "You saw how that went," Ino said. "We have to find some way of bringing out you this naturally." Sakura didn't move. The longer we stay here, the more time Suna has to win the war. We've got to get ahead of this. But not even that convinced Sakura to go with any great hurry. Ino almost had to pull the girl up to her feet and drag her over to the door. Ino knew that she couldn't leave the other girl where she was. Sakura needed to help her find a way out of her mindscape. And Ino didn't really want to be alone in this place, either. Something here was wrong. The unease she had originally felt only eased off a slip when Sakura had shown herself, and Ino did not want to go exploring without a guide. But soon they encountered the first hurdle, the door. It was stuck. Ino tugged and pushed, but it was stiff. Sakura was no help either, hanging back, arms hugging herself, looking part sullen and part petulant. Realizing she wouldn't get any help, Ino braced one foot up against the wall and pulled. With the groan of wood bursting at the seams, it popped open, throwing Ino back. A wave of heat spilled out of the now gaping portal, searing the hairs on her face, and sand spilled in like water, covering the floor, knocking over furniture, and washing over Ino's legs and stomach like a heavy blanket. It only stopped around the halfway mark in the room. Sakura! Ino screamed, struggling to pull herself out of the sand. She eventually gave up on yanking herself free and started digging. What is wrong with your brain? You're the one who's going around opening doors, Sakura muttered. She walked up to the sand and poked it with the tip of her foot. Ino finally dug herself out. Because I want out of here. I'm literally trying to pull you out of your own head and you're fighting me at every turn. Because, what's that smell? It was a metallic, harsh smell tinged with something that smelled like overcooked barbecue. Bodies. Sakura didn't explain more than that, but she did begin moving. She plodded up the sand and past Ino, ducking under the door and heading out into the blinding sunlight. Ino lingered, but she was losing sight of Sakura, so she scrambled out after the other girl. The sun was blinding, the sand was blistering. The land was featureless except for the tips of the dunes, and the massive black plumes of smoke hanging in the air over the desert in the far distance. We need to have a conversation about your imagination, Ino huffed. She'd caught up to Sakura at the top of the nearest dune. Behind her, predictably, the door to the bedroom had vanished, showing only unbroken sand as far as she could see. She wasn't expecting anything different, but it was still unsettling. Sakura frowned at the plumes of smoke. It's a memory, she said. She opened her mouth again, shut it, and then finally mumbled, I don't want to be here. Is this Suna? Ino wondered. She'd only seen pictures of the Land of Wind in her academy books. It felt real against the tips of her toes, just as realistic as the previous room had seemed. Are those Kami guys here, or somewhere else? The girl shifted. It's always different. The first time I went out of the room it was the park where you found me the other day. He was sitting on a bench. We didn't talk and he wouldn't talk to me. I didn't know what he was. Sakura sounded faintly disturbed by the thought. Ino had no idea what Sakura could have seen, but she had the feeling that Sakura was relying on her understanding this thing. It'd taken a huge effort just to convince Sakura she wasn't dead. If the girl caught a whiff that Ino was almost just as in the dark as she was, then Ino didn't know how Sakura would take it. You said you saw him more than once. What did he look like? Ancient. White beard, longer than you are tall. Sakura mimed a long beard that went down past her stomach. Thick eyebrows. He wouldn't even open his eyes, even when I screamed at him. It's probably just a projection of whatever jutsu Kabuto used. It almost certainly wasn't, but Ino thought it sounded clever. She needed to get Sakura moving again. Figure out the strange man later. Maybe he's down there at the smoke? I could use him to get us out of here. With some reluctance, Sakura followed. Ino fell behind at the bottom of the dune and tried to mimic the sure-footed steps of Sakura on the sand. She at least knew where they were going even if she didn't want to actually go, which suited Ino. Any forward movement suited her. Keeping Sakura focused on something other than whatever emotional breakdown she was dealing with would be paramount. Watching Sakura struggle up the next dune, Ino knew her job would be that much harder. Almost every step the girl took seemed to unpleasantly surprise her as she instinctively reached for some power that wasn't there. Ino could see the full extent of Sakura's changes in the desert sun, and saw a smaller, younger, weaker girl. Whatever this thing trapping them was, it had exactly mirrored the body floating in the medical tube. By the time they reached the top of the dune, Sakura was shivering with exhaustion. "Can't you use chakra or something?" Ino felt a bit winded, but Sakura looked ready to collapse. The other girl sent her a vicious look. "I am." She snarled between huffs of air. She struggled to get upright and her knees wobbled as her feet sank into the sand. Ino realized that Sakura couldn't even use chakra to keep herself above the sand. The smoke was still several dunes away, and with the sun beating down on them, Ino didn't like their chances at this pace. She knew nothing about desert travel, but she could see the desperation in Sakura's eyes as the girl pushed forward to what might be shelter. Sakura growled like a wounded animal, but Ino ignored her as she easily pried the girl's arm up and over her shoulder. "We're getting out of this heat," Ino said, taking the brunt of Sakura's weight, which didn't feel nearly as substantive as it should have. She kept the girl upright as they slid down the face of the dune with frictionless chakra working to speed them up. Getting up the next dune was more of a challenge, but they still made better time than Sakura could have by herself. Gradually, Sakura put up less resistance to the help. "Thanks," she muttered, sounding more like the Sakura Ino had grown up with than the confident, even cocky, Sakura that had returned home as an Otonin. It was a throwback to a different time and a different girl. And a different part of their respective lives. Ino the leader. The thought came unbidden as Sakura gripped her neck tighter as they slid down the next dune. Ino wasn't naive enough to think she ran Team 10, not when Shikamaru came up with most of their plans and knew exactly how to prod both her and Koji into action. The boys might do what she said when the stakes weren't very high, but even she looked to Shikamaru for anything else. But in the past, Ino ran her own group. She'd been the undisputed leader of the most exclusive club at the academy with a dozen girls, all from top clans, hanging on her every word. Sakura had been her fixer-upper project and an accessory to Ino's own greatness. Things changed over the years, but Ino knew herself well enough to realize she enjoyed being the center of attention. And it's not so bad, she thought, shouldering more of Sakura's slim weight, if I'm the one who gets us out of here. I have the most experience with things like this. It just screams Yamanaka problem, doesn't it? The camp is down there. Sakura jerked her head at the row of tents down on the flat desert plain, flanked by a crumbling stone watchtower. She slipped out of Ino's hold, but didn't rush to get down to the camp. He's probably there. He won't talk to us. Warily, Ino scanned the haphazard clump of tents. Some had torn or collapsed, but others looked serviceable enough if they wanted to take a rest. The metallic, pork-like smell was omnipresent, and staying down there where it would be strongest wasn't high on Ino's list of things she wanted to do, but anything that got them out of direct sunlight for a few minutes sounded great. And Sakura looked gassed. She was trying to hide it, but Ino knew her well enough to see that she was barely holding herself together. She could see the little shivers going across Sakura's skin under the goosebumps and rivers of sweat. Ino stepped back up to her and, without complaint this time, Sakura was once again half-draped across her shoulders. "We'll go take a break in one of those tents," Ino decided. Her chakra pooled under the bottom of her sandals and they slid down the broad face of the dune like it was a giant slide. They hit the bottom with enough speed that they slid into the outskirts of the camp before they came to a stop. It was eerily quiet. The fabric of the surrounding tents flapped and rustled in the wind, and Ino could hear the low smolder of the massive burn pits even this far away from them, but there was no sound of human habitation. Sakura hadn't let go of her yet either, and she felt the girl's nervous shivering through her skin. Ino picked the closest, most stable-looking tent for a rest. It had 4 walls and only 1 hole in it, so it seemed good enough. She slipped out of Sakura's grasp and steered the girl inside. But right at the threshold Sakura froze. Hinata. The name, and Sakura's gutted tone, set the hairs on the back of Ino's neck ridged. She pushed past Sakura, putting the girl firmly behind her. There, laying on the sandy floor of the tent, was a body. The dried blood under its head stood out like a flare against the sandy canvas of the tent. It was on its stomach, but its face, what was left of its face, was turned toward them. Just as Ino's brain was struggling to put the picture together, Sakura collapsed to her knees. Hinata. The verbal cue snapped the recognition into place. It was Hyuga Hinata. Her skin was a waxy, greenish color and sunken into her skull like a too large plastic mask. But her eyes. The empty sockets just stared straight back at Ino. Holy shit, Ino gagged. She jerked her eyes away before she could find out if this mindscape was realistic enough to simulate what she'd had for dinner. Sakura wasn't faring any better, she was on her hands and knees, gagging. Ino let out a disgusted sigh. I know I already asked it, but what is wrong with your brain? Why would you even imagine something like this? Sakura shot her an ugly look. It's a memory, you idiot. Why would I want to imagine something like that? Because you're mental. Ino shrieked back. She'd seen dead bodies before, not ever one like Hinata's. Never someone she'd known. Hinata and her had never been friends, but the shy girl had always been invited to birthday parties or other major functions, clan politics being what they were. They weren't strangers. But looking at Sakura, Ino knew the girl had already compartmentalized whatever little breakdown she'd been going through. The girl was looking around at the other tents, scanning them with a purpose. What surprised Ino wasn't that Sakura did that, but that her first instinct was to mimic the girl. It was the same sensation she felt when Asuma would tell the team to be silent during a mission, or when her father was talking about something serious. Her mind had just automatically filed the action under adult and went with it. It irked Ino to no end. What are you even looking for? She asked, forcing her traitorous voice not to whisper. Another angry look from Sakura, but Ino met it. Annoying Sakura came easier than falling back into the weird, uncomfortably comfortable role of being a person Sakura could rely on, and it took her mind off the horror show that was the mental projection of Hyuga Hinata's corpse. But Ino didn't need an answer from Sakura, she soon too heard the rolling thunder coming from beyond the line of tents. Sakura grabbed her by the arm. Bandits! She shouted, trying to pull Ino through the tents. We have to get to the tower. You're getting caught in the memory. Ino objected. The other girl had gotten a boost of adrenaline, but it was still simple for Ino to dig her feet in and hold firm. We're never going to get out of here if you just relive your memories over and over again. The rumbling was getting closer. Ino could clearly hear the snorts of horses and the calls of their riders. The sound of it shook the ground under her feet and she had to consciously stop from cringing. Think about it, Sakura. This is your head. These are your memories. They can only hurt you if you let them. We're here to find the one person you said you'd never seen before, they're the key to all this. Ino knew her argument was sound, but she also knew that Sakura wouldn't listen. She resisted a few more hard tugs before Sakura cut her loose and darted off on her own, toward the heap of a tower looming over them. That left Ino alone, standing amid the tents, when the horsemen finally thundered into view. Horses were rare in Konoha. Civilians used them to travel, but the streets were too narrow for many wagons or carts except for the busiest of areas. Even so, the sleepy draft horses Ino had rarely seen didn't compare to the snorting monsters that emerged from between the tents. Ino was sure that even if she stood on Sakura's shoulders she wouldn't be able to stare one in the eyes. And there were dozens, hundreds, of them, flooding in from every conceivable angle. The men on their backs were wearing loose-fitting robes, or mismatched pieces of armor, carrying long spears or bows. But Ino wasn't the one the specters were interested in. They filtered past her in a deafening symphony of running chaos, but not one hair on Ino's head was so much as fluttered by the beasts. Sakura had only gotten a few meters up the side of the tower, but none of the horsemen dismounted to fetch her. A few of the archers took potshots at her, but the arrows hit only close enough to give the girl a good scare, so perfectly close that only a master could have sent an arrow there with purpose. Ino cupped her hands around her mouth. They won't touch you, Sakura. It's just a memory. A mental projection. Then come up here and catch arrows for me. Sakura shouted back. She'd gotten over halfway and the rocks were looser with more handholds. Soon she was all the way on the top, only peeking over the edge. It was honestly one of the silliest things Ino had ever seen. 100 angry, burly men on snorting monsters, surrounding a small little ruin with a terrified girl cowering on the top of it. Ino shook her head and pushed her way through the press of animals. She climbed much faster than Sakura, even without knowing how to use her chakra to stick to the wall. A good day's sleep at the hospital and care from the healers there had worked wonders for her. Arrows were still whizzing over the top, but Ino didn't cower down like her friend. They came close enough that Ino could feel the air from them on her skin, but not one touched her. "Come on," she said, reaching down and tugging Sakura up. "Get up and stand here." Sakura resisted, but Ino was stronger and she held the shivering girl upright. Suddenly, one horseman hurled his spear at them like a javelin. Sakura tried her best to get away, to duck back down, but Ino had her firm. For a terrible moment felt like she might have actually misjudged the mindscape as the point seemed to zero right in on them, but at the last second it visibly and unnaturally lurched to one side, missing them by inches. Ino let out a breath. "See? It's just some bluster. They're your projections. They can't hurt you unless you really want them to. We could have died if you were wrong." Sakura snapped. She finally got enough leverage to push Ino away, but at least she didn't immediately cower back down. "That's funny, an hour ago you were happy enough to just sit in some room, thinking you were dead." Ino laughed at the way Sakura's face scrunched up. "Come on, I'm pretty sure we're getting close to wherever the old man is, and I really think he's the key to this. And how could you possibly know we're getting close to getting out of here?" Ino gestured to the air around them. "What?" Sakura asked. "I don't see anything." "Where are the arrows?" Sakura blinked. She whirled around and leaned over the tower. No arrows, no javelins, no horsemen. Just an undisturbed stretch of sand, battered tents, and, in the distance, the smoldering smoke pits. "You don't have to look so smug," she grumbled when she turned back around. "It doesn't prove anything other than I might not want to kill myself." Ino would take any victories she could get. Sakura refused any help to get down the tower, still on her adrenaline high, and Ino didn't push the issue. Two of them avoided the tents this time despite the sun, neither wanted to see if more of Sakura's past horrors were waiting on them. The silence was uncomfortable. The longer they walked the more Sakura started to flag, but she wasn't complaining and the flat, packed sand of the camp was easier on her than struggling up and down the dunes. She was very alert, though, in a way she hadn't been earlier. Ino reminded herself that was a good thing. She needed Sakura alert and engaged. They needed to find their way out of this jutsu, or soul trap, or whatever it was Kabuto had rigged up to contain Sakura's soul. The type of jutsu they were dealing with here was highly experimental and theoretical and Ino knew she wasn't prepared to deal with it alone. But still. Watching Sakura effortless glide from pure scared of imaginary horsemen to experienced Chunin looking for threats irked Ino more than a little. Harano can do all of that and more, an imaginary, mental Anko lectured. If this had been Ino's mindscape, she was sure the hot desert sand would have transformed into a dirty urban training ground as the memory came back to her. You don't have a ghost of a chance against Sakura like you are now. Not with the stuff your family is teaching you. Anko was even annoying as just a memory, but there was a chance here. Sakura was weak. Ino had easily handled her up on the tower and on the dunes, and Sakura was saying she couldn't use chakra. If all her jutsu was gone, and her body was the same outside as here, which, from her short time inhabiting it earlier was a real possibility, then Ino was back to being the undisputed best between them. "We're almost at the pits," Sakura said, pulling Ino out of her thoughts. The smell of burning bodies had grown stronger and the edge of the camp was visible. They only had a few rows to go. But Sakura stopped short, sniffing hard at the air. "Ino, wait a second." Ino kept going. Annoyingly, the warning had made her want to stop, as if Sakura had any kind of authority over her. "I don't know how you stand this smell," Ino said instead, pulling her shirt up over her nose. "I want to get out of here, Sakura. Stop wasting time." "Ino, wait." The order implied in Sakura's tone sent blood rushing to Ino's cheeks. "Don't tell me what to do," she shouted back. "Whatever it is you think is out there, it's just another one of your crazy memories. They're harmless. You're being parandash." A tent exploded a dozen paces away. Ino felt her body lift and fly, head over heels, like a tossed doll. She didn't hear the roar of the dozen explosion tags, because all her senses were a bonfire of pain and numbness. And then she hit the sand in a heap and felt nothing more. Chapter 38. Stealth was difficult when you felt as fragile as a newborn, with the energy to match. Laymen might think it was easy, just hide somewhere until you feel better, but the reality was, not making noise took work. A lot of work. You had to stay low, which was hard on the legs, you had to stay quiet, which was hard on the lungs, and you had to stay alert, which stressed you out something horrible. And Sakura was already at her breaking point. Carrying an unconscious 70 pounds on her back wasn't helping, but Sakura had decided to take her stunned friend with her. Ino was the one with the expertise to know what was going on, even if her declaration that all the mental projections were harmless, literally, blew up in her face. And, Sakura supposed, she couldn't just leave her friend, baking out in the sun. Even if the blonde was a. The hiss of another improvised mine cut whatever curse Sakura could come up with short. She tried to jump, but it was the blast that lifted her off her feet. Sakura desperately held on to Ino, as much for stability as to keep the girl safe, as they both cartwheeled through the air. Sakura tried to angle for a tent, but even with the fabric to catch her, she came down hard, with Ino's limp body slamming into her a second later. It drove the air out of Sakura as surely as a punch and she just rolled on the ground, gagging and wheezing, while a rain of sand pelted her from the sky. She should have anticipated the entire campground being filled with explosive tags and flares. The bandits had come first, and now the traps she'd used to get rid of them. They were everywhere and Sakura could only spot them when she was almost stepping on one. It would have gone quicker if she could go slow, but she didn't have the luxury. If her mind was playing back the whole desert fiasco, then the Aminin would come next and Sakura didn't want to test if they could hurt her. Wish you would wake up, Sakura muttered once she got her breath back. Ino was still out cold, having not moved from where Sakura had pushed her after their landing. This was at least the third time they'd been blasted into a tent and the blonde was managing to stay out for all of it. She was going to give Naruto a run for his oblivious money at this rate. Still, Sakura crawled over to her and managed to get the girl over her back. The black smoke of the burn pits was still hanging in the distance, closer now than when she'd started at the towers, so Sakura knew she was making progress. She only hoped Ino's last hunch, about the old man, proved more correct than her hypothesis about the danger of her mindscape's creations. I wish Ino would tell me what to do. The thought made Sakura physically pause. I don't want Ino bossing me around, she thought angrily, glaring at the sand. A traitorous, weak little part of her mind thinking that. Sakura was her own person now, a Chunin, even. Ino was the baby. Just a little genin. But Ino always knew what to do, even if she didn't always turn out to be right. She wasn't stupid or impulsive, but she was willing to act. She didn't overthink things like Sakura did. Ino, who had been willing to hop up in the face of a storm of arrows. Ino, who actually opened the door in the little mental box Sakura had trapped herself in. Ino, who had practically carried Sakura down to the camp in the first place. Stupid, traitor brain. Sakura knew she would eventually have gotten out of her panic and tried to find a real way out of this place, even if she never would have guessed it was her own mind. Eventually. Probably. Sakura glanced up at Ino's face. The girl was resting on Sakura's shoulder, breathing into her neck. The steady breathing of the unconscious. As long as Sakura felt that breathing, she had a reason to keep putting one foot in front of the other, fighting through her exhaustion. Stupid Ino. Stupid Kabuto. When I get out of here, Sakura said out loud, needing to fill the dead desert with some noise, I'm going to help Orochimaru-sama skin Kabuto alive. There. That felt good to say. Sakura even smiled a little. Thought I was going to say something sappy? Too bad, Ino. No blackmail material for you. Ino snored in response. The camp was dead silent as Sakura slowly picked her way through. The extra burden was a constant, as was the desert sun. For a dream, or a vision, or whatever this was, it was annoyingly realistic. Sakura felt every ache and pain as she avoided yet another buried ball of explosive tags by taking a longer, winding route through the tents. Each avenue of escape had to be checked and rechecked for a trap that would blow Sakura off her feet. She wasn't sure how many more times she could get up, especially with Ino weighing her down, so she was meticulous. The smallest pulse of chakra necessitated a detour. Maybe I should just throw you at the mines since you're so sure nothing can really hurt us. No response from Ino, but having someone to vent to lifted Sakura's spirits a bit. When had she last talked to anyone without an ulterior motive? Shikamaru? She hadn't talked to him, not really. They had been thrown together for a few hours. He'd saved her life, she'd saved his, they'd been separated. Boats passing in a narrow river, or something philosophical like that. So, when had it been? When? Do you hate me? Sakura sucked in a breath and whirled around. Tents and sand. Where had the voice come from? Where? It wouldn't be fair to hate you. The voices were from all around her, but Sakura recognized the second one. She even started to recognize the conversation. She closed her eyes, breathing heavily, but when she opened them there wasn't a desert. There was a forest, and a clearing, and a slab of concrete. Sakura knew what was going to be on the stone, but she stepped forward all the same. What is worth risking your life for, Sakura? The voice of Kakashi asked. Living. To keep living, obviously. How long ago had it been? A month? A handful of weeks. Sakura swayed, slumped, went down to her knees. The damp, spongy grass and ground of the village was cool against her skin. Ino toppled off her back. Come on, I want to show you something important. Sakura crawled to the memorial. There was a fresh sheen of powder at the foot of the stone that her fingers scraped through. She recognized what it was, but couldn't stop herself from looking up at the names anyway. Sakura knew what she'd see. Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. A violent gust of wind battered the trees and Sakura ducked her head to shield her eyes. When she opened them again, only miles of the desert was around her again. She was sitting on a wide, flat dune, overlooking the camp. Out of the tents. Sakura looked around for Ino. The girl was a few dozen feet back. Slowly, she retraced her footsteps. At least she had dumped Ino face up and the girl was still breathing. What else was this place going to do to her, though? What could it do? What were its limits? She closed her eyes and sighed. When she opened them again, ready to take back up her burden, her eyes opened to a pair of sandals in front of her, standing in front of Ino's body. One of the feet lifted and Sakura managed to get her hands up in time. The full weight of the kick hit her below her wrists instead of on the chin, but she was still bowled over backward from the force of it. Sakura cleared her head with a shake. The man hadn't come after her. Nice reflexes, he said. His voice was warped by the rebreather, but Sakura could never have forgotten it. It belonged to the man who killed Hinata. He heaved up his umbrella onto his shoulders. You almost made it, he said, slowly dipping his head past Sakura. She turned and saw the plums of the burn pits only a few dunes away. Far enough to sprint in a minute, if she were at her full strength. I almost feel guilty. Strangely, Sakura didn't feel scared. She pushed herself up to her feet and slumped into a taijutsu stance. I already killed you. The man's eyes crinkled. Is that so? Well, you don't look like you're up to killing anything right now, so what if we cut a deal? His umbrella came down, the tip stopping a hair's breadth from Ino's throat. You go on your way and leave this one. You get to wherever you're going without a problem. No. Are you sure? I will kill you this time, girl. There's no giant snake to save you. He pointed at the dune they were standing on. You'll die here. Right here, in this desert. Your soul will never find its way back. This will be your limbo, and I'll kill her anyway. There's no moving on from here without making a deal with me. Sakura swayed. You, how do you know? She shook her head. His words were thundering between her ears. You know, don't you? You know. More than most. This one can't save you. I don't know what can, but I know that she can't. And I know that you can't find whatever will save you if you've got her on your back, weighing you down. He can hurt me. Sakura was certain of it. Whatever spell the bandits had been under didn't apply to this one. Her stance trembled. He was outside the projection. Somehow, he wasn't just a memory. And he knew it. He knew that she knew it. "You're a survivor," he said. "You live. You run and you live. Maybe you run and live and then find me and kill me again later. But right now you can't kill me, and you have to make the right choice. The right choice. The only choice. To keep living. To wake up another day. That's enough." "That's not living," Kakashi's voice said. "That's just not dying," Sakura muttered, and her hand slowly dropped. The tip of the Aminin's umbrella lifted Ino's chin. "Looks like we have a deal," he said. And Sakura hated herself because he did. She couldn't fight. She couldn't get Ino and run. One of them had the chance to get away. Ino would never know. Ino would. Shinton no Jutsu. Sakura lurched. Not just her body, but all of her senses and perspective. A horrible sense of vertigo took her as she and Ino suddenly switched perspectives. Now Sakura was staring up at the tip of the Aminin's umbrella, laying flat on the sand. What in the nine hells? But Sakura could move. She slapped the umbrella away and rolled past the stomp the Aminin tried to finish her with. Chakra surged through her, strange, unfamiliar chakra, but still chakra. Glorious chakra. Doton. Earth flow spears. The thicket of sand-colored lances sprang up around Sakura's, Ino's, body, forcing the Aminin to jump, but Sakura was already on her feet and running through seals. Katon. Grand Fireball. Suton. Water Horn. The two elements clashed in midair, releasing a cloud of steam that seared in the desert heat. Ino's body was slower than Sakura was used to, but it bent out of the way when the Aminin tried to swipe her head off with that heavy umbrella through the sudden smoke screen. She caught it under an arm when he tried to pull it back and twisted her whole body to wrench it out of his grip. It flew off the top of the dune a moment later. Across the way, Ino shouted, "He's using the steam to hide," but Sakura didn't need the advice. She felt powerful again. Full of energy. She crouched low to the sand, feeling it with Ino's chakra. It didn't want to move. Her first Doton had been a trial, but Sakura would make it move. Doton. Bedrock coffin. An enormous slab of hardened sandstone sprang up from the desert. Sakura let out a haggard breath when it materialized, but she sent it slamming down anyway. It cut through the lingering steam like a bull, pushing the cloud apart. Sakura caught sight of the Aminin running from under it and pushed all the chakra she could into her legs. Ino's body flickered. 1 second it dozens of feet away, the next it was beside the Aminin, hanging in midair, chakra-infused kick already chambered. Sakura could see the shock in the man's face just before her shin slammed into his eyes and face with all the force of Ino's entire reserve of chakra. He rocketed backward, upper body falling just under the massive slab before it collapsed onto the sand. The dune shook from the force of it. Sakura had put as much of Ino's chakra as she could into that Doton, and then the following Shunshin. She was also fairly sure she'd pulled a ligament in Ino's leg, and the familiar shakes of chakra depletion had already started. But the Aminin, the half of his body that wasn't under the sandstone slab was twitching. He'd been shorn off at the lower chest, blood and organs spilling out over the desert. It hadn't been a clean cut. Ino caught her as she fell. "You don't do things half-assed," she said, with a tremor in her voice Sakura could have ribbed her for. If she wasn't so very tired. But the blonde didn't let her go to sleep. She slapped her cheeks, pinched, and did whatever she could to keep Sakura awake. "Come on. We're almost there," she said. "You don't get to trash my body and then take a nap." "You could take it back," Sakura slurred, but she knew Ino had a point. She struggled to her feet. "I carried you all the way here. You could let me rest for a bit." To her surprise, Ino stopped tugging on her. The blonde was probably only looking out for her own body, but Sakura appreciated it anyway. They walked toward the edge of the dune, rather than run. The Aminin wouldn't get any deader, and if there was something else out there then Sakura didn't think she could deal with it anyway. "This is weird, right?" Sakura blinked and flipped one of Ino's loose bangs back. "The body thing or the Aminin thing?" Ino rolled her eyes, which looked entirely too petulant on Sakura's face. The body thing, forehead. I'm used to your brain trying to kill us by now. This conversation Sakura could deal with. She was even starting to feel a little better, and not just because she was getting a chance to rest. Ino being conscious made her feel secure. She wasn't going to be taking orders from the blonde anytime soon, but it was still nice to have someone else there. Even if you had been ready to throw Ino to the wolves to survive. Sakura could almost hear the Aminin laughing at her. She pushed it to the side. I mean, it's weird feeling like a genin again, Sakura taunted. That felt better than thinking about what she'd almost done. Do you even train? Instead of the instant fire Sakura expected, she felt Ino slump. I train, she muttered. That was all she said. No insults, no names. It was uncomfortable. Ino was the strong one. The rock. The leader. Sakura's goals had changed from a year ago, but once her entire life had revolved around this very moment. The moment Ino realized that she, Harano Sakura, had moved past her. It didn't feel as good as Sakura had once imagined. Sakura wasn't good at consoling others. She had a lot of blind spots when it came to being empathetic, she could admit that. But Ino being quiet and mopey wasn't something she liked. And it wasn't that Ino's body was weak. Sakura gave her arm a flex and felt the tension and power there. Ino had led her entire class for years. Years. Girls in Irika's class didn't compete for first place, they competed for the spot after Yamanaka Ino. And for the first time Sakura finally realized what she had been going up against. Ino had the power, the chakra, and even the stamina to beat a lot of the boys in the class, but Sakura had never recognized her strength. Not really. Sure, Sakura knew she would have been faster and stronger in her own body, but Ino's wasn't weak. But getting the words out, saying it out loud that Ino had been better and stronger all those years. Sakura tried. She opened her mouth several times, ready to say something, but she just couldn't drag them out. Switch back, she said instead. Ino glanced up at her, but Sakura didn't meet her eyes. Feels weird. Switch back. Sakura was prepared for vertigo this time, as well as all the aches and pains of her mental body. It felt comfortable. Ino seemed better too, even though she made a show of checking herself over. Sakura didn't miss the relieved sigh the girl let out. Did you have to almost break my leg? She complained. There was a bit of swelling there from the kick she'd given the Aminin, but chakra had done a lot to lessen what it could have been. Did you have to wait until the last second to switch with me? Ino frowned like she'd eaten something sour. I was going to wait longer, but I didn't exactly trust you not to just take his offer and run off on me. She said it flippantly because she was joking. Her teasing smirk gave it away. Sakura's whole body sagged. If Ino had waited just a few more seconds, she thought. Had she been so willing to just throw Ino away like that? Sakura expected that the disembodied voice of her teacher would cut in as soon as she thought that, but there hadn't been any new audio flashbacks since she'd dealt with the Aminin. Sakura wasn't complaining, she didn't want to remember that conversation anyway, but now it was just her and Ino and the guilt. But Sakura at least knew how to deal with it, think of something else, ignore the feelings, and repress. And change topics. We're only a few minutes from the burn pits. I have some questions for you, too. Ino looked askew at her for the abrupt conversation shift, but she didn't argue. She even took point without being prompted. So what questions? Too many. Why are you so sure that the old man is the key to this? How do you know he's not just some crazy projection like everything else? Because you said you didn't know him, Ino replied, sounding sure. You knew that guy a second ago, right? A nod from Sakura. And you knew the bandits, and I'm guessing you knew the bombs. Everything here is just your crazy mind talking to itself except for the old man. Sounds logical. Because it is, forehead. I'm a Yamanaka, I know these things. Sakura rolled her eyes. I guess that's why you got blown up a little while ago. Because you're so sure and smart about things here not being able to hurt us. Ino let out a weary ee at that. This is my first time diving into someone's head like this. So I was wrong about one thing. Sue me. Think I got a case. The blonde tossed Sakura a look over her shoulder. Try it. I've got the character, witness, yes. She trailed off. Shit. Sakura turned. At first she thought that Ino had been reacting to the admittedly disturbing discovery that the Aminin's body was gone, but her eyes caught movement in the far background. Slow, small movement, but movement on a scale that boggled Sakura's mind. A mountain was coming toward them. A lumbering, lurching, massive mountain of a titan was on the horizon. The dust cloud it was kicking up was immense, it reminded Sakura of a desert sandstorm. An actual force of nature. I know you didn't see something like that in Suna, Ino muttered, in awe. Sakura might have laughed. At least, something resembling an incredulous chuckle burped up from her stomach. Not even close, pig. Is that a raccoon? Ino didn't have an answer, because Ino wasn't standing there anymore. Sakura only saw her fading back as she sprinted toward the burn pits, as fast as she could. Scurried right over the side of the dune and tumbled down the side, clawing at the sand to go even faster, until she landed in a frantic heap at the bottom. A dozen more dunes to go and Ino attacked the next one with the same ferocity. And, for once, Sakura didn't feel like arguing with the part of her brain that said she was just following Ino again. If it had a problem with it, Sakura was more than happy to let it stay here and meet the angry raccoon creature no more than a few minutes away from them. Chapter 39. If I didn't know you better I would say you were worried about your little brother. Anyone would have quailed at that, considering the circumstance. Uchiha Itachi, though, wasn't just any ninja. The young man met his stare with one of his own, eyes slack and lazy, like he was having a conversation with a street vendor and not a living god. The chakra connection was strong enough that Nagato could hear the absolute evenness in Itachi's breath when he said, "Sasuke has my eyes." Pain surged his face hard, but all he could see was the serene front the Uchiha put up for everyone, as well as the rolling psychosis bubbling under the calm surface. Truthfully, if there was one person in the organization that Nagato might have been afraid of, it was Itachi. His peers were all sadistic, insane monsters, but he put such a fine mask in front of it that sometimes it seemed like that was his real face. Nagato knew better though. He was God, after all, and God had to be omniscient. God knew that Itachi's only goal in life was to cut out his brother's still bleeding eyes once their dojutsu had fully matured. He had been surprised when the chakra markers he'd kept on all of his Akatsuki members had pinged both Itachi and Kisame in the Land of Fire, closing fast on Konoha. Nagato had a lingering doubt that maybe Itachi wasn't so clinical about his former loyalties as it seemed, but the young man had instantly stopped and opened a connection with him once it was requested. He'd even donated his own chakra to manifest Nagato's projection without Kisame's help, which would leave him badly exhausted for days. He's checking up on his future eyes. That had to be it. Konoha was in the middle of what would likely become another world ninja war, and those had a habit of leaving mountains of dead ninja. He would have tried to hide his position more if it was anything else. Unless he knew about the tracking. But was that even possible? I'm being too paranoid. A healthy paranoia was a must in Hidden Rain, but Itachi had been nothing but loyal for years. He'd killed enough Konohanin, after the Uchiha massacre, to earn him a place in the village's bingo book several times over. No one could be that good of a double agent. Very well, Nagato said, feeling annoyed with himself for wasting so much time and chakra on this to begin with. Observe the village and report what you see. There are ready buyers for information in Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud. I was going to assign Kakuzu to it, but you two are already positioned. I'll leave your brother to your discretion. Itachi nodded, as he had never assumed otherwise. Kisame, though, stepped forward. We could pick up the Kyuubi while we're here. And the Ichibai, if Suna brought him. 2 Jinchuriki at once. That was an interesting thought. Do you believe Suna would be so desperate? It can't hurt to take a look, could it? Kisame asked, likely grinning at the thought of one-upping Sasori and Deidara. What do you think, Itachi-san? As you say, it wouldn't do us any harm to check. With permission. Nagato nodded. Do it. If you have a chance to get both, take it, but if you can only get one, take the Kyuubi. It would do us well to secure it before the vessel learns to command its power. They both nodded and Nagato dropped the connection. Back in his body, Yahiko's body, he let out a rare sigh and slumped back into his chair. Well, Hanzo's chair. He hadn't gotten around to replacing it yet. Or fixing the blown-out wall, which was letting in the rain. It was peaceful, though. Maybe he would keep it open. You seem disturbed, Konan said. She was never far, as always, and was good at reading his moods. Nagato thought about how much he should worry her with. It's Itaki and Kisame. They are infiltrating Konoha. He drummed his fingers across the top of Hanzo's desk. We could have both the Kyuubi and Ichibai in our possession shortly. Konan's face didn't change, but Nagato could almost feel the mental shift in her. I don't trust Itake, she said, as she had said for the last few years on a nearly constant basis. Nor do I, but in this case he will be useful to us no matter what his true aim is. We will either get the Baijuyu or we will get information we can sell to the highest bidder. And a new ninja war would only help us grow our coffers and give us opportunities to secure the other Jinchuriki key in the confusion of battle. It seems too soon, Kanha said, looking around at the lingering destruction. It had only been a few weeks since Hanzo had been killed, and Amagakure was still in a state of flux. There were near-weekly loyalist attacks on the city and assassination attempts. Many of Akatsuki had to be kept in the village just to keep a lid on things, which was hardly ideal. But it's too good of a chance. Konoha was always our greatest issue. If we can separate the Kyuubi from them now, it will be worth the extra care in keeping him until we can extract the Baijuyu. Konan nodded, like she always did when Nagato had decided his course of action. She was loyal if nothing else. We have another issue. And also supremely observant. Nagato walked over to her, by the hole in the wall. She pointed at some distant place out in the city. Zetsu is acting strangely. That hadn't been what Nagato had been expecting. He closed his eyes and focused on the city, in all the places his rain tiger at will jutsu was falling. It wasn't a precise technique, but combined with the little chakra receivers each member of Akatsuki carried with them, he could suss out exactly where any one of them were at any given moment as long as they were in the village. Zetsu, the personal minion of Uchiha Madara, who had been pressed into the organization against Nagato's will, was walking on one of the lower levels of the village, down by the central canal. Nadago felt him stop at certain times, and even flicker away to the top of a building. It wasn't odd, he, like every other member of Akatsuki here, was on patrol duty. Nagato followed him for another few minutes before opening his eyes. I do not see the strangeness. He walked along the canal, flickered up to the 10-year tower, then stayed there for 5 minutes. He turned north, then south, then east, and activated his remote viewing jutsu and surveyed the western swamp approach. Which he should still be doing. In exactly 15 minutes and 45 seconds he will deactivate his jutsu and return to the canal. Konan's eyes narrowed. He has over a dozen sets of actions he will do, randomly, whenever he patrols. When he is not patrolling he returns to Sasori's laboratory and does not move until his next shift. You know he is not human, Konan. His actions have always been strange. But it was a bit concerning. Not wholly because of what he was doing, but because Konan had decided it was worth so much of her time and observation. Nagato had learned to rely on her instincts when it came to surveillance. Is there anything else? Konan nodded. He's only one color now. I don't know what that means. Neither did Nagato. It could very well be just a normal process of Zetsu, or some experiment that Sasori was running on the Mokuton husk. He knew that the black half of Zetsu was supposedly Uchiha Madara's will, some sort of remote clone or jutsu. Madara hadn't been seen in weeks himself, maybe it was just that he couldn't maintain the jutsu? But then, maybe not. Keep watching him, Nagato ordered. I want to know when his pattern breaks. Better safe than sorry. Loyalty, Chapter 39. Never in her life had Sakura run so hard for so little distance. Even with Ino pulling her along, the last few dunes were a nightmare marathon of gasping, cursing, and pure animalistic locomotion. Bare feet digging into the sand, pushing her forward on all fours, while the one great motivator drew closer every time she dared to look. And it was laughing at them. Great, booming laughter that shook the sand loose from the dunes with every cackle. Sakura's brain still couldn't comprehend the size of the creature, she had no sense of scale out in the sand-blasted desert. Was it as tall as the clouds? Not quite. Was it taller than the highest dune? By orders of magnitude. The thing inhabited the murky, terrifying space between those two bookends. Its shadow was like a cloud over the face of the sun, stretching out over the desert like a plague of locust, choking Sakura's will to try and outrun it. She focused on Ino. The blonde was out in front, leading the way to the pits and pulling Sakura up at the tops of the dunes. Sakura watched her heave over the top of the dune they were on, but Ino didn't pop back up like it normally did, hand outstretched. The insane laughter chased Sakura up the last hurdle. She nearly recoiled at the top. The pits were right there, billowing smoke, but hundreds of feet down, at the foot of this last, great sand dune. It was like staring off the top of the Hokage Monument. Slide down. Sakura hadn't seen her at first, but Ino's echoey voice came from a speck of blonde streaking down the sand. She hesitated. Smoke from the pits was being pushed against the dune by the wind, washing up and over the top. Sakura reached up to her face and her hands came back black and soot-stained. Was whatever was down there truly better than facing the monster behind? The ground shifted. Sand on either side of Sakura began to slip in small cascades, but with each massive stomp of the creature behind the slides became rivers. Sakura looked over her shoulder. Not even a dozen training fields lengths away was a foot larger than a Konoha house. Her eyes followed the sandstone-colored stump of a leg up and up and up, over the round pot belly with tattoos that looked like stress veins on a pregnant woman's stomach, past the mouth that looked like a toy, complete with comically large teeth, and finally settled on the eyes. The ones that, despite being the size of ox carts, seemed to be fixated right on her. Yes. Yes, the pits are better. She threw herself over the edge, first in an uncontrolled tumble, but righting herself after a few bumps. The sand tore at her legs and arms and hands as she created drag against the downward slide, and all the smoke made it hard to judge where she was going, but Sakura angled herself as much as possible toward where she'd last seen Ino. The bottom wasn't a gradual, gentle slope. Sakura nearly screamed when she hit loose desert gravel and hard wisps of vegetation. She skidded to a stop a few meters from the edge of a pit, and even through the sudden agony she could feel the heat of it, hear the crackling. Ino pulled her up. The blonde wasn't in much better shape, but at least she looked mentally focused. We have to find the old man. That was easier said than done. Sakura looked out over the enormous space between the dunes, which was littered with burn pits, each belching thick black smoke. Crosswinds from the desert pushed the smoke in every direction, and past a certain point Sakura couldn't see a thing. She let Ino pull her forward, into the smoke. Sakura wondered if the blonde didn't care what she was breathing in because she was just that professional, or because, being a Yamanaka, she was unfazed by mental projections. Or maybe all the rumors about what goes on in interrogation aren't just rumors. But that thought slipped away as Ino pulled her into the deep smoke that lingered in between the burn pits. Away from the periphery, the heat and smell and thick smoke was oppressive. Sakura ripped a piece of her shirt off and used it as a mask. Nothing looked like it had in reality, and she had no sense of direction in here. Finding one old man would be next to impossible. Ino suddenly spun Sakura around. "Don't think negative thoughts," she ordered, holding up her hand to keep too much soot from getting into her mouth, eyes frantically darting around. "We're sharing this mindscape, but you're the one leading it. If you think you'll find the old man, you'll find the old man. If you think it's hopeless, then it will be hopeless." Sakura jerked away. "You don't even know what's going on, and you're telling me to stay positive and hope everything will go right? This isn't some comic book, Ino. We already almost died, and that monster is out there, about to squish us like bugs." She didn't even see the punch coming. All she saw was Ino turn and a set of knuckles come straight at her, then a sharp burst of pain on her face. Sakura fell right over, her legs went out. Both of Ino's fists were curled up. The whites of her teeth showed with every harsh breath she took. "Shut up!" she screamed. "Shut up. There is bigger shit to do out there, in the real world right now. The village is burning to the ground. Suna invaded. My dad and Koji and Shikamaru are all fighting. Even Anko. Ino grabbed 2 fistfuls of Sakura's shirt and yanked the stunned girl up, straight off the ground like she didn't weigh a thing. You're going to help me find solutions or you're going to be quiet. Sakura's face went red. She lunged out at Ino's legs, catching them and toppling the blonde. She got one good punch in before Ino head-butted her and they both rolled around on the sand screaming, scratching, biting, and punching each other. Ino was still moderately fresh though, so she quickly got the upper hand, literally. She caught Sakura's hands and pinned them to the sand over her head with one hand, then started punching with the other. Sakura tried to buck her off, but the second punch caught her square in the temple and the world went sideways. She felt Ino roll off of her, but Sakura didn't have any strength to start the fight again. She was breathing hard through the liberal trickling of blood in her mouth, probably the first punch she'd caught on the jaw. Sakura was almost thankful for the numb pain in her head from the temple shot, it probably hurt a hell of a lot more when that wore off. You, dead. Ino huffed. Sakura found enough energy to at least flip the blonde off. Good. We still have to find that old man. Fuck the old man is what Sakura wanted to say, but she didn't have the energy to fight Ino anymore. And she wanted out of here too, so she let Ino drag her back up to her feet. Everything was still wobbly though and the blonde had to carry most of her weight. Serves her right, Sakura thought. She didn't know if the dimness of her vision was from the smoke or an oncoming concussion, but Sakura couldn't see more than a few feet in front of her. She could only be pulled along blindly by Ino unless she wanted to be left behind. You're so much trouble, the blonde muttered. I should just leave you here. Your life would suck without me. Ino huffed a little louder, which might have been a laugh. It would be more boring, she allowed. Where the hell is this old man of yours? Sakura head lolled to the side so she could give her friend a flat look. Like I know? You're the one chasing him. He could be here, he could be back in the desert, he could be with that raccoon monster thing, or... Her eyes caught on something in the smoke and her throat clenched. He's right there. Not a dozen feet away, sitting cross-legged on the sand, was the old man. Sakura couldn't believe it. She honestly, 100%, couldn't believe it. It had to be a trick. Ino pinched her hard. Stop thinking negative thoughts. She hissed. Come on. They hobbled over to him. Like every other time Sakura had seen him, he didn't move, or call out to them. Long beard, bushy white hair, eyes closed like in some kind of trance, same old man. Sakura flopped down to the sand in front of him. See? I told you that he doesn't respond or anything. Nothing I ever did got him to dash. So, it has come to this, the old man sighed. This is not the outcome I wished to come to pass. I want you both to know that. You could talk this whole time. Sakura yelled, crawling up to man. Why didn't you ever say anything? I tried for hours. He tilted his head toward her. Because I did not wish to speak with you, he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I had hoped that another possibility would present itself, but events have rapidly spun out of control and I have been drawn here. He sighed. It is not the ideal scenario. Ino and Sakura shared a look. Could you sort of dumb this down for us? Ino asked. Scenarios? Outcomes? You're just a jutsu trigger. We need to get out of whatever mental jutsu this is, so we can get her, Ino gestured at Sakura, back to her body. So, you know, trigger or something so we can hurry this up. A jutsu trigger. The old man considered. I suppose that is an acceptable deduction. I am the one keeping the both of you in this place between life and death, after all. I had hoped some other force would come to your aid and they would be more acceptable, but that clearly has not come to pass. And there are other travelers here as well. Almost on cue something roared out in the desert. From the rim of the valley the head of the monster that had been chasing Ino and Sakura poked up above the tallest dune. Ino took a stance, ready to run, and Sakura somehow got to her feet out of blind panic. But the old man merely held up a hand. That will be enough, Shukaku, he said, as quiet as a conversation. Amazingly, though, the monster quieted. Are you sure you want to go with these two? They're not really what I'd call the heroic type, it bellowed. That pink one was going to leave the blonde one to die a little bit ago during one of your tests. I knew you were taking too long to say something. Ino hissed. Sakura flushed. I wouldn't have actually done it, she lied. Then, eager to draw the attention away from how she'd nearly left Ino for dead, she turned to the old man. And what's a shukaku? What is that thing? And what did he mean by tests? Did you send all those things at us? He is shukaku and he's a very old friend. As for testing you, of course I did. I wished to see what measure of persons you were. You two may not be the best, but you are all I have to work with. All the entire world has to work with, I'm afraid. And he did sound tortured by that admission. He held up his hands. Now. Come here. Why? Not a chance. Sakura looked aghast at Ino. You can't be thinking of doing anything he says, can you? He admitted to being the thing that's keeping us here. Ino glared at her. And he clearly knows more than us. I'm almost positive that he's not part of this jutsu now. There's too many things that don't line up with anything I know about the mind. She crossed her arms. And I am done with being locked in here with you. So yes, Forid, I'm curious. The old man's face might have crinkled a bit into a smile. Ino lingered a moment, then shot Sakura a furious glare before she stepped up to him. His hand reached out to her face. His old, spindly fingers tapped the center of her head and Sakura felt something. She didn't know exactly what, but it rippled through her all the same. Like something was buzzing in the air. A descendant of Myindra, the old man muttered as his hand dropped. Very distant by way of the Hyuga? Are you a child of the Hyuga? That was a long time ago for the clan, Ino said, rubbing her forehead where she'd been touched. Just the branch family. We only got the eyes. Not the special ones, either, she said, glancing at Sakura's stunned expression with a bit of a blush. I'm a Yamanaka, old man. Not Hyuga. Middle of the mountain, eh? It is a strong name. A good name for a decedent clan. He turned his head toward Sakura, expectantly. But the girl took a step back. No. No way, she said. I don't know who you are, or what you just did to Ino. Did you read her mind? You are not reading my mind. That one is no good. The thing, Shukaku, called out. Sakura had nearly forgotten the monstrous witness they had. I agree, but my hand is forced. Suddenly the old man wasn't sitting. Sakura hadn't even blinked. 1 second he was one place, the next he was in another, right beside her, floating in the air. Her legs and arms were locked up, his hand reached for her. Something made the old man stop. Sakura's eyes darted over his shoulder to Ino, who was hovering midair behind him, fist stopped mid-swing. You have very good friends, he told Sakura. I am not certain you deserve them. His finger landed right on her forehead and she felt the air buzz again. His eyes, still closed, seemed to focus on her. Sakura saw them move under his eyelids. A shot of chakra went through her like a bolt of lightning. It made her entire body tingle and she found she could stand up without feeling the strain of her body. Your soul has a tenuous hold on this world. It is stubborn, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. The old man let out a deep sigh and tilted his head, like he was trying to coax something out of their connection. Ah, an offshoot of Ashira, distantly through the Senju. Your clan name, Harano. Springfield. Fitting. The connection ended and Sakura jumped back, feeling refreshed and energized. Her mind was moving 1,000 miles an hour again. How could you know anything about my family? She demanded. You didn't read my mind, did you? I did not. I simply asked your soul the questions I needed answered. From the both of you, he said, turning to Ino. Luckily, you are both suitable vessels. It seems as if you both will work after all. He opened his eyes. At first Sakura thought she was seeing things, but she wasn't. His pupils were just a series of thin black rings. It was unsettling, the same feeling she remembered having when she looked right at Hinata's eyes when she was using her dojutsu. The old man seemed to realize the effect and he smiled, but the expression didn't go any further than his lips and it only made Sakura more ill at ease. He floated back a few feet so he could see both of them. Sakura saw something floating under him. Several somethings. Little black balls, 9 of them, and some weird staff. Where had those things come from? Sakura hadn't noticed the old man summon them, but there they were. I am called Atsutsuki Hagoromo, you may know me as the Hermit of Six Paths, the founder of Ninja. There's no way, Ino muttered. You want us to believe that you're God? You? And you're just hanging out in Sakura's head. Sakura knew who the Hermit of Six Paths was, same as Ino. She wasn't religious, but the academy still taught all the legends and things about the Great Hermit. He created mountains and oceans with a sweep of his hand. They said he even created the moon with ninjutsu. It was just some silly legend about some ancient warlord, though. He turned to Sakura, eyes narrowing. Not ninjutsu. Ninja. Ninjutsu is a thing humanity created for war and violence. His staff had zipped around his back and now pointed directly at Sakura. And yes, I did read your mind that time. While Sakura began to hyperventilate, Ino mustered the courage to ask, What did you mean when you said we were suitable vessels? What do you want from us? And why are you keeping us here? Because you are needed. There are things in motion now that I cannot stop. Things that have not gone to plan. Things that I, as a being of pure chakra, cannot put a stop to. His staff whipped around until it was resting across his lap. Make no mistake, young Yamanksa, your world is hinging on what happens here, right now, and what is required of you too. Something has gone wrong, Hagoromo continued. There are 2 people in your world that were supposed to be here, many years now, but they are not ready. And I cannot simply force them to be ready, no matter how much I wish it were so. You 2, distant daughters of Indra and Ashura, must suffice. Ino held up her hands. Hold on, who or what are Indra and Ashura? And what do you want us to do? They were my children. Indra and Ashura, one possessed of a great mind and talent, the other possessed of a great personality and hidden strength. Hagoromo's lips thinned and he was silent for a long moment. There is a history there, he continued, slowly, but it is not necessary for you to know. You're pulling the "it's above your pay grade" card? Really? Sakura blurted. All you told us was that they're your kids and, apparently, our ancestors. Hagoromo considered that. Yes, he decided. Really? You are not the ones that are owed a deeper explanation. And that was that. Sakura and Ino both waited on him to say something else, to maybe explain further, but he didn't. Sakura let out a frustrated sigh. Fine. What about this thing you want us to do? If we say no, will you still let us out of here? Of course. It is not my intention to cause your death if there is a path forward for you. Great. Then let us dash. Hagoromo held up a finger. His staff rattled loud enough to cut Sakura off. You would only survive for a few moments, though. The body waiting on you in the waking world is not your original one. It is a great taboo for a soul to take a new body, even one freely given. Your friend does not have the talent to ensure a successful habitation. It was Ino that gathered her wits first. This is blackmail? She shouted. You're saying that unless we do what you want, you'll just let Sakura die. That's the same thing as killing her. The old man shook his head. Haruno Sakura is already dead. It was only through a perversion of ninja that she was kept from the Pure Land. The natural cycle of life and death cannot be defeated by any mortal. But you're implying that, if we help you, you'll make sure the body out there won't reject her. You are correct. It is within my ability to return to the world you know without issue. If you agree to help me, I can ensure the transfer happens without issue. Hagoromo's voice didn't change, neither did his expression. He was speaking as evenly as his initial greeting. Sakura felt her arms and legs go cold. Her mental attention focused down to a pinprick. She would die, unless they did exactly what this old man wanted. God of Shinobi or not, whatever he wanted wouldn't be easy. Or painless. He called it a threat to the world. What could two kids do against that? I'll do it, Ino said, not even taking a second to think about it. Sakura looked at her like she'd grown a second head. What? I came here to get you back. When have I ever failed at anything? So I'll do it. And at that, Hagoromo did actually smile. Perhaps humanity is not as fallen as I believed, he said. He held up a finger. At once, one of the little black balls hovering around him zipped over to it, spinning slowly above his fingertip. This is a good Adama. The truth-seeing ball. It is the purest expression of ninja itself without a single chakra nature, but containing the potential of all. His finger curled, now pointing directly at Ino. The ball zipped toward her at an incredible speed but stopped right in front of her nose. My gift for the one who has acted against her better instincts, who believes in the power of connections. The ball sank into Ino's head. No, it passed through it. Sakura watched it slip in and slip out, all in the space of a breath. No entry or exit marks. Now it floated in a lazy circle behind Ino's back. Where'd it go? She demanded, sounding faintly frantic, turning this way and that, trying to see it, but it kept behind her no matter how she tried to look. If you so will it, it shall appear. It is yours now, a part of you, just as surely as your soul and chakra. Ino was still patting her head. That sounds insane, she said. You're saying if I just think about it then oh. The orb popped into existence not a hair's width from her nose. She jerked back away from it, but it stayed right where it was, slowly rotating. Waiting, it seemed like. Licking her lips, Ino narrowed her eyes at the ball and raised a hand. It zipped back over to her, resting right above the skin of her palm. Sakura expected her to say something snarky, but Ino did seem totally enthralled with the little gift. Sakura didn't really see how some orb of chakra would be of any use, though. She couldn't sense anything from it. It was like, it didn't exist, even if Sakura could clearly see that it did. Like it was a hole in the world. For lack of a better word, it was creepy. And speaking of creepy, Hagoromo was looking at her now. Considering. Sakura crossed her arms. Do I get a magical ball of chakra too? No. It is, Frankie, too powerful to entrust to you. Like the world did with ninja, you would abuse it. I am entrusting that my Indra's descendant will watch you, and check you should you choose to abuse the gift I must give you. His lips drew narrow. It is a small comfort that you would be a lesser concern that what now faces the living world. I have little choice in this matter other than to take this risk. He held out his hand. Come, he ordered. Accept this gift, descendant of Ashura. One who cares only for her own interests, whose only concern is to survive. Take this power so that you might live and deliver your world in the process. That certainly wasn't the most ringing endorsement. Whatever insult Sakura might have felt was buried under her lingering fear of the so-called god of shinobi, and of his lingering threat not to help her. What does he know about me? He's dead. He's been dead for centuries, she spitefully thought, hoping that he was listening in. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me, or what I've been through. But he does know you. He's been watching you for a long time. Sakura blinked. A face in the smoke looked back at her, a coal black face with white eyes and white shark teeth that smiled across its face like a hideous zipper. What in the hell is that thing? Ino asked. The face turned to her. It grew a neck and a torso and two spindly arms, but the smoke itself was its body, the black ashes of the burning dead its skin. I am what I am, it said. Little Yamanaka with a new toy. Going to throw that one away when you get tired of it too? Lucky for you it can't grow up to hate you for being abandoned. Hagoromo's staff cut the thing in half, but it disappeared into a scattering of smoke before reforming behind Sakura. He's an angry old goat, isn't he? No ability to put himself in someone else's sandals. The girl jumped away and the thing just grinned at them all. The Hermit of Six Paths' strange ringed eyes narrowed. That is the enemy, he said, answering Ino. It is the will of an evil, misguided man that died nearly a century ago. It is the thing you must defeat. It's the little bastard that has control of my power. Shukaku yelled, voice booming over the valley. You still haven't told us what you are yet, Sakura muttered. This was rapidly becoming some kind of sideshow, what with the supposed god of shinobi, some kind of talking raccoon monster, and now this thing. Why was her head the gathering place for all of this madness? It is getting crowded, isn't it? The creature asked. It had once again moved by Sakura. It seemed to be able to travel anywhere in the smoke. But I'm good for the answers you want. I won't leave you with questions. That's what a teammate is for. Sakura punched straight through its smiling mouth. Of course, she didn't damage it at all, but it helped calm her nerves when it reformed out of her reach. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen anything like you in my life. Cruel. It cried. Just cruel. I've been with you since the beginning of this little journey of yours and I know so much that no one is telling you. Do not listen to it, Hagoromo warned. The thing's smiling face grinned savagely at the old man, a look he returned with aplomb. It will lie to you. It has a very precious window of weakness, before it can fully control its new powers. If it is allowed to escape, untold numbers will suffer. Ino set her stance. So we should attack it? She asked. The good Adama floated around her head like a small moon. We just have to kill that thing and we can get out of here. Hagoromo sighed even as the creature snickered. This is a place between life and death. If it was so easily dispatched here, I would do it myself. It simply has a connection to that one's soul, so it can infiltrate this place, much like Shukaku and myself. Ino looked askew at Sakura. A connection. The thing slithered through the air, looping around Sakura's shoulders. Oh yes, we've very close friends. Roommates, really. What the hell is he talking about, Sakura? Ino asked. She's very demanding, isn't she? A shock went through Sakura. That was her voice, her inner mental voice, but... Across from her the monster smiled wider. Hello, Sakura. Nice to meet you in person. Get out. She screamed. Ino looked at her like she was insane. But we've been such a good team these last few months. It was unexpected, but not unwelcome. You've been very decent company. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. I would have known. I would have realized. But thinking back on it, her inner voice, her inner Sakura had been, strange since becoming a spy. More, ruthless. More paranoid and angry. The creature laughed at her expression. Like I told the Yamanaka, I am what I am. It was a mutual partnership. Kabuto's experiment with the body he put your soul in had the unintended effect of letting me form a connection with your mind. I simply found it already occupied and stepped into the role already there. See? The smoke twisted and churned. Before Sakura's eyes it changed into a mirror image of her in silhouette. A girl has to be tough to survive. Isn't that right? It asked in Sakura's own voice. With a flicker it switched back to its original form, all smiles. I deceived you, it's true. But our partnership doesn't have to end on a sour note. You don't want to be on anyone's strings, right? Do not listen to it, Hagoromo cautioned. Do not believe it. Do not accept anything it offers. The thing frowned. So very rude, it said, before turning its grin back on Sakura. I'm simply offering you another choice, but first how about a token of goodwill? Something freely given, to show my sincerity. First you tell me who and what you are, then why you were in my head, Sakura demanded. It considered, head tilted, tapping its smoky chin. That's 3 things, but all right. I'm nothing if not fair. Suddenly the smoke rolled and a whole creature, legs and all, jumped out. It was tall and thin, but it kept its distance as it took a bow. You can call me Toby. As to what I am, the hermit has already told you, I am the manifest will of a great man. Something like a Bunshin, if that helps you understand it. Not a full clone, mind you, but working toward the same goal. It waved its hand. The ash and smoke around it started to coalesce and another thing appeared, wider than the sand under its feet and just as tall as the thing that called itself Toby. It had cropped green hair and dull yellow eyes, pupilless. Ino made a disgusted noise in the back of her throat that summed up what Sakura thought of the thing. Toby gestured with both arms, presenting. Behold, the body that you were inhabiting for the last year. The result of experimentation of brilliant men, but built on the foundation of something older. A victim of evil ninjutsu, Hagoromo interjected. He looked angry, eyes narrowed more than a bit as he stared at the new thing. It is a mockery of life and an insult to the dead. His eyes turned to Toby. You and your master play with things best left buried. All will suffer should Madara's plan come to fruition. Madara? Sakura mouthed to Ino. The girl shrugged. She had no idea. That is where we disagree, Toby said, waving away Hagoromo's concerns. And it has no bearing on my story. Sakura here wants to know why we had our unique connection. The reason is that these things are not unique. There are hundreds of them, all needing to be managed because, let's be honest he knocked loudly on the head of the creature, these things have no brain to do it themselves. Either you manage them via jutsu or you put a soul in one. Finally, it clicked for Sakura. And it was horrifying. You're saying that I was one of these things? For a whole year. Toby gave her a big thumbs up. Bingo. You see, Orochimaru was a member of a certain organization I work for. He stole a few when he exited and Kabuto stole one from him, which he then used to create your body after he killed you. Make sense? No, Sakura admitted in a small, frightened voice. Good, because it gets better. Because of some unique modifications Kabuto made to this particular body, it's now the perfect thing for controlling a Baijuya, which I'm going to take control of. Question, Ino called out. What's a Baijuya? Me, Shuko answered, shaking everyone not floating with the growl in his voice. Ino let out a deep breath. That's what Suna wanted with Sakura, isn't it? Because somehow they found out that Sakura's body could contain the Shukaku, so they worked with Kabuto and ripped her soul out. You got it in one, kid. Toby praised. And now thanks to them I have a body that has access to more raw power than any single member of my organization. Which is why this farce needs to end immediately, Hagoromo stated. His staff floated out in front of him and the little metal rings on it jingled. All at once the desert came alive with a windstorm. It blew away the smoke, the soot, the ash, even the monster Toby had conjured. Show off, Toby hissed. Hagoromo ignored it. Instead, he held out his hand to Sakura. You now know what is at stake and who your enemy is. Should he escape Konoha with Shukaku, your world will be in terrible jeopardy. Come. Accept the power I offer you and assist with the sealing of this evil will. Or, Toby called out, you listen to me and I get you out of here, no strings attached. That's the real reason for this show and tell. This is bigger than you are, Sakura. Much bigger. And I know that you are smart enough to not want any part of that. I also know that you have a lot of problems that I can solve for you right now. We've already talked about the body thing. That's easy to fix. But what about all those other things you want? I can fix those too. You want to rejoin Konoha? Done. I'll make sure before I leave that everyone who doesn't trust you is dead. Danzo? The Hokage? His counselors? All gone. You can talk your way past whoever they put into the seat next, with my help. We'll come up with something, some heroic thing, to make them all forget. A smile from the creature. And your mother? She'll be fine. I won't lay a finger on her head. Or your teacher, the one that stood up for you. Or your little teammates. They're not even in the village. Think how happy they'll be to have you back in Team 7. Don't listen to it, Sakura. Ino hissed. She grabbed Sakura's shoulder and forced her attention. This thing is talking about killing the Hokage. The council. Toby tapped her other shoulder. How had it gotten so close? Its smiling, empty face pressed up to her ear and Sakura couldn't pull away. And that one I can deal with too, he whispered, but loud enough that Ino could hear. He smiled at the terror on her face. I can make it so she never makes it back to her own body. Then you don't have to share. Not your mother, not your spotlight. You can finally be the main character in your own life. No more being in her shadow. It stroked the side of her head. No more of those confusing thoughts rattling around up here. You can put it all to rest. Just don't take the old hermit's offer. Don't play second fiddle to Yamanaka Ino again. You heard him before, you won't get parity in power with her. She's your watcher. The blood had drained out of Ino's face. Sakura, please. Sakura shrugged out of Ino's grip. The girl's hand fell back limply to her side. Toby straightened back up with a laugh. He rested his hands on Sakura's shoulders and sent a vicious look to Hagoromo. You thought this would all play out as if you'd written it in a book, didn't you? Shame this isn't your story to write. It's mine. It's always been mine, and right now this is my main character. Hagoromo stared at her. Not with a glare, not with sadness. Just with empty expectation. Is that your answer, Haruno Sakura? You let your village die to make your life easier. Was it? Toby's braying laughter cut Sakura off. You're playing the loyalty card? Now? After everything you know about her. The thing ran its fingers, its claws, through her hair. Tell him what the village is. Tell him what you told Kakashi, that it's just an idea. That dying for a concept isn't loyalty, it's suicide. It turned to Ino. The blonde was shaking, fists clenched, staring at the sand. Loyalty is something treasured by the talentless. He leaned down again, whispering, tell them what loyalty is. Put the final nail in this coffin so you can finally begin your life in full. Without restraint. Without confusion. Without fear. Loyalty is. Sakura swallowed. She looked up at Ino. She looked at Shukaku, sitting in the distance and snarling. She glanced to the side at the rows and rows of sharp teeth smiling in sadistic victory. She looked at Hagoromo. Arm still outstretched. Eyes firm. Sakura closed her eyes. The village isn't loyalty. It's not worth risking your life for. I'm weak by myself. I can't change anything. I want to wake up from this. I want to keep living. What Toby's offering lets me do that. I'm sorry. Toby's smile grew magnitudes wider. That's a good ending to this little story, isn't it, Hagoromo? Nice and neat. You lose again. Madara's will is absolute and there is nothing you can do that can stop Dash. Sakura grabbed the hands on her shoulders, cutting off the creature. I'm sorry, she said, looking back up at him, but everything you're offering me, that's not what I mean by living. What you're offering isn't living Dash. Her head rocketed up, slamming into Toby's jaw. Its claws ripped their way out of her and Sakura jumped forward. It's just not dying. Her fingertips brushed against Hagoromo's. The world went white. End of Act 4. Check the description for the links to the author.